How's it going? Oh. Okay. Welcome. It's actually patch day today. Isn't that nice? What's that? What Spiritborn build will be the strongest in new patch without talking about Varshan power builds? The general balance between Spiritborn builds doesn't really change. Besides the fact that poison builds don't gain anything, so they will be comparatively a bit weaker, I guess. So yeah, Quill remains the best. And then we have, a bunch of stuff like, there's Toxic Skin, Crushing Hand, Touch of Death, they're all kind of like in the same space. I wonder if we're gonna see infinite damage today though from the Sorc. That could actually happen. Okay, no world boss inside. Are we gonna do a bit more laser bear action, guys? What do you think? Here's also an Undercity we can do. Sure. Surely Shocking Impact won't crash the server. Yeah, Panda, I need to log in later. I wanna see it. I don't have a Sorc currently. Lani, thanks for the prime. And Las Mista. Appreciate that. Also, we had, a few more. Alcatraz Crew, Saxway. Thank you guys. Macro insists it will be hotfix due to lags. Yeah, I mean, this is likely. But so far Blizzard has not taken any action on that. Or even said anything about it. So I think at least for a few days we will continue to have Varshan builds. And this means for a few days Spiritborn might be the best class in the game. We'll see. I mean, it's not like that bad with the lags, I think. At least on Rogue and Spiritborn, I never crashed, I DC'd or anything close to that. There are some lags when you do like really high hits, like 100, 105, 110. And then you do like a large pull, you lag for a little bit. But, in other scenarios, it doesn't really produce any problems. So, at least there, it's not that bad. I know Necros have it really bad with the lag, the light Varshan stuff. But at least for them, it's not the best build anyway. Like for Spiritborn. I still have to patch. Oh shit. Oops. I need to fix that. I totally forgot. Manu? How do you think Mini-Necro will be with the buffs? Mildly better. And that's it. Everyone seems to be hyped about the Sangu War, man. Forget about it. Just forget about Sangu War. It needs something very different from what it's getting in this patch. The game is always crashing at the world boss. Ooh. Yeah, too many death traps, lightning spears, and earthquakes, I guess. And these days, Varshan builds. It's just all the builds that are currently meta are like really, intense. So if there's many people, you might crash on the world boss. Rob says to save your Spectral Ash for the patch. I mean, what else are you doing with your Spectral Ash? Let's start with that question. Yeah, you'll be able to spend it in this patch to get some of the rep caches, or just rep, I don't know, one of the two. Ufana. Hello, Gris. People have millions of that shit, it's gonna cost like 100k per level, watch. Yeah, I imagine. I mean, Belial is extremely fast, extremely rewarding, and you know, people farm non-stop Belial, like... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the softcore economy is so fucked, I think they should rather balance it around, you know, people that don't interact with that, right? So maybe make it like, I don't know, 25k per turn, and you know, if I get like 8 caches for free, I mean, I wouldn't mind, you know, it's something. Or even like 10k, I don't know. You can get 20 caches. Like, I have farmed a lot of bosses. I've upgraded every power for no reason. But I think upgrading all the powers is like 80k or something, right? It's not very much. So... Like, the people that farm non-stop Belial, they have, you know, insane wealth and items anyway. So they don't really care about the caches anyway. And, you know, the people that don't, they need it, right? So... Dude, this game could be so good if there were no dupes. Imagine. Holy shit. Like, if the economy would actually make some sense. And not just the economy itself, but also like the, you know, the grind, right? And the material gain and whatever, right? All that comes with it. The infinite boss farming. What are they gonna do? Break the economy? It's broken already. Yeah, exactly. And it won't really get more broken just because people will turn in some caches. Okay, there will be like a bit of an influx of, you know, a lot of stuff at once. But, you know, we're like over 2 weeks in the season now. Like, people have their insane shit already, right? So... Jo, Heimshai, Exile Subgift. And Kashayev. And Movietone. And Lani. Wait, did I say Lani already? I think so. Appreciate it, guys. Ah, true, the stuff on the caches can't be traded. That's right. I mean, it still generates a lot of high quality items though, that people will not then buy, right? Like, you get a lot of 2GA, even 3GAs on those caches, and so on, right? It's actually really good, these caches. Like, turbo farming the season rep is actually a very good strat. And I mean, you get 12k per Belial, right? How long do you need for a Belial? Let's say 15 seconds, 20 seconds? 3 Belials per minute, you need like 6 Belials for 1 rep. It's like 2 minutes per cache. It's actually nuts. And you get a loot. So in a scenario where you have infinite Belials, and you can one-shot him on T4, which is the scenario that, you know, that thousands of people are having, basically. Not only do you generate insane amounts of loot from the vial, but then also every 6 kills you get like the cash on top, which gives you like, you know, extra stuff. It probably like roughly doubles your material income, I imagine. Plus, probably doubles your like 2GA income as well or so. Like, it's actually kind of wild how good Belial is. And that makes sense, you know, he's really rare. But he's not rare in an economy where people dupe everything. I think honestly a lot of stuff could be solved if, like, you know, boss materials were just like you know, like the last Epoch, like dungeon keys and stuff, you know, they just have like their own inventory, and they stay there, you can't move them, you can't trade them. I think that would actually make a lot more sense. And then you would instantly solve all of these problems as well, and you could actually balance the game properly around it. And actually give people, you know, more rewards for all the grinding and stuff. And I haven't said how much Spectral Ash is one season rep turn in, so we'll see. I think they should balance it around non-traders, but I think they will balance it around traders, and this means it's gonna be completely fucked. How's the market on hardcore? What market, dude? Occasionally I sell a rune for like 50 million. I've sold like 3 uniques or something to some random people in trade chat, and that's about the market. You play pretty casually, had 44 Hussies yesterday. Yeah, that's 22 Belials, you know. There's other people that do that in 8 minutes. And then they continue to do the same for 8 hours. And the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. I'd rather die. Are we not talking about how much fun that is? We're just talking about what is possible. Up yourself on hardcore coming for a riskier playthrough. Yeah, I mean, I actually really appreciate hardcore for being, you know, so clean, basically. You know, like items actually have their intended value in this mode, and that actually makes it a lot of fun. You know, I barely engage in trade, but you know, occasionally I'm like, okay, you know, let's sell like some leftover runes I have, because I have like 8 copies of, I don't know, jar rune or some shit, and you know what I'm gonna do with those, right? So I sell some for like 50 million here, 70 million there, whatever, and it fuels my master working a little bit, since I'm making like 20 builds in a season, you know, like I need a little bit of gold. Yeah, you know, it feels good actually. Like this actually feels like it should be, you know. Why can't I get rid of duping? This is a cross-play game, and with consoles, not only that, but there's multiple types of consoles that can access this game. You know, and, you know, stuff like, you know, Xbox trial accounts that can access this game and, you know, whatever, right? So, there's a, a lot of tricky ways to break the game and, you know, do some shit like duping, so it is what it is. I can imagine this is hard to fix, and apparently they've fixed like, you know, 10 different types of dupes, and there's the 11th type that they still have to yet to find or something. So if this was a PC only game, like, yeah, this would be very different. But it's not, so there's nothing wrong with duping. Oh man, that's an old school D2 enjoyer detected here. Duping isn't the only problem, it's them basing everything around the duped economy. I mean, that's probably not even true necessarily. I'm not sure if they are basing stuff on the dupe economy, but I guess there's certainly some effects like that visible. Like, you know, it's so hard to get the right GAs on the right items. Look at this. I've played this Druid for like, I don't know what, like 25, 30 hours or something. This is my Mjolnir ring. I tried, you know. Like yesterday, I literally just spent, I don't know, 600 boss mods or something. And I did a bunch of like Belials as well. And all that stuff. Not only that, but I don't know what else do we have. Like my boulder boots. Here, these are my boulder boots right now with the wrong implicit. 750 by the way. You know. I mean, it's okay that there's like a long item grind and something to look forward to. But at some point when I spend like, you know, literally 4 hours farming fucking tribute runs to get boss mods, and then I run all those boss mods and I don't even get a single copy of the item that I'm looking for. And then I'm desperate and I use my Belials and I still don't have a copy of the item I'm looking for. It's a bit wild. And you know, this thing, you know, I tried so hard to get a Dolmen Stone with the GA cooldown because it's such a crazy impactful stat for this build. Let alone, you know, a good roll on the affix. 34 by the way. You know, this thing actually dropped from the fucking cache at the end when I opened the season wrap. It didn't drop from the 200 fucking T3 or T4 like Durials and Mephistos and like the 40 Belials. This dropped from the fucking cache at the end. Like, I don't know, man. I'm fine with them making an auction house. Like, trading is so shit in this game. I think an auction house would be fine. I think trading, like having trading in this game is fine. If they ever like actually fix all of the dupes and all of the duping, all of the like, you know, exploits and whatever, you know, people have. If the economy, you know, is like in a spot where it makes some sense, yeah, sure, I don't mind at all. It's okay to facilitate trading. But at the very least, they have to introduce SSF. At the moment, they introduce leaderboards, because leaderboards without SSF will just not make sense. You know, group-based and trading-based leaderboards are just like not it, basically. I mean, okay, it's fine to also see like, you know, what group players can do and all that, but you know, the real exciting stuff is all SSF, basically. It has to be, because there's just so, like, you know, there's like way too many ways to cheese everything in group and party. You know, cheese the XP farm, cheese the loot, cheese the bosses, cheese, you know, like you can boost each other, whatever, right? There's 1,000 things they would have to fix in order to make this like somewhat of a reasonable system without SSF, and that will basically just kill the game for a lot of people. So they need to make a proper SSF mode where we can compete. And you know, then like, most of these warriors will disappear anyway. Iconos, by the way, I'm playing Laser Bear, yeah. It's very fun. Diablo better than PoE 2? I don't know. I haven't played the latest patches, but apparently they were all really good. And I really enjoyed blasting Huntress last month. I'm gonna make a Deadeye hardcore SSF when I go back to PoE before the next league. You know, we still have like 2 months to go or so there's plenty of time for me to do like a nice hardcore SSF playthrough. I want to try to take all the T4 pinnacles down on hardcore. That'll be fun. I guess I will die in some Necro. But we'll see. They really buffed the loot apparently, so maybe it's fine. Dude, did it just get free upgrades at 8% in the previous run? I need another one. This looks so fun. Yeah, I can recommend this a fun build. I think I'll gamble some maces actually. Let me check like a smart website. Necromancer. Bone Spear. Blight. Now, do we start with Blood Surge a bit? I mean, I can't resist Blood Surge, I think. We should do some Blood Surge. There is actually a mace with resource proc. Or do we just go straight for Blight? Maybe go straight for Blight. I've played so much Blood Surge. So this is an axe with resource. And this is a mace with... Dude, they really like the resource procs these days. Okay. So I need life, resource, axe, and mace. Well, let's see what happens. Which one first? Axe is for Blight, right? Yeah. Fuck. Well, I mean, I could get started with this, maybe. It's kind of hard to gamble for a different main stat class, because I just got like the GA willpower there. Oof. And you get a GA life basically. Exactly GA life and a resource roll. So that's not that easy, but I don't really have much else to gamble for besides better Mjolnir. And I have kind of given up hope for that. And the Norse Crow. You have many builds ready for hardcore at like any time. I mean, I currently have 4 characters. One died to the Andariel bug, so else I would have 5. I've made 5 classes so far. I have to remake a Sorc at some point because I'm not done with that. I want to do some more Ice Shards and Meteor. And I also got a GA cooldown Shaco, so I'm kind of forced to play some Lightning Spear at some point, I guess. Since that is the build that is like the #1 beneficiary of a cooldown Shaco. I have played Rogue, yeah. I did Death Trap and Ring of Arrows. But I didn't play Rogue that much yet, so... Actually I did a bit of Varshan Rogue as well with the Twisting Blades. I made a video about this the other day. Twisting Blades, I was doing like 105 of that actually. And there's actually some new tech I want to try. Maybe I should do that before the patch goes live today. Now I think about it, since the patch doesn't actually affect the Rogue. Right. There's like nothing there besides some poison prep stuff. But Crip told me about an interesting strat that I really want to try. Seems like Crip is a big Varshan build enjoyer. More to be. Do you know what the average income was in an Eastern European country back then? What do you, like, real money auction house or what? What are you guys talking about? Yeah, if you have a real money auction house in Diablo 3, I didn't really have like the kind of like business mindset for it, else I could have probably made a lot of money, man. Because, you know, I knew everything inside out. And the only thing I did with the real money auction house back then was selling my own gear right before the real money auction house closed, basically, right before the expansion and stuff, right? So I sold all the gear I had equipped on my character for 800 bucks. I had a pretty good character. So that is the only thing I didn't have done with the real money auction house. I should have done a lot more, but you know, I was like, what, 16 back then or something. I didn't really think about trying to like flip stuff and whatever. So would have been kind of nice to you know, pay my entire tuition or something, but it is what it is. I had a pretty sick character. Demon Hunter. It has to be S tier, it's amazing. It's not S tier, but I think I have it in A. I'm not sure exactly where it lands right now. I mean, it's a solid build. It's very fun. Boom. You can have a lot of fun on Druid, man. It's a lot of cool stuff. Yo, dodgeball. Good luck with ice shots. Ice shots is super fun as well. It's probably the most fun build I've played this entire season, despite the enlightenment shenanigans. Ice shots just feels really cool. I need to do like some ranking of all the builds I've played this season at some point. Oh, okay, can people push this? I think like in the 90s or so. I went to like 83, 6 minutes so far. I can definitely go to the 90s. Running in the 90s. Basically. Yo, Walkside, thanks for Prime. Billions is still top level for Necro. It's very good for leveling as far as I know. Usually I just go Bloodthirst and level a Necro. But yeah, either way should work. Like you load up Bloodthirst, just one-shot everything in Helltide. That's it, basically. That's what I do. Refreshing feeling having something else, and that's the blast on Sorc. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been 4 seasons now of Lightning Spear. If you play Sorc like every season, it's getting quite repetitive, I guess. It's probably the longest lasting like meta build of any class, right? Did we have anything like that? Okay, I mean it's like the third season since the expansion, and I guess there's other builds on other classes that are also just like the meta since the expansion. Like there's a Quill on Spiritborn that was the meta since the expansion and whatever, right? Cataclysm on Druid. Although was that a thing in season 6 or was that only season 7? Death Trap was definitely a thing on Rogue already in season 6, I think, right? So it was like 6, 7, 8. But it was not like as dominant as it is now. Like right now, Death Trap is super dominant. There is no EU realms, by the way. Sharingen. And on softcore, I know they're extremely cheap. I don't know the price though. There's a Stoneburst, but a nerd. Did Rogue get changed at all? The patch is not out yet, and it's also not really changing anything for Rogue. Just some poison trap stuff. But it's like largely irrelevant, I think. Although there is a mechanical change to Poison Trap, which maybe might make it a little bit of a build, so we'll see. I know we have Matthias on the job, trying out some Poison Trap stuff. The patch goes live. There's nothing fishy going on with Stoneburst. Regular. It's just a build I wanted to try, and I mean it's pretty solid this season. And also gets like the Wandering Death Beam, which is you know, very powerful. Basically every channeling build this season, like if you ever want to play any channeling build like Incinerate or Stoneburst or something, this is like the season. Because compared to every other build, all the channeling builds get a lot more from the season theme than the rest, basically, because of the beam. You know, all the other classes basically get nothing for their main power, or close to nothing, and all the channeling builds get a 50% multi, which is pretty huge. And also Meteor. Meteor is like a very heavy cooldown based setup, and you get 50% cooldown for free now from Urivar, so I'm definitely gonna be doing that. It's gonna feel a lot better than normal. They nerf Blood Wave and there's an EQ Barb. Yeah, I mean LS needs 2 bug fixes. Earthquake definitely needs a nerf, especially if they also like eventually nerf Overpower. Because Overpower is just like overtuned as hell. We need to go back to like a more reasonable, like, you know, not everything is Overpower kind of, you know, meta, I guess. Because right now everything is fucking Overpower. Everything that can Overpower is Overpower, basically. So, that's kind of weird. You spend 150k gem cracks for Emerald Cash? No, you wait 2 months until the end of the season, and then you salvage your gems and do it. Like everybody's running Overpower. Yeah, exactly. And this is also why we have such build balancing issues. Like if Overpower was actually more reasonable, then, you know, all of the minion and dot builds and all that stuff that can't profit from Overpower, it would actually be pretty much in line with all the other builds. You know, right now all this stuff is basically way weaker, because Overpower is overtuned, like heavily overtuned since the expansion. Because they rebalanced our life pools, but it did not change the Overpower formula. And what this caused is that our base life went from 7,959, or rounded 8k, to 400. So that's 5% of the previous. Our base life is 5% of the previous, but our actual, you know, endgame life values are actually pretty comparable to what they were before the expansion. A bit less, maybe. You know, I think some builds had like, you know, maybe close to 100k life on like the extreme end and so on. But either way, what happens is that we get something like a times 10 to times 15, you know, more damage compared to before, just because they didn't change the Overpower formula. Like all the Overpower builds are just like 10 times stronger than it should be, basically, compared to pre-expansion levels. Huh. You know, if you remove that times 10, well, a lot of builds would actually start to be very balanced. turns out. And it would actually feel much better to play Overpower builds because you wouldn't have this complete, like, you know, feast and famine between, oh, did you overpower? Nice, you one-shot everything. Oh, you did not overpower? Unlucky, you hit like a wet noodle. So for those that don't know, overpower scales with your life, your fortify. So this is why, you know, with a lower base life value, basically, it's easier to scale the overpower damage these days. And this is causing all these like balance issues. Because people have way too much life compared to the base life. And this scales overpower to the moon. And then before we become Diablo 3. I made a big step in the Diablo 3 direction around 7 months ago with the expansion. But I think that's also gonna change again, big time. Expansion 2 is coming. All stats, GA, and Darius. Wow. I salvaged my only Andarius I found this season. I guess I can craft 2 mythics. Because I have 4 sparks right now. I want to try it after the patch and see if it for some reason maybe works now. With Spiritborn and Annealing Hits. That would make Andariel Spiritborn pretty good actually, if they would turn on the Annealing Hits for Andariel. For like all dots. And there's a chance. They're fixing all of the dot boss powers to work with Annealing Hits, so maybe they just fixed Annealing Hits in general with all dots. But it didn't put it in the patch notes. No patch timer. And so far it hasn't gotten out of hand. But I think soon. Hello Christy, I'm good, and you? Will be some Spiritborn gameplay after patch? Yes. Might just straight up load up 110 or something. And see what happens. And these Spiritborn with Ashan powers, I want all the lags. And Darius is actually not laggy in any way. But yeah, I guess there could be some funny stuff going on. I've played double swing Barb actually. When I made a Barb, that was my build. You can get to the point where I just insta-kill T4 bosses with double swing. And it's just about to get a pretty decent buff. It's just that they disabled that Crown of Lucion, which is like a key item for that build. And I couldn't really play it anymore. So unlucky. But it's coming back with the patch as well. But yeah, I have an Ancient Armadillo now. I have good Twin Strikes now. I have Starters now. Actually, I'm not sure. I'm not going Starters. But either way, I have a lot of stuff that I didn't have last time, and I was already doing T4 pretty easily. Definitely gonna try some double swing. There's a bunch more stuff I need to do on Barb anyway. I'm gonna try Whirlwind Earthquake. Thanks Aries and Christy, appreciate the subs. $60 to $400, Sanguivore, login. The answer is hell no. Forget it. Yeah, well, Silence Lemonade, thank you too. Pink Shadow could be good for Vashan Spiritborn builds. Absolutely not. Shadow is good to level your Spiritborn from 35 to 60. And then you salvage it. Don't know anything about Necro. Well, you don't need to know much about Necro to understand that Sanguivore buff is irrelevant. It buffs the inherent affix on the item, which is 60% summoning damage to 400. But that is just, you know, additive damage, just like any other additive damage that you have, like, you know, the increased damage, damage to close, summon damage, you know, shadow damage, whatever. It's all the same. And every endgame build has something of a minimum of like 2,000, usually 2,000 to 3,000 of that. Overpower builds have something in the range of like 20,000 of that. Well, a lot of the Enlightenment Sorc builds also have like in the range of like 20 or 30,000 of that. So basically, the TLDR is like another 300 literally doesn't matter for anything. And it doesn't solve any of the problems that the Sanguivore has, which is not just its weakness, but also mechanical issues. Grandfather is still best in slot. Really? Which build actually runs Grandfather? Like, Grandfather has been so power crept out, man. Like all the like ancestral aspects and crazy stuff we can do now. I think I had a Grandfather and salvaged it actually. Maybe should have kept it for my Necro get started. Let's use Doombringer. Yeah, true, I can do that actually. I have a Doomy. Forgot about that. We've done it on a Druid actually as well. Look at those clip ups. I got 3 at 8%. Okay. Does Meteor's not get aim bust with a patch? I don't think so. But Meteor was already like post pit 100. Meteor is pretty strong right now. I heard of like 102 clear with Meteor or something. Patch should be in 2.5 hours, I think. I don't play WSD in before. I do it in the other games though. Somehow in D4 I don't. I only use it for like, you know, menuing and stuff like this here. And town and whatever. Yo, Condis, are you still here by the way? I was here earlier, but it was a while ago. WSD feels good in PoE. Yeah, in PoE too, I went WSD from the start, and that feels really nice. Here, I don't know, it's like different. Like, first of all, we don't have to cast on moving, but even on Boulder, for example, where I can do cast on movement, I thought I would try WSD a little bit, but I just scroll anyway. It's like, you need different movement patterns in both games, you know? Like, you just behave differently in combat. In D4 compared to PoE. The monsters behave differently and so on, so... I'm not sure exactly how to pinpoint it. Surprised to see how many D4 players play with controller on PC. Wait, they say like some stats for that or something? Breaker skin when? No. Stoneburst is not an S. I think it's an A? Not sure exactly where I have it. It's like somewhere in A or high B, I guess. Gotta say they've done a really good job with Stoneburst. Now that they actually made it a build. It's actually a nice build. Only took them 3 seasons after the expansion, but you know. Yo, I taken, thank you. Appreciate it if you must. Microbiome uses controller. Yeah, he's a controller enjoyer. Or D4, I know. And we actually have Danger, who's the author of the guide of this build and the boulder, who's actually playing on console. It's the only console Andy that we have on Maxwell. Hope there will be another Spiritborn build after this patch. I feel like cheating with the Vasham power. I mean, the Vasham build is getting buffed the most, but then it might also disappear soon, so we'll see. Aside from that, I mean, no new builds come out of this patch or something. I don't think that the Vital Strikes change is like really impactful enough or anything. Maybe for some obscure stuff like Razor Wings. Or not that even, because you need to purchase tempo or resets. Now what could be interesting actually is purchase tempo with the +4 ranks to everything. For builds that don't usually run Kapaleke. So maybe there's gonna be some setters now that might wanna run a basic skill to proc prodigies to get the +4 ranks. And then use another skill to spam the stuff and get the cooldowns. So I wonder if that's gonna be a thing. Yeah, Vital Strikes, I don't know, there's not many... Like, the thing is we don't have like a lot of like open aspect slots in most builds, right? Most builds need like some unique weapon like Kapaleke or Sepasontic. And even if you don't, you know, there's unyielding hits which goes into every single build. There's redirected force that goes into every single build. And then you just don't have any slots left to put some shit like a Cursed Touch. If you can't put a Cursed Touch, then you can't really go Vital Strikes. If you don't have the perma, you know, Vital Strikes effect. So realistically, I don't really see much changing. But +4 ranks on Prodigies is really nice. Actually, I went back on Crush and Quill and I tweaked the skill trees a little bit as a result. Because it will definitely make those builds a lot more smooth with the 2 extra ranks to each skill. You'll notice that with the cooldown resets. You can actually make a really nice combo now where you just reset all of your stuff after exactly 4 combos of Prodigies. Like, reliably every time. And this might also open up a few other things, like on unyielding hits builds, you just don't have Gorilla main hall or Harmony with Gorilla secondary hall. And instead you just activate unyielding hits every 3 seconds with Armored Hide. That's actually what I was doing on Evade, for example. And what I'm doing on my Vasham build as well. So I'm already doing that on some setups, and this might actually become more of a thing, so I might explore that a little bit more. Then you can do stuff like Perdition Helm. I put Perdition Helm actually in the pit push of Crushing Hand. Now I'm wondering if I should do the same on Quill. But I feel like on Quill it was not so necessary. I might have to go back and try that though. Would the Vasham build work fine with Perdition Vergi unlucky? Yeah, you mostly want to like hits to proc your Ahu rune a little bit more and to get the resource procs after you proc the Quacks. Like, Lucky Hit is not that relevant if you don't have the Quacks rune. And especially when you do like lower content, it's not so bad idea to just not run Quacks rune at all. And then you don't really care that much about the Lucky Hits. Like Quacks is like kind of scuffed on the boss fights. Like if it's a single target boss, then you just sometimes have no resources. There's not too much you can do about it besides just like wait a second or two to get it back from Scourge. But since you proc your Quacks rune like every second basically, with all the lucky hit you have, you do run into that problem sometimes. But for fishing on like, you know, highest tiers, They have ad bosses, and then you're fine. And there's also a tech that I'm planning to try, which is using the wolves from the same rune, the spirit wolves. They also have like a hit value, and they can actually give you like a hit resource procs from your ring and neck and stuff. So that actually makes it kind of consistent. Yo. Sub 2. This is Stone Burst. Today is patch day, right? It is, actually. Soon TM, guys. Do I have a better Fist of Fate? I think so. That's actually a very good Fist of Fate, man. How about Staff of Crown of Marchand Power? Yeah, people think that for some reason Staff of Crown would be good for this. I don't know why. Like, what exactly makes Staff of Crown good? And the answer is hell no. I've not really seen any druids try the Vashan stuff, and I was also not really in the mood to make it now. Boiler says we should try Shred. I kind of believe in like Storm Slide or something. Yeah, I have non-OP numbers off. Which, I mean, we don't really get many of those, but there's like random Hurricane and Cataclysm ticks that don't OP, I guess. We always overpower with Stoneburst. And there's not that many numbers, so it kind of feels cool to see the pops, you know? Exclamation mark build. Stoneburst. Think we see 130 pick clears this season? No. I mean, everything is basically maxed out at this point. And the only top tier build that gets above in this patch is Marchand, Spiritborn. And okay, there is a bit of a chance that we still discover, you know, some new build somewhere. But I think the chances of that are extremely low at this point. And basically all of the top clears will not really go higher anymore because, you know, we're over 2 weeks in. People have the gear, they have fished, they have pushed. Like, this is it, basically. You're gonna see like +1, 2 tiers on some of the top clears, and that's pretty much it. What's more fun? Stoneburst or Boulder? Oof. I don't know, it kind of grows on me right now. But I think I'm like the Boulder a little bit more. And most already quit. I mean, the people that want to get a rank 1 probably have not quit yet, but yeah. This guy's a 4 GA, 56 Banished Lords. Wants to sell for 2 billion. Ah, 2 billion. Honestly, that's probably an acceptable price. It's a lot, but... Softcore, that's 99 billion, lol. Easy. 2 billion is a lot of gold on hardcore. That's basically your entire season. 2 billion. I'm at closer to 2 billion right now. Done a bunch of trades and, you know, lots of farming. Lots of vendoring items. If I had to guess, there's probably like less than a dozen people that even have 2 billion on hardcore right now. But it's a good item. I think this item is worth 2 billion. Vashan and Vital Strikes. I did not do Vashan and Vital Strikes because if you do that, then you don't have Party's Tempo. If you don't have Party's Tempo, you have no cooldowns. And if you have no cooldowns, you're dead. And also, no enemy is dead. So, I don't think we're gonna do that. I guess the only way to do this would be to go not Shroud, but Jackham Shell. But... and the thing is, you want the like a hit resource procs to fuel the Quax rune. And it might be a bit too scuffed if you go for... you would have to go Hunter cooldown Tempers if you go Jackham Shell. So you get your Hunter low enough so you can cast it like every around at least 4 seconds, I guess. Also, we can't go Overpower for extra cooldown to help with the Jackham Shell. Yeah, I think this is gonna happen, to be honest. Even though we use Vashan power and don't actually have access to a lot of like good passives. Right? Like there's like, okay, there's Apex, you get 1 rank. Then there's Potent. A few small things like the Unstoppable passive. You also get Supremacy and Resolute. They're also really good. So maybe the Shroud is fine no matter what. Even if you don't profit from a lot of the like different spirit tags. I don't really see an angle for Jackham Shell. He's max gold, can't even buy an item. Very nice. And they already raised the cap. It used to be 10 billion cap, now it's 100 billion. You can hold. I mean, the thing is, even if there was like no duping at all and so on, 10 billion would definitely be too small of a cap, I think. Like, you know, I have almost 2. If I trade a little bit more, then we could definitely hit 10. Version with Grizzly. I did not check that, and I don't want to play Grizzly Rage. So I'm good. Yeah, but Grizzly Rage is definitely coming back this season. Got some nice upgrades. This thing's better than Boulder. It's like roughly the same like power. A bit better on bosses, a bit slower for farming. If a GA hit twice in Sessa, it's only 0.18. That's pretty shit. The unique effect does matter quite a bit. Like, you have something like 200 resource, and then you also have resource cost reduction rolls, especially when you go with Starless. Like, that 200 actually becomes something like 500 or 450 or so. And you get 0.5% bonus per. So, with like a 0.5 roll, you get like a 250% damage amp later. And if you have like 0.18, then that's very little. That's like, yeah, a quarter of that. Like a 50, 60, 70% amp. So you're losing like half the damage basically on like the endgame setups. Stardust is used for the hit push variant of Quill Volley. And I mean, later you can also just run with that. Quill has enough like a hit chance to actually sustain Stardust even while farming. So if you want to do like a bit slower, a bit higher hits and stuff, you can also farm with Stardust. And like I also did like T4 bossing with Stardust and so on. It's only when you really want to just one-shot everything consistently with like, you know, T4 or something content, then you would go Midnight. But once you want to go beyond that and you're fine going a little bit slower, then you can go Stardust all the way. I did my cap attack is like 0.3, by the way. I also have a kind of crappy one. The barrier is from the Black Mailer's power. The 0.5 non-ancestral. Yeah, you're probably trying to get like an ancestral that has like, you know, at least 0.3 plus. And then you're kind of getting somewhere, but even that is like a pretty big loss. Yeah, I'm talking about like a 40% upgrade or something. Compared to a 0.4, 0.5. It's pretty big. Blizzard Ice Shards hate sounded this patch. Blizzard Ice Shards. I'm not sure what you're referring to. I mean, there's a Blizzard build, there's an Ice Shards build. It's not really both at once. I mean, Ice Shards gets nothing, and Blizzard gets almost nothing. So, not really. Actually, wait a minute, they're buffing Halo Burglass, right? So Ice Shards is getting something, actually. I just realized. They're buffing the Helm. For whatever reason. Yeah, so Ice Shards will go up like half a pit tier or something like that from the Helm. Glacial aspect change. I know that you can now trigger ice spikes with the Blizzard enchant, but I don't think that people are gonna run Blizzard enchant very much. And even if they do, it's a pretty minor thing, I believe. They're buffing a Rock Spitter Monkey. Pork. Yeah, that just stands as getting like a power buff. Actually, how much is that exactly? Let me check. Yeah, the Crown of Wisdom will be enabled later when the patch goes live. Wish they would rework Oculus. Oh, you need a Fist of Fate, Panda? I can give you one if you want. I have a good one lying around. Yeah, I think if the Blizzard enchant was just like permanent instead of having like a weird gap, it would be not that terrible. You know, then you would also have consistent like the DR from the aspect, and you know, some stuff like that, right? You would always have something going.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon. I forged more. What's still got some good in it?
I got a rain cloud following you from my dispatch. Exactly. Okay, Panda. I guess it's time, guys. Let me put that thing up. Okay. Make sure it covers the entire skill bar. Yeah, it's like 3 subs if I do that actually. Another cool rust. Let's do it. Yeah, we're gonna try Spiritborn after the patch. And maybe a bit of Rogue before the patch. Exactly, Grizz. I remember I wanted to try the math real quick on adaptive stances. Oh shit, okay then. Well, I guess that counts. Off this run, 1 sec. Uh, 10 to 120 has to be times 10 HP. It's actually more than times 10. It's more like times 15, I think. Make it math. It's 28% per tier. And it doesn't matter if you go from 110 to 120 or from 120 to 130. Always the same. So... Oh, 11.8 actually. Yeah, pretty close. Tony's boss fight on Spiritborn. Yeah, it seems like you need to get exactly drowned hack for the high-end push. It's not even drowned hack, it's just the best boss. Not sure why. I guess because you actually hit with all the quills and like stuff like Spirit Caller, you miss easily. Like Quill has like this insanely large angle. Hey Mazia. Can I recommend any off-mana build, not playing or pushing high-end pits? Yeah, I recommend Ice Shards, Boulder, anything on Spiritborn I guess is probably considered off-meta, but there's tons of good stuff on Spiritborn that's fun. I had the most fun on Spiritborn this season. You got your candle from the giveaway. Ah, nice, congratulations. So how did that work actually, Go Anderson? Like you just had to like, I don't know, sign up or something and then it just shows 600 people? Meteor Sorc pretty strong this season actually. And also relatively playable this season because you get the 15% cooldown from Urivar. So that's huge. Ah shit, I need to change my the position. Wait a minute. Forgot after the chorus run. Risk paid for this. Beautiful. Stoneburst. Enough here. Why not? It's a fun season. I've been grinding PoE 2. I had a lot of fun in PoE 2 as well. Hunters was super cool. I'm gonna load up a Deadeye when I come back. Gonna do some nice hardcore ZF playthrough with Deadeye. The patch feels good, they might have overdone it. Interesting. As long as I get more Chaos Orbs, I'm happy. Like, what I think as an SDF player, what is really missing is just Chaos Orbs. So I can actually do something with my items. Like, I always end up with a fucking quad tab of items and I want to throw Chaos Orbs and I just can't. Inspirations for pure will and Barb. I mean, it's getting something like a ×2 and another ×2. And even currently, it seems to be like a T4 viable build. So I think it should feel pretty good to play pure whirlwind after the patch. Two weeks reversing the recomp formula, holy shit. What did he find out? I think especially Druids can do that easily, Chummy. What class are you doing it with? Let's see if you're gonna see infinite damage when the patch goes live on the Sorcs. That could be something. Hello Andy, there's a stone burst, you can find a link in the description. With spear. Okay. Yeah, I've not really seen the Sorcs try very much at the Vasham power. But yeah, my guess would also be go conjurations, you can have like Hydra, spears, all that. Sibyl currents. Hello Blue Jays. Thank you for the 13. The guide explains that you need the chance to restore resource on ring, amulet and glove. That's how you get your vigor. But if you're trying it too much, then remove the Quax rune and put another rune. You can put the wolves, for example, or Ohm. Shot's not bad. Yeah, but I don't think Ice Shots has anywhere nearly enough hits. But I mean, you might be able to do like, you know, conjuration, conjuration, conjuration. And then spam Ice Shots for the buff. And a bunch more procs. That could work. But yeah, I think Hydras would be a pretty good candidate. You know, when you have like 20 Hydra heads out or something, or 30. I'm not sure how Blizzard would work with this. Dude, that's really fun actually. I've been playing some Boulder and now this. Both pretty nice. Got 2 ups. I also have no scaling. Yeah, but don't they attack faster with more attack speed? And then you have like 20 heads? I don't know, how often do they shoot? You can make them all shoot like 2 times per second or so.
Have a wee gamble. Hello, shining beauty.
Oh, this has crit, which is a bit useless, but it's a perfect moonrise.
How shall I get
That's
my
something.
use it well? My hammer sings on your return. I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What you need?
Yeah, we don't talk about the Hydra burn, we're talking about Hydra applying Vashan. I thought we were talking about Vashan Sorc here. Druid Planner. It's the Boulder Maxwell guide. I didn't make my own. Did Hyperburn in Season 7 was fun. Yeah. I think it's a bit of like a power up and then it would be like an interesting build, I guess. I tried a little bit back in like Season 4, I think, when they introduced the Tempers. It was kind of funny, but not strong, and... Okay, Combustion has gotten like big buffs and stuff, but as long as stuff like Lightning Spear and like, you know, the Enlightenment meta and the Overpower meta persists, there's not really any hope for something like Hydra to be like considered good, I guess. I mean, Hydras have like a hit. They should apply your Curse Touch, and they should also apply your Marchand Dot. Thank you for subgift. Looking forward to revisit Ashava Spiritborn and get disappointed yet again. Good luck. Dude, I leveled like almost 4 glyphs to 91 now, from 80 or something. Obviously plus 18 binding. But if you want to do a Vashan Sorc, I don't think you care about the binding. Like, I doubt that the dot is stronger because it comes from familiars. I mean, maybe? Bruce Willis, I'm almost 280 Paragon. Holy. That's a lot of points. I wonder if I should finish the 300 this season. I mean, I will make 2 builds on Necro. And then like 2.5 builds on the Sorc. And half of that stuff is ready. And Ice Shards I've played a good bunch already. And Ice Shards is also good at farming Paragon anyway. But yeah, maybe I should just focus on like blasting pits, since I don't actually have to farm a lot of bosses anymore. I have 24k weight crystals, 7k forgotten souls. Looks okay for most of the masterworking I have to do. Besides the Shaco, I have to get the Shaco to orange cooldown. Yeah, maybe. I mean, from here it's like 40, 50 hours of pits. 300. So that's basically, okay, I play, you know, this build 10 hours, this build 10 hours, this build 10 hours, this build 10 hours, something like that. It's just farm pit, but I don't have enough stones for that, I suppose. 1500 stones. I think I need 6000 stones to go from 0 to 300. I'm like almost halfway. So I need like another 2k stones or so. It's maybe not too bad actually. Button. Use build for Druid to level up with to work to this build. Yeah, Pulverize is probably the closest, I guess. You have a bear and overpower stuff and so on. And Pulverize is just a nice build to get started. Yo, Saura, nice to see you, man. Give me my stones. Yeah, other piece of stones for the pit. These are the keys. I need 3 per run. So I can do 500 runs right now. But you need roughly 2000 runs to get from 0 to 300. And Paragon 283 is halfway, so I'm almost halfway now. So I will need, yeah, maybe 1200 runs now. But I can only afford 550. So I need to farm like another 600 pits basically. In stones. So yeah, around 2k stones I need. But it's not too bad actually. I think like each 9 dungeon is like 20 or so. So it's like 109 dungeons maybe. Not sure how much I get exactly. I can do this in like 3 hours. 4, I don't know. Get a lot of stones in 9 dungeons. Tornado, that's good. I'll stay tuned to find out, because I already built my tornado human druid. Although I don't expect that to be better than the tornado like shape-shifting stuff. But we'll see. Maybe it's gonna be nice. Guys, any minion enjoyers in chat? Sorry, any Necro enjoyers, I mean. Minion is actually a macro scout, I think. Oh. Oh, who has it? I know Sarah does the Blood Wave stuff on next roll, and a bunch of other Necro stuff.
What's left, you ask?
Season 3 Bone Spear was more fun. Yeah, it sounds like there's actually quite a lot of jank involved with Bone Spear, right? Because you have to do like the Bone Prison stuff and whatever. So I wonder how it's gonna feel. I also played Bone Spear back in Season 1 and Season 2 a little bit. Which was pretty fun. The shotgunning and so on. Yeah, my plan is to go Blight. Have some fun. Apparently that's pretty nice for farming. I usually play a Surge for farming, but I'm gonna try to do like a full Blight action. Let's see how it goes. And then some Bone Spear, I guess, for some higher tiers. So some old school Valve Tornado builds. Yeah, Crystal Rage is back in action this season. Can definitely make that happen. Not sure what the current max soul setup is actually exactly. It might be based on shifting with Wild Heart Hunger, but maybe... I mean, technically you can combine Wild Heart Hunger with Crystal Rage these days, since it has such a long decay. It should be possible. But either way, there's definitely Crystal Rage setups you can do. Two ups again. I feel like Quacks may be boosting Hellhammer Fire Dots. Well, they should boost everything, that's the point of Quacks. Bone Spear is incredibly powerful and easy gear, but really not fun for speed farming. Let's see what I can do with it. We saw this saying Sorc is B tier at best, but some streamers calling them OP. Well, I mean, we learned after season start that there are various bugs, especially Enlightenment is giga fucked up right now. And yeah, I mean, that was obvious like 2 weeks ago though. Basically day 2. And then we just moved basically every single Sorc build that was not combustion up by a tier. That was basically the end of story, and now Lightning Spear is the best build in the game. Thanks, Nico. Cast Pens was nerfed. What? Moves the pit push but include the bugs already. Okay. Yeah, but then also Cinerats came around, I guess, and you know, I don't know. Like the glyph changes that people are doing with the non-fizz glyphs, Flame Feeder and whatnot. I think that came later now. To really like feed into the Enlightenment stuff. It's actually crazy, like everything is 91 here, just this one glyph. You actually just keep getting level ups, man. You just farm with 8% chance. It's pretty chill. How stone benurst? Press right click. Then let's go. The best way to increase your power once you get to a new torment difficulty. I mean, usually that means that you're probably higher in the pit, so you can get level glyphs. That's always free real estate. And then, you know, depends on where you are in the progression. You might start unlocking more ancestrals, or more masterworking. You can get like 8 masterworking pretty easily once you're like in torment 3, or even torment 2. You can try to masterwork at least to like 4 on a good piece. Get your uniques that you need for your build. They're usually insanely powerful. Before they would fix the enlightenment stuff. Yeah, I guess they're kind of afraid of nerfing anything.
See some steel you need?
Didn't know to struggle as Rapid Fire Rogue in Torment 4. Yes. Rapid Fire is not it right now. Dude, Rapid Fire used to be fucking OP. And now it's just like the worst build on the Rogue, man. It's crazy. Our creep, guys. It's real. Citadel is not used for anything. But you really want to farm 6,666,666 goblins for the feat of strength. That's the way. But you also need like a few other thousand people in a few years of time in order to complete that achievement. Actually, if we go up 1, there should be 60% chance, right? I just realized. And you want to run Undaunted and Human. So settle those two. Yeah, I made a video about how long it will take to do the 6,666,666 goblins achievement. And I think the conclusion was, like, the most optimal strategy, you know, with like a couple hundred to a couple thousand people feeding you, would probably be something like 2 years. If you do this like literally like 16 hours a day. Two years of content. Yeah, everyone has complained there's no endgame content in this game, man. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Necro said that winning 200 sword is still gonna be bad. Yeah, because the change they made is like trivial as fuck. That's why. And it's terrible right now, so not gonna do anything. If you wanna play minion build, I mean, it's not really a minion sword anyway. It's just some popcorn, skeleton, army of the dead weird thing, right? It's not really a minion thing. Minion build exists and it's super powerful. But this thing is just not a thing. Don't worry, give it like 3 seasons. Eventually something will happen. Seasons goes to 1200, holy. Logging in. Nice, c'est bon. Okay, that's like something I wanted to calculate earlier. Which is the adaptive stances buff. Let's take like Rock Splitter that has adaptive stances. Let's see the planner. 2.5k dex, kind of what I expected. Which is a 316 buff. So it's gonna become a 75 buff. Eight, 10. So the current damage is 574% if you have the stances. And with the new one, it's going to be 653. Wait, is that real? Yeah, that's real actually. 13.8%, so it's half a pit here. Okay. Plus a bit of dex, dex being more dodge, I guess. But I mean, whatever, I guess. You actually, most of the time, don't want dodge on Spiritborn. It's actually a downside in some cases. And for the Vital Strikes, that's 45. Let's say a scenario where we use Vital Strikes and we hit every second time, right? So let's say we have no vulnerable damage. We just have the 20% base multi and then the Vital Strikes multi. So half the time we do 1.2 times 1.4 divided by 2. And half the time we do 1 divided by 2, so plus 0.5. So our average damage is 37% extra. Running a Vital Strikes build where, for example, with Eagle, Spirit Hall, Feathers, you get a guaranteed vulnerable on every hit. You use vulnerable, you gain vulnerable, you use vulnerable, and so on. And now it's getting 1.8. 2 plus 0.8. Plus 0.5. So it's a 50% buff, also half a bit here. But the thing is that currently we don't actually run Vital Strikes. We do that stances anyway on Evade. I think Evade is the only build where Vital Strikes would maybe fit. Besides leveling builds, all the leveling builds have this for the resources. But after leveling you don't need it. Now Procy's tempo would be interesting. I already updated Quill Crushing Hand anyway to make up for the +4 buff. So how many ranks is this? 18 ranks. Let's say the push has more ranks because of starters. That's 24 ranks with orange and no GA and no GA. So that will become... Wait, is that included? It is not. Okay, so this will become 28 ranks instead of 26 ranks, basically. So 26 ranks is 250, 28 ranks is 270 damage. So it's an 8% boost. Or more if you have shittier gear. Let's say you have a 4 and a 4. This is -3, -2, so -5. So it would be like this. 10% boost. Now the good thing is that with the higher ranks you get faster cooldowns. So for example what I did is I took out a point or two from Hunter, I took out a point or two from Armored Hide, and then we distribute them a little bit. And then we more easily, for example, get follow through, which is a very weak passive, but it's a passive. And did some other like minor tweaks on the skill trees. And this actually gives you like, you know, a 6.66 buff, plus the like 8% buff. Yeah, it seems like they buffed like basically all the Spiritborn builds by around 15%, so roughly half a pit here. With the exception of all the poison builds, which got nothing. And with the exception of Varshan, which got like a ×3. So that's gonna be fun later. It ended. Wait, is it drops over? I thought it was like the entire month. Human Druid today, yes. I think I might finish this round of potions here, so this is until full hour basically, and then we have 1 hour until the patch. I think in that while before the patch I will do a bit of Twisting Blade actually. And a bit of like the Vital Strikes testing that I wanted to do. Just to see that real quick. Because maybe we don't have a build for it now, but maybe in the future there's gonna be some Vital Strikes action. So I want to at least be up to date on the mechanics. Why pit 70s? Well, actually this is 71. And the reason for that is it's a nice farming tier for me right now, and I get 60% chance to upgrade my glyph. And then Whirlwind. Hi Mika, by the way. Guys, if you want to see Whirlwind in 1 hour and 19 minutes, you go there. Local Maxwell Whirlwind enjoyer. Oh, we got 2. Okay, so the drops ended. Okay, let me remove that from the title then. I wasn't aware, I thought it goes longer. Could also play it. I don't have a Gores. I don't really have like anything set up for pure Whirlwind. I want to do Whirlwind Earthquake actually. I have that stuff ready on my Barb. I just kind of like retired my Barb for a while now. But I have the items lying around to do Minion and Whirlwind Earthquake. So that's what I wanted to do. Everyone Whirlwinds. Yeah, I've actually never played Whirlwind in this game. Besides like open beta. I like to play a full poison theme Spiritborn with Centipede main. Yeah. That's not really happening. I mean, to be honest, stuff like Stinger is like tons of fun, to be honest. I genuinely like the poison builds on Spiritborn. And I actually got a bunch of feedback for Spiritborn last night about like a bit of a wish list that I have and so on. That definitely included stuff like Devourer, Judgement Shell adjustments, a Razor Wing build that's actually cool, a Rake build that's actually cool, and so on. And some other like, you know, build improvements I could do. Open beta D4. Feels strong, man. That was a good time. But man, am I glad that the fucking clickbait YouTubers are gone these days. Most of them, let's say. Really get a cool Raven Druid build. Yeah, they tried a little bit, right? With the Lightning Ravens. I guess at some point they might make something out of that. The woven bait, woven build changed my life and saved world hunger. Solved world hunger. Yogala, thank you so much. Actually, if Kapaleka wasn't bugged right now, Quill Volley would be almost exactly the same power as all the other ST builds, minus Lightning Spear. Kinda interesting. But the Season 6 Kapaleka bug is back apparently. Yeah, double hit. No, it's not still bugged, it's bugged again. They fixed it, but then unfixed it. It looks like. Need to update the stat priorities actually on the guide as well as. Yeah, Kapaleka had a bug where the chance to hit twice didn't work for Quill. Back in Season 6. And then they fixed it at some point. But it's bugged again. A Paganus. It's splendid actually. A ton of fun on Druid so far. Yeah, I also learned that there's actually some double dipping going on the Jaguar main hall. Which is actually the main reason why this Asham build is actually so good. Like I thought they fixed all the double dipping, but apparently not. Jaguar hall still double dips on a bunch of stuff. And the Vasham build I made actually profits on a bunch of double dips by accident. Classic. Hero is missing a ×2 buff due to the bug. Well, sometimes more, sometimes less, I guess. But yeah. And first of all, you can redistribute your masterworks and your GAs to other stats on the Kapaleka. There's, for example, the maximum resource, which is not bad, at least. So you first of all lose less than a double. Also, the maximum number of chance to hit twice you can get on Kapaleka is 94.5% if I think, with a GA and triple masterwork. And then, I mean, you don't just lose those hits, but you also lose potential Jaguar Hall value and number of hits, which can be important. You also lose like a hit procs. So yeah, you probably lose more than double damage, I'd say, because less Jaguar procs, less like a hit procs or resources, less Ahu procs, because we can run Ahu, Quacks, or something in that setup. Actually, yeah, I think depends on the setup exactly. But either way. Yeah, it should be in the range of like double, triple damage. if they fix that. And well, that means like around 5 pit tiers. And Quill Volley, like a week ago or so, has done 102. So it will go at least to 107, 108, probably more fishing, because, you know, Spiritborn is like very underplayed and underpushed compared to the other classes. We're probably talking about like something like in a range of 110. So that's like basically pretty much even with the other builds then that are like the top pushers. "31 tips on human storm build. You won't believe number 27. Yeah, I never understand why it makes any kind of sense to have these weird lists like, hey, here's these 7 things you won't believe number 4. Like, why is there like a random thing in the middle of the whole list that is supposed to be unbelievable? Why is it not like the number 1 or something, right? It makes no sense, man. And then most of the time you open it and it's like, there's nothing special about this. Kind of weird. First time chatter needs moderator help, monk ass. I'm not sure if you have a mod. Mod check? I don't think there's anyone. Good luck. If you click in, they already won. Yeah, but the thing is that like, it doesn't even make any sense, right? Like, there is no number 4 that is unbelievable. That's the thing. It's just a lie. Okay, I guess that sounds like one more run here. This is not legit revolution. You don't need a whisper from a mod for that. I wonder when these fucking Discord scammers will stop again. Or if Discord is ever gonna do something about it. I don't know, man. We live in an age of AI, can't they like build something? Don't we have the technology? Get so many friend requests from the channel members asking for commission art. Yeah, dude, that is also wild, man. Like, I don't understand how all these people survive. There's all these like wannabe e-girls that do like this commission art stuff, and they just friend request random people on Discord trying to sell their stuff. Like, I don't understand. Like, how is that profitable for anyone? Like, whoever says yes to that? But there's so many of them. Like, we literally ban them like multiple per day or some shit. It's insane. And also they all behave exactly the same way. They all have like the same shit in their profiles. They all speak exactly the same way. Like, I don't know, man. Like, somewhere in the world there is like some factory that spits out these weird AI artists It's insane. Watch a real life game developer from Bethesda who was doing Oblivion, accept the Discord invite from all the art scammers. I mean, I've also done it like once or twice for fun. And then I always see these screenshots from other people as well, and then realize, like, oh, they all seem like exactly the same person to me. It's ridiculous.
What's left, you ask?
Thank you, Sheepalot, for 10 subs. Appreciate that, man. You have to scuff the alert sounds again. Alright. Let's rename. Most of these AI art scammers are just AI bots. And I guess we probably have gotten that far, but I mean, this stuff started like 2 years ago or 3 years ago. Like, AI was not that advanced. Like, these days, okay, I can kind of understand. But back then, I don't know. You know, we have like very like autonomous AIs now. But this is like a thing of like the last 12 months or something. Do.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
We should have too much rest. Okay. Get a whole 2 Paragon on my Stoneburst adventures. No and no this season, real talk. I mean, Velvet is not gonna beat Earthquake, but it's gonna be a playable build, I think. It's just a bug jar anyway. What else do we want to do on Druid? On Nado, there's Cry we can do. There's also what? We can do what? Igni what? Actually, how's that? Igni what is... Wait, how's that? $25, area 0.3. Okay. That's 83 per second. So it's 1.2 seconds to get 100. which means 1.2 seconds to get 150. So we should try this. No teleport though. Sounds yikes. They really have to make like a proper rune stash and gem stash and boss stash and elixir stash and incense stash. Please. Thank you. It's gonna like sandwich all these like leftover random Druid uniques. I have a lot of Tempest Raws. Will I ever use any of those? No. I was not gonna use a gold sale for anything. Don't think I can sell these cows. Get rid of this. Here's an insane Lightning Storm Glove. Nah, go back to Tempest Raws, that's fine. But yeah, anyone wants any of those Druid items, last chance. Also gonna go to the vendor. He's a double even. Pretty good. It's also a double. Nah, fuck it. Not gonna remasterwork this thing. Is there something more? Or why can't you do any boss? I don't know. Maybe your build sucks. What do you mean you can't do any boss? I should only use the triple GA if we need the aftermath to fix the resources. Let's go with the other one. So many pants, you can get rid of some there. Same here. I have a +4 toxic skin boot. Goodbye. Okay, did anyone say anything? No one wants Druid stuff, it seems. Okay, the season start was 2 weeks ago, Glove, by the way. And I do expect we're gonna get the free announcement probably in a week. What is the funnest build this season? So far, ice shots. Okay. Hey, Setabyte? Guess there's like some items I could use for the Necro later. This and this. Wait, can Necros use axe? Can they wear axes? I'm not sure. I can need to see how I can get started on Necro with that. Res armor. Res will. Yeah, right, I did 200 access, so one-hand access should also work, right? Okay, we can keep that. Spirit per second. He's like some stuff to get started on Necro, I suppose. Pole arm. Huge pants, actually. Can't believe I have not saw these tipbles. They're pretty decent. Things just not happening. This thing has no GA. What the hell am I doing there? There's no nerfs or fixes to any builds in this patch. Everything is just strictly a buff. Now, how much of a buff, we can argue. I have 1 point to spend here for some reason. What do we do? Oh yeah, because I took this out. Too much rest. I think I'm supposed to run the Zek rune, right? No, we don't. We do this. Okay, okay. We don't do that. We don't do this. We don't get Fortify here. We're not really gonna get a lot of barrier like we did. Definitely gonna be way squishier, I think, on this build. Wait, Incinerate doesn't work, but I can do that. Can do that. Control duration bonus. What did I do? Did I actually do Outlaw? Maybe. Don't know if anything else. Don't think I get any Fortify here. Not sure if I'm gonna have any Fortify at all. 12% damage reduction while fortified. I mean, you have this here, I guess, and this here, so maybe. Depending on cooldowns. I think this would be a swap to armor angle. Ah, space. So much space. How many caches do I have lying around? Can open some on the Necro to go a bit further. Let's do that while we're at it. Yeah, the build has been cooked already. I'm just waiting for the patch now. Should I make Spiritborn build or Barb instead of Sorc? Ah, Spiritborn is really fun right now. Jones. Give me 47. Holy lettuce wall.
Come back if you need work. Father bless. What do you need? Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
The best build that's not a Sorc is Left Side Rogue. Okay, so you need a Starless, Perdition, and Shroud. Yeah, we're gonna test Unyielding on Rashan and Spiritborn. That's kind of like the main thing for this patch. Not sure where that helm is now. Here, probably. Spiritborn gets unyielding hits for the Rashan power. And maybe for all dots. Because, for example, Andario Spiritborn can't benefit from unyielding hits right now either. So maybe they just fixed it. But I don't have an Andarios to test it. So someone else needs to confirm that. I think I forgot to skulls on the Druid. I have to remember to like unsocket stuff.
Good place for us to regroup.
You lose a little mass to dust.
That's a new patch. It's mostly not there yet. So we'll see. How's the rest? Okay, perfect. 5 Paragon. Yeah, if you had one more Grand Diamond and a weapon, this would be 59. Close. So I think we had Tam, Quax. And the other one was like Neo Full. What if we do Neo? Save.
Use the alembic, the crucible, whatever you like.
Greetings.
A better way to proc these. So Crypt told me to try the wolves, and I tried it briefly on the Spiritborn, and it looks like that's actually better than the full rune. Because I get more procs. And on the Spiritborn I have more hits per second than on the Rogue. Which means that on the Rogue the wolves should contribute more. Plus they give us the freezes that the full rune does normally. It just doesn't give us the 15% damage amp that the full rune does. And that's about it. And apparently the wolves also cleave, which means they could probably cleave into the Umbra Crux totem. So you could potentially get a lot of extra hits here if you get enough wolves out. Now one way would be to go with the Shadow Clone instead of the Death Trap. And then go with Nagu, and then it kind of just keeps ramping more and more wolves over the run. So by the time we enter the boss room, we just have like 6 to 12 wolves out at any moment. But I don't think that's really realistic. Because we need some pull. So I need to go either Cry or Death Trap to pull enemies, else we're just not going to clear very fast. All this crit damage here. You have like the perfect masterworks on both, but crit damage on both, which is useless. So this character is missing like 10% DPS roughly from the additive stats. Then we have core ranks that are useless, core ranks that are useless, crit that is useless, crit that is useless. Life that is useless. I wonder if I should go Torask. Nah, but you already have it, attack speed cap anyway. Let me just check this. 90. Yeah, this attack speed and the life roll are actually both useless here. If you had like a tiny bit more attack speed here, then this attack speed would be useless. So yeah, overall this character is missing something in the range of like plus 50% DPS, I would say at least. From various optimizations. And my glyphs are 99, 89, 88, 88, 88. Okay. Plus a little bit of additive on the paragons. Plus 5% here. See the non-staggered damage numbers a little bit. And stagger's taking for like 400 bill. Okay, we have the Quacks box as well, so keep that in mind. Let's get rid of the stickers a little bit here so that it takes longer. Okay, 60 and then like 90, 100 with Quacks proc. Not 20. You have a lot of dogs out actually. 2, 4, 6, 8. I think you have 10. Wait, how? 2, 4, 6. Should be 8. The last 8 make it 2 per 2 seconds. I think it's kind of nice. So by the way, with 50 billion ticks, we kill T4 Belial in 1 second. Get full before, right? Let's try full. $572. You can see like around up to 50 and then around 90, 100 of the Quacks. Definitely seen better of the wolves. By a little bit though. Now one thing that would be interesting is what about Beastmaster? We don't even have the full bonus. But let's see if we notice that. Shadow Clone didn't work at all. I first invested into full Shadow Clone and tried to boost the Shadow Clone stuff, but the Shadow Clone just doesn't proc the powers. But the fucking wolves do, which is interesting. Tick seem lower though. Definitely. Are the wolves attacking the totem, I wonder? Or cleaving the totem? What if I stop attacking now? I still see the pops going off. And, well... it looks like they are cleaving the totem. $20 million ticks. That's like nothing. Okay, let's see when I have all the buffs up. And then stop attacking. And I think it's a Twisting Blades debuff will disappear very fast, so you have to discount that. That's like a ×3. They can see what the wolves do on their own a little bit. And they clearly apply the buff. Let's watch one of them. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it seems they attack like once a second or something, roughly. So 8 wolves, you get like 8 hits per second. Not that crazy actually, but somehow it works out, it seems. get a free JA Shaco, no cooldown. Oof. And Flurry Grenade Unique Ring back proc more. Grenade Unique Ring only procs 4 grenades, roughly every second hit. And Flurry doesn't have like a double hit temper, it has a double damage temper, so it does 4 per cast, which you do like, let's say, 2.5 times per second. It's like 10 hits per second. Plus 7 grenades. And you give up a ring for nothing. That's 17. Twisted Blades does 24 hits per second. And gives you a triple damage taken on the enemy from the 8% ramp. Like, Twisted Blades can't be beaten for this, I think. It has good amount of like a good amount of number of hits, and it has a triple damage amp roughly. We attack 6 times per second. It lasts 3 seconds. I guess times 2.5. That's still. Yeah, number of hits counts. You don't need lucky hits, you just need number of hits. And generic damage multi. And at attack speed cap we have 6 attacks per second with Twisting Blade. It's like the fastest skill, I think. I'm gonna try and run with the wolves here. Last time I did the full rune, I wanna see how it feels. This is like a suggestion I got from Crip. He said try the wolves. And I said, what the fuck? I tried Shadow Clone didn't work. But apparently the wolves do work. Which is kinda funny. Game always disconnects. I didn't have any problem. How the Vasham power works? Yes. Use a Curse Touch. That makes everything always vulnerable. Use Flesh Reaper that triggers on every hit against the vulnerable enemy, but would otherwise remove the vulnerable, which is prevented by a Curse Touch. And then use Vasham Modifier, which triggers every time your main power triggers, which is on every single hit. Yeah, I just removed the Frost Nova rune and we added the wolves. So that's what we're changing. So we lost 15% damage amp, we still have freezes. And we just hope that the wolves do more than 15%. Which, I mean, they might, but not really that much. We have 8 wolves at all moments, which is okay. But yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna do like 100. 100 is kind of chill. That's how I crashed the pizza with Twisting Blades. Nova's wolves and Sorc. They do the wolves trigger like a Frost Nova enchant? Or what? But that would really matter, I guess. Yeah, the rogue is definitely a bit laggier than the Quill. I guess it has to do with the Umbercrux totem. Because I think it's less hits per second than the Quill. You also don't have Scourge and these kind of things. Chuck or Ton. Well, the Meteor rune is just bugged. It doesn't really do what it says, which is, you know, many meteors. I tried that. It gives you like 2 meteors instead of like 5 or 10 when I expected more. What is it, Chuck? Is it lightning bolts? Maybe I haven't tried that one. Yeah, Hana is very chill. Wait a minute, do I have poison stuff? I don't think I have poisons right now. Looks like I have the wrong grenade. I do have the wrong grenade and no poisons. Oopsie. Let's redo this. This is only 2 minutes. The reasons we have dash is because I was trying some pushing stuff, some farming stuff. Okay, so we do this. You're doing a huge pull in mid desert. Big mistake. You're not supposed to do a huge pull to the Vashan stuff because you lag. And you don't need huge pulls. You know, since Vashan builds suffer so much from no single target, you just need like 5 to 10 guys in a pull and you're fine. There's no point to make large pulls. You just lag. That's it. You know, since everything is focused on single target damage on Vashan build, you know, like your damage multiplies so much in AoE, it doesn't matter. 5 guys is more than enough to just insta-kill everything. Okay, that seems much better actually with a poison grenade. A very small level. Very smooth here. Means the wolves randomly freeze them and stuff, so unless I get the unstoppable too early. But I guess it's not too bad. Later on we're gonna get unstoppable anyway in most fights. Go like another 5 tiers or more higher. Okay, 4.5 spawn. And we have an ad boss, so it should be kinda nice. Yeah, it sounds like a 3-minute kill, or 2 minutes maybe. Don't have much stagger now. Oh, that if actually hurts. Should use my entire barrier. I wonder if I was CC'd in any way in that moment. Yeah, look how much damage I do with the ads. Actually kinda nuts. Okay, it's also a fast kill. Even 100 bosses melt in 2 seconds. Yeah, I wanna see that.
What's still got some good in it?
I think we actually got a perfect accurate touch earlier. Huge. Hello, Max. No cars in YouTube chat, there can't be any links for some reason. So you have to link that elsewhere, like the Discord or something. Grenades don't work. Yeah, technically they should work. It's just that you don't spawn enough of them. Like, the most grenades I could spawn is probably through Saboteur Signet. But then I have a ring that does nothing. That gives me, on average, less than 2 hits per attack. So it's kind of a bad trade. The rune. Yeah, that's one grenade to get. Someone said the other rune here for... here's ton. Yes, this is one grenade, 425. So this is one... It also has 1 second cooldown, by the way. So... Okay, like, I mean, technically I could get 6 grenades every second. When I do this with ton, but then I give up quacks. It's not enough. This strategy is like not working. You get like maybe 2 meteors. Earthquake. It's only 1 per second though. It's not gonna be enough. It's also a cooldown. Yeah, all these cooldowns just kill all these runes, I'd say. I think I don't want to do more on the rogue. I just want to kind of see this in action once, and it seems kind of nice with the companions. Since like we get more hits from the wolves and they can proc it. And they can also sometimes cleave the totem. On the dummy, it definitely seemed better, and the 100 run was very chill. So I think I'm gonna do that. I've done most of the Twisting Blades testing already the other day, so we don't have to do more right now. I'm just gonna add that. This was a suggestion by Crip, and I'm going with it actually. Neo C instead of Neo Full. So we still get that Fissure Finesse and all that. We lose the 15 damage amp and we gain wolves. It seems like they are worth a little bit more than 15%. But not much. Everything else is fine.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
Okay, let's go on the Spiritborn, since the patch is about to hit anyway. Try Chuck. Which one is that again? The lightning bolts. Actually, how many do we get? So Neo Chuck, so it should be 10 lightning bolts every 2 seconds. But if you had 8 wolves, you get 8 hits per second and they can cleave. So these lightning bolts need to hit multiple targets. There's one build that shines a little bit in this patch, which is pure whirlwind. Nothing else is new. Wait a minute. Is it hit 10? Okay, let's try to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Maybe 9. It seems to work. Yeah, it looks like 10. Let's try this again. So I'm gonna say now spread out a little bit more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it looks like 10. But I mean, is 10 hits every 2 seconds good enough? It's not. Certainly not on a Spiritborn. I do like 100, 110, 120 hits per second. And they probably don't even count for the Jaguar Hall, if I had to guess. We have Jaguar Hall. There's no Jaguar Hall procs here. Where is there? Yeah, the small numbers are right here. Jaguar Hall is most of the damage anyway. Yeah, forget it. Never looks like 10. No, it's just like close enough to assume it is actually 10. Because this could be 1, and then I don't know, like here could be 1, and I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to measure exactly. The main thing I want to see is, does it work like the meteorite rune, which is just straight up not working correctly. In fact, this one is working correctly. No, it's not good. Well, I should actually just master that thing, huh? Since we have it now. But I think I have too much attack speed already. 85 if I didn't do anything. But I can try to hit a lucky hit. Which we have no lucky hits here. We don't need a crit for anything. So yeah, we basically just need to hit 1 lucky hit and go to 12, and we're already better off. In fact, we don't even need to go to 12 to be better off. 1 lucky hit, and 8 is actually better. Okay. So if we're here on rest right now, which does make sense, I guess, because 15 armor is not a very high value. 15k. How do you get all that rest? 21. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you, Paper Fran. I'm not sure if I should actually go for this stuff. Can save a few points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Need 5 for this. 6. Okay, we're 12 away. Vincent's 14 away. Is there no other res node? Oh, interesting. Wait a minute.
Kettle's hot. What do you need?
You can get exactly those 3 res. You can get either the middle and the outer, or the 3 middle res. So here, fire, cold, shadow. Plus 15, but it doesn't have armor. But it would cap all the resistances and give us plus 4. Instead of only plus 2, like this one. But you lose out on 150 armor. So I think that's gonna be a struggle. But if I get 2 armor crits instead of 1 on my neck when I remaster Rocket, that could be it. Yeah, we are logging in on the Spiritborn right now. To check this out. Tom Quacks. No, wait, not Tom. Ahu Quacks. This guy is gonna die. I think I'm gonna be so squishy. 15k. What's my attack speed? You have 85. Actually, I could just not run Advantage Elixir. I could run Health Elixir. I should do it. You can get that attack speed.
That there is worth the coin.
Fuck. 88. Okay, how much attack speed do we not have here? That's a lot. This is like 10% by itself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And here's another one. Maybe a fine with a bit less lucky hits. Steam can keep a schedule and Blizzard can't. I think it's because Blizzard presses the button themselves and Steam is pre-scheduled. Probably. What? Ah, 28.5 is missing. Yeah, we have too much attack speed now. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can run Fortitude Pot. You have a bunch of lucky hits. But it might be fine. Spirit works for boss. Yeah, it kills T4 Belial in roughly half a second. I guess. Need to masterwork and GA armor on the neck, and then like 1 or 2 armor rolls. Bulky, and I should probably do it for the most part. Unyielding does not go in the chest. This is an offensive aspect. It goes on the neck instead of Vehement Brawler. This build. I just explained the changes to the Vasham build. They also explained here, by the way. Since like 5 days ago. I'm gonna get a drink. Okay guys, the moment of truth. Yeah, by the way. Always have to watch out for the dog here. Hunt down Belial. Okay. Do you have to do that or no? Because you have to change the file name for the game to load. I know, I just loaded through the launcher, everything is fine for me. Alright, we are doing this. Need armor incense.
Kettle's hot. What do you need? There's a fine.
We are doing this. And we are doing this. We have 2.7k armor currently. So once we remaster this to 1 crit, we are pretty close. We want 3,333. With the neck. Usually it's 5k, but here we have it on the neck. So I need to press my rotation and not press Armored Hide, because when I press Armored Hide, it will activate the Gorilla skill, which means we activate unyielding hits. So we're gonna try this, not pressing Armored Hide. There's not really a reason to anyway, pretty much. Are we missing out on anything if we don't do this? No, we don't have redirected force. In fact, I just realized this entire build, we don't actually need Armored Hide for anything. Besides, yeah, unyielding hits works. But before that, we didn't really need it. Which is kind of interesting. Okay. Damage numbers. Let's remove quacks, so we have a bit more consistency. Epoch is fine. Let's just remove all of the runes, I guess. Let's just do this and... I don't know, who cares? Jar. So let's go. So we wait until the staggers are gone. Ah shit, we have way too much numbers. How much crit do I have? Okay, we can fix that. Do this. So now we see normal numbers only. We only see Jaguar Hall as the big numbers, and the ticks as the transparent one in the middle. So we're pressing everything but the Armored Hide right now. Let us ramp a little bit. We're doing 100 million. Seems surprisingly little. These numbers seem very low. Anyway, let's see what happens when I press Armored Hide. 30, 40. Okay, I'm pressing it. Let's go. And it goes up. Okay, 360, 370. Yeah, I think that's obvious. So unyielding hits works. I need someone to verify if Andarius works with unyielding hits. Because that used not to work. You didn't used to work. Yeah, this is obvious. Armored Hide, it works. Okay. But it kind of feels like the numbers are lower, unless I missed something up. Am I missing something? Did it nerf it? Do who quacks. We do the wolves. Unyielding. So we don't have the right armor value yet. Let's try a little bit. So last time I did this on a dummy, I was doing probably in the range of like 1 trillion or 2 trillion DPS. We got like around 6-7 Jaguar procs per second, each for like 100 to 200 billion. And the ticks were going for like 50 billion, which are now going for 1 billion. I think they changed the Warhammer, guys. I think it's not working anymore, by the way. I think if I go into a pit 100, I will not be able to kill anything. Yeah, no way. This is no damage. They nerfed it. How does a snapshot trick work? That depends on which build you're talking about. Lucian is still disabled. Oh my god, really? Maybe try 333 armor. It's fine, you know, like what we would have to do here is I just have to like remaster work this to some armor and I would hit it. So this is okay. The bigger problem I have is I don't think it actually works anymore. Or like, I mean, it seems to work, but it takes for like 2% of the damage it used to do. So it seems like they nerfed it. I'm gonna open a I mean, okay, I would expect my character would easy peasy do 105 now. So let's go down 20 tiers. Which is a 139 multiplier. So if I do like 0.7% of my previous damage, I can do this. Let's see what happens. We also need to change our instance here to the res one. They added ravens to main cities. Interesting. But why they're not like everywhere, you know, flying around with us? Yeah, okay guys, this is Ogre. It's Ogre. I'm gonna try the Rogue real quick, since we literally just did the 100 in like 6 minutes or something on the Rogue. Now another thing we could test is if they actually fix the Kekedeke. That would be nice. Actually, we can get the normal numbers, I guess. Yeah, okay, Bashan, Spiritborn is, it's over, guys. We had a Cursed Touch, we had Flash Reaper, we have Bashan, this is over. Doesn't exist anymore.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
Follow the stars.
Here you are.
It was a good season. I mean, Spiritborn still has plenty of decent builds. Quill is not far off. And, you know, plenty of really good T4 builds. And, you know, Paragon farming builds and so on. I had a ton of fun on Spiritborn anyway. And honestly, I prefer the normal builds over this in terms of feel. But this was powerful, at least. I guess the Spiritborns are longing for some power. Alright. Let's try to roll quick and see if there's anything left. Now, I do wonder if the Sorcs have infinite damage though with the Shocking Impact. Need someone to try that. $250 Ash for 6k rep. That's actually really good. So that's just like 3k for one turn in? Okay, I can do like 35 turn-ins. Sounds not bad. Okay, let's do this. 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 Tam. Quacks. What was that? Save. Neo. Emeralds. Okay, literally the same set of viewers just running. Paid 100 in 6 minutes. I'm gonna go into an 80, 20 tiers lower. Yeah, it's Ogre, guys. Machan is gone. Thatch. This would instantly evaporate, yeah. Alright, any other cool stealth changes, ladies and gentlemen? Apparently ravens are a thing now. What now, Quill? Yeah, Spiritborn best build is Quill again. Rogue did not get nerfed. This was only the second best build on Rogue. So the best build is still there. Scrolls don't stack? What? I have mine stacked. What do you mean? Is it Raven and Cat Badu? Yeah, here also Raven. Cool. But then you put the Ravens here, right? I wonder if the Ravens are here now. What if we go out there? Is there a Raven? The Oath Scroll for a new vendor. Ah. Okay. Wait, you have to like buy a scroll and then use the scroll, or what? So if you buy like 10 of them for your alt, yeah. I mean, okay, there's no reason to like not instantly consume it, right? You just buy it when you want it. Seems like there's no Raven here. In the actual Whisper zones. Mother's Blessing is active. Oh shit. 35% XP to boost and 50% gold. Okay, so you can farm Paragon 10% faster. That actually saves me like 5 hours to 300. If I do it this week. What is this? Yeah, Vashan builds are gone, guys. They do not exist anymore. Wait, I saw an icon here, but now I don't. What was that icon? Okay, so maybe this is like for like, you know, mid-season event or something, right? Yeah, my Shambot is gone. Actually, let me just do that really quick. I'm just gonna go in the core volley guide and just delete the variant. It's Ogre, so. But, okay, but they did make unyielding hits work with our charm power. Now, isn't that nice, guys? Amazing. Good allocation of development time, actually. How's the patch so far? Well, a nice little extra from the Ravens. A mildly expected nerf to Vashan, but they didn't say anything about it, so I didn't expect it to happen in this patch. I thought it would be a few days at least. Okay, let me just do that real quick. What else? Let's try the Spectral Ash Cache. Actually, we should try it on the Necro, so maybe I'll wait until my Necro is good to go. It's 14,000 Ash to go from 0 to Spark. Huh, that's actually quite little, to be honest. I could do it 15 times or something. Or, I don't know, 13 times at least. Okay, guys, behind the scenes. Well, that was easy. Build updated. $250. A small amount of Invader's Oath reputation. I don't have any right now. Okay. Why is the bar full? Okay, 1644. 6,000. 6,000 is not small. 6,000 is pretty good. So it's 12 scrolls. It's 3,000 ash for one turn in. And apparently it's 15k ash for a 0-2 spark. 0-2 spark for 15k is kind of nice. You also get a lot of other stuff on the way. Raging over something being fixed that literally was lagging the servers is silly. Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't really like rage. I mean, I think it was relatively clear from the start that there's a high chance Blizzard is going to do something about it. Like, the Vasham builds were not technically any exploit, they were not a bug. Actually, everything was working as intended. But it's just that it was laggy, and something like that should just not remain. So I think it's fine for them to fix it now. It's just, maybe they should have said something, you know, even though we did expect a fix. They should have said something, at least. I guess people are mostly upset because it's like a stealth change, right? Did they fix the world boss crashing? Well, they'll fix that when they nerf Lightning Spear, Death Trap, and Earthquake Bombs into the ground next season. Gonna test some Druid now. I suppose we do, actually. Are you ready for the human Druid? Oh, we have to get all the stuff. Test Kekeleke. We can try Kekeleke real quick. I don't think they fixed Kekeleke. I mean, we reported this like a few days ago, so I would be surprised if there was a fix for it. But maybe we get lucky. Like, I only learned about this like a few days ago, that is bugged. Should we actually have to go to town here somewhere? Being legendary for annealing is better than Kekeleke on Quill? No, I don't think so.
I have many fine pieces, rare and
Spiritborn is not kinda dead now. They just lost their strongest build that they had for like 5 days. It popped up and it disappeared, that's it. Spiritborn is still where it was right before that. Which is pretty solid. I should actually mute my Kekeleke, man. Cook up some of that protector for Spiritborn. How about no? Okay, let's see it. Nice. Just Blizzard things, dude. Okay. Crushing Hand was not changed in it. Actually, Crushing Hand was buffed. A lot of Spiritborn stuff actually was buffed, guys. The only stuff that was not buffed was the poison builds. Okay, so Calculator is not fixed, fortunately. So they brought back the old Season 6 bug at the start of this season, which is chance for core skills to hit twice. Does not function for Quill. And that's not still. So it's a bit unfortunate, considering I have a GA and a double masterwork on it. But that's what it is. Okay. I guess it's, oops. It's time for some Druid. What do you guys say? You have a triple masterwork on your cap. I mean, I would keep it. Maybe they're gonna patch it. Thank you, by the way. Shade time. Fuck. Here. We have too much armor, dude. Wait, what happened here? My wrists. Oh. Also, this is the wrong one.
Fashion this into something exquisite. I can cure what ails you. A potent quantity indeed.
They buffed Spiritborn, but they deleted the Vasham build. That's the TLDR. Okay. What about my glyphs? Ding, 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 ding. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. 25k alive with pot. It's not that impressive. We do have two 15% DR. Dude, it's actually crazy. They buffed all these glyphs to 15 DR. It used to be 10, 10. Like, I think this used to have no DR at all. It's now 12. Here's now 20 DR. Also, there's a typo. There's 2 spaces before the 20. Wait, was it always 5% damage? Okay, anyway. I don't know, let's just try like a chill 65 and see what happens or something. 173 crits. So we need like 11.5, 12 crits per second. Well, 35 against bosses, so against bosses it's easy peasy. The number is 5 times higher in AoE. So as long as you fight like 5 targets, it should be very easy. Even 3 targets should be very easy. We have nearly 100 crit, right? 70, 84, 92. Oh, we have like 99.5 or something. Kick. Alright. Attack speed is a bit low. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Let's start on a 60. It's a bit above T4, so that should be easy peasy. Let's just see what happens. Spiritborn is buffed and Varshan build deleted. That's what happened. Do. Okay. I'm gonna turn on the Overpower number so I can see a little bit. Wait, why are these guys... Wait, was this my Wild Bolt aspect? Pull them in from like off screen? What the fuck? I didn't expect that. It seems like we easily reset our characters, and I wonder how it's gonna be on the boss though. Okay, my overpowers are somewhat small though. And I am a bit concerned about my characters and uptime on boss. So we'll see. Underpowered, overpowers. How much barrier did I have when that thing exploded? Need to check that. Roughly at 13 minutes left. Because it went through my barrier. Did the evade Spiritborn get buffed? Everything on Spiritborn got buffed, besides poison builds. And Varshan build doesn't exist anymore. But the buffs are not that large, they're like 15% roughly. Even in AoE combat I just didn't have my characters in reset properly. Dude, this is what I mean with all power, man. Needs to fix. It's like nothing, nothing, nothing. Bloop. Dead. Oh man. 4% chance to upgrade. Let's just do that, I guess. Try something with Nature's Fury. Yeah, it could be interesting as well. Uninstalled. Yeah, Vashampa was not in patch notes, but I mean, I'm not sure if you were looking for other Vasham builds, but I clearly stated that this is likely going to get patched. Pretty sure Macro also clearly stated that this is likely to get patched. I even had it written in the guide and in the planner that it's likely to get patched. So, okay, that's what it is. Even if it was an intended, non-bugged mechanic, it was likely to get patched. This is just what it is. It's in the patch notes now. Let's see them. I don't see anything in the patch notes. What does it say? Flash, flash. Reduce the frequency at which the main power will activate in extreme situations. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there you go. So I 65. The nerf twisting blades rogue already? Yeah, the build that I posted about a few days ago is also gone. That's based on the Vashan power. Dude, just relying on Xan Rune that I get like roughly every 3 seconds for like a third of a second to work my overpowers. It is a bit scuffed, man. Like, you know, my normal damage is just not enough to kill anything. It's only the overpowers. And I haven't even built it. I don't even have Dominate Glyph and stuff. I haven't even built into overpowers. Like, I don't have that much life. I have 24k life. You know? There's 2 builds with like double of that. It's crazy. Look at this. There's like nothing, 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 and then boop, boop, everything dies. Holy shit, man. Dude, I tried. Guys, just play Werewolf. You see? Don't need exam procs. I updated the Quill Volley Spiritborn guide. It took me around 7 seconds to do that, actually. Actually, I did sit there last night for like an hour and updated Crushing Hand and Quill Volley. Like, real update before the patch. But the update today was only 7 seconds. I did a reworked pit pushing variant for Crushing Hand if you're after that. And did some tweaks on skill trees because of the Prodigy's tempo buffs on both Quill and Crushing Hand. Mostly just moving a few points around, but we get more points from Prodigy's tempo now, which makes the cooldowns work better, and you can actually redistribute a few things. Dude, next season start I'm gonna do a Spiritborn again, I think. It's gonna be so much fun to level a Spiritborn as the first character with the stuff that we have. I'm not really sure if I actually have my buffs active all the time. Like, I do have Mighty Storm aspect, but I can't really tell. Like, the thing is, I can't tell when my Earth might procs because I have always 100 resources for the Mjolnir. Like, I have no idea when my fucking buff procs, or if it procs. I just realized. Because usually you see a resource going down and then goes back to full, and then goes down and then goes back to full. And this is how Earth Might works. But this is not how Cataclysm works. So I have literally no idea if I have any uptime. And I don't see anything on my bar. Is that it? Attacks are guaranteed. Yeah, there it is. I mean, you already have 100% crit chance anyway, so you don't need that. Just want to see how often it resets. Okay, if I can give my quick TLDR on Human Tornado Druid, at least the version that I cooked here. Shite. Not sure what I expected. Is season dead? Nope. Oh, Diablo, thank you, man. Speaking of target is actually okay, it's just the clear is kind of bad. The bosses die just fine. What is left to cook for Spiritborn? Yeah, not much cooking right now. Most of the builds are still relatively similar to back, like, you know, going back to season 6. But there is some nice new attacks that we have this season. Especially thanks to the rune changes. But I mean, I've done all of that before season start already, and I've only done like some tweaks. But I did update the Quill push and the Crushing Hand push variants quite significantly since season launch. This version of Druid is up on max roll. No, there's a better version. Let's do in a few more rounds, I don't know. Someone says Lucian is not back. I don't have confirmation on Andariel Spiritborn. If anyone has a Spiritborn and an Andariel's, I would like to know if undealing hits works for Andariel's. And I mean real damage numbers. I don't mean the tooltip, because the tooltip is fake. So I need to hit a dummy with like 5k armor. Actually 2.5k is fine if you put it on two-handed weapon. 2.5k armor is easy to get with instances and stuff. And then, you know, activate Armored Hide. And the damage should roughly quadruple. If anyone can test that, I would be glad to hear the results. Lucian is still blocklisted. GG, man. And I was going to log in on Double Swing today. I guess not. Yeah, it's 14,750. I'd say like 15k. 15k Ash for 0 to Spark. That's a lot of Sparks for a lot of people, I guess. Like, there's gonna be some people that have like a million fucking Ash that's gonna like turbo craft mythics now non-stop with duped runes. Like, it's actually gonna be in the wild, man. We're gonna see so many people running around with like 2-3 GA mythics now. Like, you know, the big blasters on softcore. Like, if you have like 1.5 million, I mean, okay, every time you have to level a new character for the Spark, but, you know, you can boost each other, it's like 10 minutes, you can do like 5 characters per hour. Okay, if you have 1.5 million Ash, that's 100 characters, right? Yes. You do 100 characters, so it actually takes you 20 hours of getting boosted if you're like super efficient to do this. If you have 1.5 million Ash, good luck, man. But there's a lot of Sparks, so Actually, wait a minute. Can you get sparks faster? Just turbo farming Belial? Probably not, right? I guess Spectre Ash and boosting is the faster way if you have the Ash. Like, you're not gonna get a mythic every 10-15 minutes on Belial farm. Actually, it might be close. Like, okay, how many Belials is it? Like 50 Belials per mythic? I guess, or something like that? 50 Belials is doable in like 15 minutes now. Oh, wait a minute. Do you have to be level 60 to turn in the Ash? You don't have to be level 60, right? You can do it on the lower character. You can just make fresh characters, do the first quest, and that's it, right? Yeah, you can do it level 1. Ah, shit, okay, there's no boost. Okay, then it's definitely faster. If you have the Ash, it's definitely faster. It's like 5 minutes or something to do the first quest. So 5 minutes per spark if you have infinite Ash. So you can do 6 crafts without salvaging per hour. Let's say. Or let's say 5, but it's probably a bit of town time. So 10 sparks per hour. That's 5 crafts. If you salvage all 5, you get 5 sparks back. So it crafts another 2. If you salvage those, you get 2 sparks back. You have 3. You salvage 1. You have 2. Yeah, so you can do like... Wait, was it 5? 2, 1, 1. Okay, so it's 9, almost 10 target crafts per hour, I guess. You can do now. For people that have infinite ashes. At least for some hours. I know Mikuna is looking for that 2GA status. He's gonna get it now. If he has like a 2 million ash or some shit. You just buy like a stack of 500 runes and start blasting. And the Spiritborn build is dead. Varshan build. But most of the other Spiritborn builds are buffed. Okay, this is a 6-minute run on a 65, by the way. Fuck. This is actually... I don't think I'm gonna stick to this build very much, guys. Do I want to change anything? I guess I can try stuff like Nature's Fury or some shit, but... I don't know, man. I don't even have core skill ranks on my glove. Guess you can try something for the rules. See how it is. Yeah, Quill is very good. Did they kill the Vashamble because they can't handle Netcode as a AAA company? Lol. Dude, I have to say, it's a fucking miracle these builds worked in the first place. What do you mean, man? There's literally like 50,000 damage calculations per second going on. And the game is not crashing. It's a fucking miracle. It's insane.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Okay, let's do this, yeah. And Crushing Hand is a bit closer to Quill because of the Kicker Like a Buck, but I mean, Quill is clearly ahead by 10 tiers, I would say. Like, Quill does like in the range of like 100, I think it has done 102 lately or something, before the Marsham build came around. So you're probably gonna see maybe something like up to 105 from a Spiritborn later with Quill, and I would expect Crushing Hand to be yeah, somewhere like the 90-95 range. Where does I put Spiritborn? I mean, Quill Volley is almost scratching S tier by our standards, but it's gonna remain in A, I think. Okay, can I do something with this? I can take this out. This only works on casts, right? Yes. Yeah, it feels like I don't really want to remove the Pensive Posture, but I kind of have to. And then we do Terror modes. Immobilized or stunned. When immobilized or stunned, you gain a Terror mode. Am I stunning? No. It's guaranteed crit to 4% crit damage. I'm not sure if I am immobilizing, if anything. I need 1 point for this. Can take this out, I guess. Let's do this. Actually, we can take out some points here. This is probably fine, and then I can keep this here. So we have to the R. And we keep that. So this is probably okay. Okay, we're gonna try a few rounds with Nature's Fury just to see if we notice like any real difference. It would definitely proc our helm easier. Do we have like a buff icon for this helm, by the way? I don't even know what it looks like. Like, what is even the Anima of the Forest buff? Let me check the training dummy. What's the dog doing? He's chilling. Stoneburst is staying in B. Nothing happened on Druid, I think, pretty much. Take out Mighty Storm. No! Any good Spiritborn builds after patch? Yeah, whatever was good on Spiritborn is still good. So Quill, Crush, Evade. They're like pretty good candidates in general. Toxic Skin as well, I guess. Is this... okay, here's Anima. This is this buff. It looks like Nature's Fury buff, actually. Actually, it's a reverse. This is brown, blue. Brown, blue. Okay, it's actually almost the same, but the icon is a bit different. So the question is, does Anima actually stack up while it's active? Oh no. Wait. It does not. Oh no, is this like Enlightenment? Oh no. This is like fucking Enlightenment, man. Wait, you have to stack it every time from 0. Oh my god, dude. Yes, smile. Okay, I think I'm actually logging out, yeah. What the fuck, dude? I mean, how long does it take on a boss, let's say? It does ramp pretty fast at least, and you don't have to do anything for it, but... why, man? Why, dude? Hardly anyone plays Spiritborn. Yeah, I don't know why, man. I had a blast on Spiritborn so far. Okay, So I just switched to Nature's Fury. And we have 1 and 1, and then this and this. It's kind of scuffed either way. Do I want to do any other adjustments for like Nature's Fury shenanigans? I mean, now that we do have Nature's Fury, wait a minute, we can actually change Wild Bolt aspect to Symbiotic. So that's nice. So we have at least Giga Earthen Bulwark casts. And if Giga Earthen Bulwark casts, I could actually change my pants to be Tybalt's. Yeah, probably all makes a bit more sense, right? It only lasts 3 seconds. But you should be able to kind of trigger that all the time, right? It's 40% chance. Is the dog talking to the mic? You might be able to hear him. I don't know if Unending Hits works with Anarios. Maybe I missed it if someone tested it. Stinger got nothing in this patch. I'm gonna try Tybalt's. I mean, we don't need the armor here. It's just hurricane size. Who cares? So I think he had Tybalt's from the other Druid build, right? Yeah.
Fashion this into something exquisite. Beware the envious, my friend.
We have 5 res overcapped. This is with the res thing. We need a skull. $6.9. How's this looking? Resistance. Armor. Fuck. Okay, I'm missing 25 armor. And the rest would actually come from an Ancestral Ring. Plus 1 point here. Okay. The armor, I'm not sure where I would get 16 armor. Seems like there's no small node left. So I guess bigger diamonds. I guess good diamonds in the gear. Instead of willpower gems, but it's kind of scuffed. Or just accept you're missing like 30 armor, I guess that's okay. So let's see if we can like do a perma Earth Bulwark here. And if that is like better, let's do 65 again. Xol, Xan, Igni, what? Let's go. Okay, my cooldown reset is way slower than I expected. What? Okay, maybe it was just unlucky at the start. Okay, we can kind of keep out the bulwark actually. Nice. Just not really sure if this is like better than before. I feel like at this point, when you go Nature's Fury, it's probably not worth to go for the Earth and Light thing. We just accepted our tornadoes are weaker. We can put like some other aspect that actually gives us just like raw damage for everything. You know, a little bit for a tornado, not the same like 70% multi as Earth and Light, but something. I mean, there's many OP and tornado, the Druid aspects, I guess. It seems better though. Nature's Fury definitely feels better. This one seems better. Perfect Storm and Petition is always an option. Oof. How far off is that actually from like running Tempest Aura? I mean, they power crap Paragon stuff so much. I guess that's not even close. Like even like the Werewolf Paragons are like a damage multi now and stuff. This is crazy, look at this, I do 0 damage, and then the overpower happens, poof, dead. Holy fuck, man, I hope they're gonna remove that overpower meta at some point, this is ridiculous. Like, you can actually feel it so hard on a build like this, because I do nothing without Exile Rune. I need to wait for Exile Rune, which is like every 2.5 seconds. But what if I just go Ahu? You have so many hits and stuff. What if I go Ahu? Xan. I mean, I have to somehow do the first 20% on the boss. But other than that, I don't know. Maybe that's the way. I'm still not being great. Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty awful either way. It would literally take 5 minutes. Yeah, I know. I also tried Ahu and Xan on my Spiritborn pushes, but I realized I just can't do the first 20% on the boss fight. And on Spiritborn as well, you have like the double damage in the last 35%. So your damage is actually even worse at the start. So I was not able to do anything to the boss when I tried to do Ahu Xan, even though I could later like proc it like non-stop basically. So I had to swap my rune setup. Mortal as Shaman instead of Uriwan now on Quill. Yeah, forget it. I think he wants to go home, guys. I'm gonna bring him back. Yeah, there's a cable man. Watch out. BRB. Alright, we're back, guys. Okay. Yeah, I think that's human form druid stuff. I don't really want to do more, guys. I mean, there's probably like stuff you can optimize here. I guess one more thing is we can put another aspect here instead of Mighty Storm. So let's see if we can do like another run and put something really big here. What could that be? Casting a Storm skill grants your Earth skills, increased crit damage. But we don't get the other buff anyway, right? We don't get the crit buff. Well, even if I did, I'm capped. So it doesn't matter. So it's just like for Stone Burst and for a Landslide, you're gonna get a bit more stuff there.
Take my glass.
Oh, yeah. You don't even have like the Stone Burst aspects. Like basically all this Nature's Fury stuff needs to like just give you all these aspects for all these skills, man. Then it would make a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why are you sad?
Yeah.
Why?
The patch is online.
Yeah, why? What happened? Hmm? What?
Well, I'm trying the human tornado druid that I was building,
Yeah,
which is a big disappointment.
why?
It's just weak and that's it.
Mm.
Then they deleted the Vashan Rogue and the Vashan Spiritborn builds.
Did they nerf anything?
They're only buffed, but they deleted the Vashan builds, including the one that you were trying to do with the Flurry.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not too unexpected, but they didn't say anything about it, so I expected it later.
I'll go check it out.
I've conceded, which is kind of scuffed though. Yeah, I don't know, man. I actually don't really... Like, all these druid aspects are kind of OP, but they're only like for like one skill. So there's like nothing really generic enough. Like changing stat, for example, is nice, because it's very generic, but we're not a bear or a wolf, so we can't actually run that. Do I actually do conceded? OLP, hello. One sec. What happened here? Anything else here? Okay. Alright.
Masterful. Great honor.
Is the Ash Render bug to buy the scrolls and get no rep gain? You have to click on the scrolls and use them. You did a 6-month upgrade, but I got an email saying it had cancelled? You mean on Twitch or what? Maybe if you had like another subscription and then you changed the model, it says that? I don't know. What about Human Druid Lightning Storm? I'm not in the mood to make a Lightning Storm Druid, although I do have insane gloss for Lightning Storm. Yeah, I guess I could very easily build it actually, since you're probably gonna do most of the same stuff with like Mjolnir and whatever. But I don't know, I feel like all of the Human Druid stuff is just like not really cooked enough. You know, it's not enough synergy. And the Paragon boards you have to choose are somewhat scuffed as well. You don't have, you know, something like changing that aspect. I don't know, it's just like, you know, a bunch of the shapeshifting passes, Wild Heart Hunger. I just have like random boots here that basically give me nothing. Compared to Wild Heart Hunger that gives you like, you know, times 2.5 damage multi or something. Plus more defense. Like, it's just not really there, I guess. Like, our main druids will probably know the numbers better than me, but I'm just eyeballing it here. I didn't really expect this to be better. I just want to kind of see how it feels. I'm actually not really convinced of Tornado right now. Maybe like a good old, you know, Werewolf, Grizzly Rage, Tornado, like Season 0 build is actually gonna be kinda nice. You just run it, lightning speed, blast through entire rooms. But the problem remains that it's overpower or bust, and Werewolf doesn't really have a lot of overpower besides like Sun Rune, so you always have this problem here that you just go fucking slow, right? You have to wait for your overpowers. I mean, if you don't do overpower, you don't do damage. And at least the bear builds, they all have like, you know, overpowers built in, thanks to the Spirit Boon and Provocation passive. But as a werewolf, you have nothing, or as a human. You just wait for your Xan rune, that's it. Yeah, that seems even worse than before, to be honest. I think it's a logout angle, guys. So what else do we try now? I can't do double swing, because apparently Lucian is still disabled. Very cool. Still better than waiting for 3% overpower. Yeah, okay, I mean, that would be literally unplayable. Like, if you have to wait for a 3% chance. But, yeah, it just feels scuffed, right? Because sometimes you get like this, you know, big burst, and then like 10% of the time, 10% of the time I do damage, and 90% of the time I do nothing, basically. And then sometimes that 10% also falls into the, you know, I don't have my Anima of the Forest duration. So it's Pickle Skin, Razor Blade, Login. Probably better than this. I'm gonna try a T4 dungeon and see what happens. This is 10 tiers above T4 here. Use Metamorphic Dome Boulder without the Omen Stone and then the Obsidian Stem Spiritborn for overpowers. And then he's just playing like a shitty, nearly unplayable version of Boulder, I guess. Which of these has a boss? Open Wound has a boss. The thing on the map that is supposed to be in Cat Badu. Yeah, this is probably like, you know, some event that will pop up soon. I think it's even in T4, I feel like I need the overpowers. Look at this. Like, the small trash is kind of dying, but it also takes seconds. Watering for 4 minutes. I just saw the other 4. Sometimes it just bugs out. Honestly, you know what? I wouldn't mind if this was actually the meta speed. I think this is kind of closer to where the game would feel good. Definitely not missing ammo off the side, that's pretty good. Best 9mm farmer, EU. I'm not sure if the ghost changes retroactively. I mean, there must be some buffs here that have prepared. Did the ghost update? I guess the aspect updated. Also, human forms on the field. Not great. It's like too reliant on too infrequent overpowers. At least the way I build it. I feel like it has to go overpower if I want to do any kind of damage on higher tiers. Yeah, look. You saw? Nothing, nothing, nothing. Dead. So 10% of the time I do this, and 90% of the time I do nothing. And that feels pretty terrible, to be honest. At least on the Earth builds, you know, I always have some overpowers going. And then I have more sometimes. But here I have nothing, and then boom. Could Overpower Spirit work? Yeah, all the Kappadeka builds are Overpower builds basically with Xanrun. What Shan build is that, yes. Okay, what about the Gores, guys? Did the Gores get changed retroactively, or do you have to get a new one? Any other thing that is like undocumented while we added? I'm gonna make a little summary. Gores is still the same. Get a 4-star whoosh. Evade can use it. Mostly that, I guess, in some variants. Ravens are back, yeah, Ravens are here. And where's it? Return of Trinket favors. Okay, what else? Spectral Ash. What's this? Okay. Scrolls do not stack. Yeah, I mean, buy them, use them, that's it, I guess. So it's not a big problem. What are you looking for on a card? Okay, is there anything else here that we should like highlight? I still don't know about Andariels. Has anyone tried Andariels on unlink hits? Or anyone has an Andariels lying around who can check that real quick? Anything else that's like important here? Lucian apparently still disabled. I want to check that actually. Seems to be working. Okay, so here's a test. You remove any kind of like weird random buffs like Quack's Rune or something. Don't press Armored Hide. Keep hitting the dummy, look at the dot ticks, and then press Armored Hide and keep looking at dot ticks. And it should be, depending on your armor values, like roughly triple, quadruple. Put your annealing hits on a two-handed, so I can easily see it. And use like instants for armor and stuff. Do I have a Lucian? Okay. Ooh. And Dire Spiritborn hype. I mean, if that works, and Dire Spiritborn is a pretty decent build. I'm not sure exactly how good, but it was pretty solid back when I played in Season 6 and Season 7. I'd say it would probably at least land in A tier somewhere, if Unending Hits works with Undials. It'll probably be like somewhere crit level. Is Druid a new broken build? No, Druid got nothing in this match, basically. What else, guys? Any other findings? Poison type remains to be seen, I guess. And what about the Whirlwind Enjoyers? Is Miko online? Yes. What? Let's see what it says.
And an event before it, I can't remember the name. Both for
Bad.
a year on that spot. So, you know, event coming soon, TM, hopefully, in the next week or something. What's up, Woody? How's Whirlwind? Pure Whirlwind is basically as good as yesterday. Like, Icy runs some math on the thing, right? And apparently it's not either the 100% they were talking about, nor the text they told about earlier. The text above it. Like, if you go to the Barb chat, you can see, like, I have no idea, like, how they got there. Basically, at the end of the day, it's nothing. The only buff to the Gores is that instead of scaling, it went from 0.2 to 0.4, right? Which makes it easier to proc it more often on bosses. Before you could only proc it like 1.4 times every
Wait, it has
1.4
0.4
seconds on bosses. Now you can reliably proc it every 1 second, which is the minimum, right? Log out. But yeah, like, damage-wise, it's basically the same. Again, it's a bit more damage if you happen to be in a 1v1 situation, right? Because you can proc it more often. But in general, like maybe a 10-20% damage buff, if that. Like, it's not noticeable at all by just playing. So,
Okay, sounds very promising.
it's after boost of the gloves, pure wellness. Yeah, like I was talking about now, like, I don't think that we actually got a boost there. Like, I don't even think we got the 100 they were talking about. Because, like, if you did get 100, they would be doing double the damage. I would, like, on this build, Gorse is a big part of your damage. And I just don't feel it. I really do not feel it at all. So, yeah.
Message
let's
failed
actually
to
do
send.
a Nightmare Dungeon.
Okay.
Because I actually haven't done a Nightmare Dungeon with Pure Whirlwind. Actually, I've not done this.
By the way, that's one of our newest Maxwell writer editions. He did the Whirlwind Earthquake guide this season. Okay. So, what else? I think this is probably about it, yeah? Hashtag ad. Okay, I think we kind of go in for everything, unless we like find some random stuff now, but... Now we could do like a quick new character run with the caches and see how long it actually takes. Why not? Do I have live split? I do not have live split actually. Stopwatch. Google got me though. I guess I have to do a Sorc anyway. Yikes. Why do I always have the same impression when I make a Sorc? Okay. Okay, I'm starting a stopwatch.
I need the aid.
There's just male and male with long hair. Oof. Being body type A, okay. Alright. Let's just do chain lightning or something. Yeah, we expected like a big buff over event, but it seems like that's not the case. And I'm not sure exactly why. Like, Miko just explained that, you know, something is going on with the aspect or something.
See what you
Thank you, Val. Yeah, the tooltip always went up. But it doesn't actually work, okay, so... Did you also try it with like enough armor and so on, so you check that, I guess. Does Frostnova still give mana these days? No. They removed that mana again, actually. You have 1000 armor. Okay, 1000 is very low. Did you put the annealing on two-handed for that? Okay, so on two-handed, annealing. So you should do something like double damage. 1000 armor in the two-handed annealing. So that should be noticeable. And if you say it's the same damage ticks anyway, then F. Go Hydras. Dude, this is normal. Why is this guy blasting me? Okay. Use boss power. True. Okay, she has one-shot him, right? With what? Basic skills, can do that. That.
As I feared. Your eyes, wanderer. Interesting. That much.
I trust you know what you're doing. Wanderer, if you truly mean to
I guess we go to Tarsarak now. Is that it, actually? That's the entire quest, right? We have to talk to her in the thing. Okay, thanks, Varel. Yeah, that should confirm it. Okay. Yeah, true, Lilith also works. Just take the Lilith power. Ashava only works when you have a dot, no? Which is a Sorc is fine, I guess. Okay, where are we? 5 minutes. Okay, it takes a bit more than 5, I guess. I mean, the fight could have been faster. Let's just discount, like, I don't know, 30 seconds because I was running to the dead end. The fight was long. You go out and back in. Nice tech. Yeah, and here we go. Wait, where is she now? Wait. She just went in there. Hey, how do you get my scrolls? Okay, so it's like around 6 minutes to finish this. We can do 10 characters per hour. Wait, do I have to mule my fucking scrolls over now, or what? Oh my fucking god, that is not real, right? I have to mule my scrolls over one by one. Okay, that is actually insane. I don't even have 59 slots, man. How the hell did I expect me to buy 59 fucking scrolls when they don't stack? Like, why does it have to be a scroll? Why can't I just click on the thing and I get the stuff? I mean, it could be very simple, no? Blizzard gonna blizz. Yeah. Do you want Ubers or not? Yeah, you gotta work for them, man. Thank you for the sub, by the way. It was an anonymous sub and Hazard. Thank you. Okay, now we have to count. I think this is 33 slots, right? 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, so this is 29 slots. I have to do exactly 2 times this whole thing and 1. Beautiful. Okay, let's see. Maybe it's enough slots. And the good news is, this stuff disappears relatively fast. But it is unnecessarily clunky. Okay, we have enough slots actually. Spectre Ash is buy Belial mats and farm Belial. You can't buy it on a twink because you don't have the vendor. The stash is strategically placed here. This was half. This was 30. Let's see how much 30 scrolls gives you. Okay. Look, we can the entire quest now. We can actually kill Belial at level 10. Wait, has anyone done that? You don't have to be in Torment for that, right? Wait, do you get the boss power when you kill a quest Belial? Now that I think about it. Wait, are these items like actually like ancestral and stuff now? Let's see. No. Okay, I get like 5 diamond fragments and shit. But there are ancestral items and stuff. Okay. Strike of Stormhorn, for example. There's a perfect incinerate aspect. Ooh.
That looks warm. Fix it.
Okay, I guess like everything included, we're probably talking about roughly 10 minutes per character. Because you have to open this, you have to, you know, sort your shit. You have to mule the fucking scrolls. Like the quest is like 6, maybe 5 if I'm really fast. I got an Okun's Catalyst that I can use at level 1. What the hell? And an X-Force. Okay. And a Godslayer. What the fuck? Look at this. Oh, big stuff. I'm gonna use these items anyway, so.
Don't ruin all that work.
My god, that hell. Well. At least there's 6 scrolls. I guess I forgot to enable stacking of the scrolls or something. This is... How important is a Mises cost reduction tempo on neck and ring? Each of them is like 5 to 8% DPS. It's nice to have, but you don't have to like super try hard right now to fix it. If you wanna start playing the build, you can fix it later. Campalacker is not fixed. Anything else that we hope to be changed that is not changed? This is actually not true. Miko just showed the glove was retroactively updated. He had a 4 GA Gore's perfect roll with the update. Horde wave count, okay. That's definitely... Yeah, the Horde wave stuff's coming next patch, I think. A real efficient ranged poison rogue. That's not happening, Wax. Spiritborn build is the best. It's Quill again. I mean, to be fair, the playstyle between Quill and Marchand build is effectively the same, just that Quill feels a lot better because they actually have single target damage. So I definitely prefer the original Quill more than the Marchand build in terms of playstyle. Quill is pretty close to S, but not quite. If they fix the Kapaleka bug, Quill will go to S. Anything else? Yeah, here for the real efficient ranged human tornado. Yeah, I'm already done with that danger. I'm not I'm not doing more. I'll leave that to you guys. Fuck that. Yeah. Human, druid, log out. Okay. So that's my summary here. Anything else? Nah, I think that's it, right? So let's just do that. I guess it might be worth mentioning. I was hoping for that a little bit, but okay. Okay, let's do a little YouTube summary, guys. Get that out. Human Druid wasn't it, yeah. Hi, YouTube. Do I have my previous list somewhere, actually? Yes. Wait. Open. Okay. So this is patch notes, and this is what actually happened. So okay. So Hi everyone, I have a short summary for you guys about patch 2.2.1 that just went live. So there are some undocumented changes and some new findings that we didn't really know about beforehand. In case you have not seen the previous video that I made like a few days ago when they announced the patch notes, we have that stuff here as well. So effectively there were a bunch of buffs coming to various builds across all of the classes. In particular, we expected pure whirlwind to be quite a thing. We expected the Vashan Spiritborn to pop up and potentially become the #1 build in the game. And a few other things. There were like some other smaller buffs here that they basically included here, which are kind of like neat little changes. Especially Spiritborn got lifted up a bit across most of the builds. And then some little stuff like ice shards, minions, poison trap, double swing, and so on. And a few other like fixes here. So this is kind of what we expected. And now that the patch is live, there's a few other things going on that we didn't know about. So what we have here on the live patch is first of all a few surprises. So with Mother's Blessing is back, we have this 35% XP buff to kills. So keep that in mind when you farm especially Paragons. This is done in the pit. And in the pit, roughly 2/3 of your XP is not from kills. So this is roughly a 10% buff to Paragon farming and a little bit more in other places, I guess, and mostly to leveling. And then a gold from kills is also kind of irrelevant, but it's a small little extra. So that was not announced in any way. We got Mother's Blessing now. Also, we got the Ravens, actually. They came back. They're in every town now. You don't have to go back to the tree. I briefly checked like the Whisper areas. It seems like there's no Ravens there, but at least we got this here. So you can kind of choose the town of, you know, whatever you like, and you can actually turn in there. There's also this little icon that shows up sometimes, which is from the Lunar event from last season. I think this is just a bug that probably shouldn't be there. Or maybe something is coming this season later on or something like that. But if you go there, there's actually nothing. So don't get confused. Besides that, well, I just did talk about the Spiritborn and the Vashan build. It is not actually the strongest build in the game now. So it turns out they stealth deleted those builds basically. So this also includes the Twisting Blades video that I made the other day. So Rogue had a really strong build there as well. I was doing like 105+ with this. On the Spiritborn, we expected something like 115, 120. But this is just not happening anymore. They added like a cooldown now to the Flash Reaper power that was kind of the carry here basically. And these builds just do not work anymore. So this doesn't come entirely unexpected, even though they were technically not bugged or, you know, they were working as intended effectively. They did lag out the game in some cases pretty significantly, and this is also why I said from the start that this is likely to get updated at some point, and now they've done that. So Vashan builds are just gone. Everything that's based on the Vashan power is gone. So this includes all the classes. Yeah, then we also have the Spectral Ash turn-in. That's actually kind of an interesting one. So you go to Tarsarak, and if you have gathered a lot of Spectral Ash from farming the bosses and the season wrap and all that kind of stuff, you can now turn it in for scrolls. So you need to have probably the entire quest line complete. I'm not 100% sure. It doesn't work when you just do the first quest, but at least my level 60 characters can just go here to the vendor once they have done everything. You can buy a scroll for 250 Ash, and this one gives you 6k rep. So this means it's 6 scrolls for a full infinite cash turn-in, which is 72k rep, or it's around 15k ash or 59 scrolls to go from 0 to Spark. So I can make a level 1 character, do the first quest, and then we have to mule 59 scrolls over to a level 1 character, and then you can actually turn in the Resplendent Spark. So if you have a bunch of ash left over and you really want sparks, this is a pretty fast way to get it. It will take you roughly 10 minutes as long as you have ash. Now getting that ash will obviously take a while. I had like 200k left over from the entire season after leveling all the powers to 20. So it does come in kind of slow, but a lot of people have found a lot of bosses, and now you can just get a bunch of free sparks if you want. In my case, I don't really care. I'm just gonna like do infinite turn-ins, that's it. But it is a kind of nice way to finish out your mythic grind, or at least speed it up a little bit if you're still working on those. Yeah, Crown of Lucion is not in fact back, so double swing in despair mode, and yeah, maybe some other builds that run it. So this is still disabled. Yeah, Pure Whirlwind, as I said, we expected some huge buff, in fact the biggest buff in the entire patch. It turns out that seems to be barely an improvement. There might be some buggy stuff going on, but at the very least, it's not really a thing. It's kind of playable in like T4 as far as I know, but that's pretty much it. So Whirlwind will remain an Earthquake build for the most part. And I also did try Human Druid a little bit, at least with Tornado. I was cooking a little bit and it felt really awful. So I don't think that this is really something that will make it into the meta under any circumstances. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe some other people are cooking some more stuff. And lastly, what is not changed, which I also didn't expect to be changed, but I was hopeful. Kapaleke currently has a bug with Quill Volley, so this is actually the main reason why Quill Volley is not in S tier currently, but it's pretty close. And the cast twice bug from season 6 is back for Kapaleke. It does not work with Quill right now, so this is actually the next best build after the Vashan Spiritborn, for example. So we had that build for a few days and now it's gone, and now it's basically back to Quill as like the top build on Spiritborn, and it's kind of scratching S tier, but not quite. If the bug was fixed, then this will be fine, but yeah, cast twice currently does not work on this item, unfortunately. So we also had someone check Andariel plus Annealing Hits. I was a bit hopeful here because they fixed Annealing Hits for a bunch of the boss powers, but that is also not working, so that could have been another contender for top tier build. But, well, we are still waiting. And also the Infernal Horde UI bugs remain in the game so far, but apparently they're supposed to be fixed next time around. Yeah, so this is basically a short summary of all of the undocumented findings and changes and whatever else we found out so far. There might be some more, but for now, this is kind of like the up-to-date info that we got here. So that's it. I'm gonna keep you guys posted with more stuff if anything comes up. Hope you enjoyed this little summary, and see you guys next time. Alright, that was early access to my YouTube video, guys. Jeez, this patch. Yeah, I guess a lot of people were like in like Whirlwind login mode, and now it's kind of like, yeah, you know. Well, it is what it is. I guess we're gonna go and just salvage all the Vashan gear that I have, first of all, so I don't confuse that with anything. Spiritborn is still viable. Yeah, Spiritborn actually got buffed, guys. They just deleted the Vashan build. Yeah, the chance for Kolskis to hit twice, it's basically what the Kapaleke does is it takes each individual temper from each individual skill and just does that, basically. And in the case of Quill Volley, it's like cast twice, and in the case of, you know, some of the other Kolskis, it does something else. But basically it has the same as the temper effect. It's just like, you know, not really described that way. Okay, this gets deleted, this gets deleted. Yeah.
Greetings. How shall I get better than starting from nothing?
Equip. Nice. Restore resource attack speed. This is actually my stinger. I don't think I'm gonna go back to stinger anyway anytime soon anyway. Crush, evade. Maybe it's gonna go on my mule. And you know, I've played like a bunch of all these now, so it's kind of fine. I mean, basically just like build a quill and like leave it there. Because I'm probably not going to do that much on Spiritborn now. I've played like all the builds. At least I wanted. I also have 10 Paragon unspent. Holy. This is old skill points tree. What are you talking about? Yeah, Quill is just so far ahead of all the other builds that even with the Kabaleka bug, that's like way better. It would just be like another like 4 tiers better or something. Like if Kabaleka worked as intended, Spiritborn with Quill would actually be basically the same level as all the other S builds. Yeah, it did get a buff of like half a pit tier in this patch now. Just like all the other Spiritborn builds, they all got a half a pit tier or so. Which, I mean, you won't really notice under most circumstances, but you will notice a little bit while progressing. So when you make like a fresh Spiritborn and so on, and you know, progressing through the torments, like there you will actually feel that stuff. But for like, you know, if you're like doing a pit 100 or like a pit 100.5, I mean, that doesn't matter. So yeah, I'm gonna make a video on the evade build, by the way, that I played. I played like a extremely chill T4 evade setup that is now actually the speed farm variant on max roll. DZ put it into the guide. Very similar to the old Season 6 evade build that I made. Twisting Blades is... the Vashan stuff is dead. Yeah. Twisting Blades has a build, but not a Vashan anymore. Alright, I'm gonna go on the Druid here. I think I'm gonna load up Boulder again. And keep the Stoneburst stuff somewhere. We're gonna immune a little bit. And then what? All the stuff I wanted to like blast and push now with Spiritborn, like Spiritborn is not happening, Human Druid is not happening, Barb is not happening. Fuck. Like, what am I gonna do now? I guess we load up the Necro. Or what? Yeah, I still need to do the Necro. I want to do the Necro. PB2 time. Oh god damn it. Okay, we're gonna like clean our stash a little bit, and then we're gonna do ball power spin equip. Okay. So basically remove this and this. And the rest can stay there.
You lose a little mass to dust.
Actually, where's my maybe I'm gonna play some more Stormburst at some point. The laser bear stuff was kind of funny, to be honest. So I'm gonna keep that stuff around at least. But yeah, this tornado stuff, I'm just gonna delete it. Clear. Okay. Can I move this over? No. Domin. Okay, tornado, goodbye. Tornado, goodbye. This was tornado. This was tornado. Here's Stoneburst, Stoneburst, Stoneburst. Was that in... This was also Stoneburst? Bloodhole cooldown, yes. Okay, okay. Delete this, and we save that. So there's only these 6 items different, because this is same, this is same, this is same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is also the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Two Paragons unspent. Do you have armor? Huge. What were we running here? I think this was Neok Sun, right? We have enough Sun runes, so we can do that. And then Buck Jar. We have only one jar, really? Oh my god. I need more jars. Thank you, Linzes, and 1 mil. And hello, Foxy. Tornado bad. Well, I tried human tornado, which is... Oof. I mean, real tornado is better, I guess, with like werewolf or grizzly rage or something. I'm not sure. Like danger is here. I think he can maybe speak to that. But yeah, I did like a little experiment on human tornado, and the main problem I have with it is actually just that I'm missing the overpowers because everything is so overpower focused. You only get them from the Xan rune. It just feels bad. You can't really generate enough offering to make it feel like smooth, basically. Like, you have this very inconsistent damage all the time. It's actually only these 6 items here that we have to keep. So maybe. Also the boss powers. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Actually, this is not fine. Is it fine? Actually, Cinerate works, right? Boulder is not a physical build. You can do that. I wonder how viable it would be to go like a little of blisters for boss killing on this. Because you don't really need Orvar. Okay. So I'm not even going to make a mule right now for the Druid. It's kind of full here anyway. But we can go on the Spiritborn and mule some stuff, I guess. I'm not going to do that much more of it. Yeah, I tried a bit of Tornado with human. Has more with animal working like an element. Yeah, 0 damage or all the damage. Yeah, that is kind of stupid, I gotta say. I'm not sure why they did that. I have a lot of stuff here. Six still broken. Yeah, it's not broken. It's working as intended, actually. It's unyielding growth for this government on which build? On evade? We should check my we should check the evade guide on Maxwell in general. You can either do it with Rock Splitter without really much of a downside, or you can do it with Armored Hide every 3 seconds. Go unyielding. Okay, let's just set up the quill and leave that there, I suppose. And then we use Exile Shivers. We also get a lot of mats back actually, because of so many like 8 and 12 masterwork items here. Shit. Maybe I'm gonna keep Evade around. Maybe I'm gonna keep the Evade build around. I think that is fine. We can free up this character here. You don't feel like pressing attack when you do evade. Yeah, then you should play the speed farm version that we have on Maxwell. It's the build I made a week ago or so. You just hold down Armored Hide, and every 15 seconds you press Devourer, and the rest is evading. You will like that. Missing Stardust, okay. What about Thorn Spiritborn? It also got a small buff. I think I do have another kick like so if they don't fix this, I can like remasterwork that and actually get like quite a lot stronger. Need to check what I got there. So what is this here? Mystic Circle Potency, this was from like Stinger as well, right? Temerity. I don't think we're gonna run Temerity on anything right now, but at the very least I'm gonna keep it in the stash. And I'm not sure about these. Big movement, knife, dex. I'll just keep them around. They're actually 12 out of 12.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Does it show which runes it has? No. So the runes you have to remember, and the season powers. It's a bit scuffed, to be honest. Be nice if I would like probably remember all that. So there's this evade build here, by the way. This is what it looks like. You have 2 empty slots. You hold down right click, or whatever, you know, you put Armored Hide on. It will activate every 3 seconds. And the rest is just evade. You can risk counter attack if you want, but you don't have to. Because you have 100% evade, or 100% dodge pretty much anyway. That's it. Mouse wheel evade, yeah, that's what I did as well. Just spin the mouse wheel. So all the other Spiritborn items, I guess you can delete now. But some of them do look very juicy, man. Oh boy. This thing has a 62% redirected force imprint. That's a bit old school. We're not gonna do more crushing hand. I'm not doing more of this. It's actually also an insane neck. But Sunbirds. We keep the Midnight. This was crushing hand. This doesn't even have a GA. Hunter, Armored Hide, Apex, Raymond, Brawler. I think this was like my first test for the Washan. This is an old evade item. It's a Stinger. We keep the Rakonov. It might be really good on Sorc or something. We'll see. This is like a nice ring. Not sure if I really want to give it up or something. Does a little speed. Life, movement, armor. Wait a minute, was this my quill neck? And I don't have resource cost reduction on it. Mystic Circle Potency, just as that. Crowd conservation, resilient, vortex size. I'll save these. I'll save that. Rock Spitter, I can delete this. Storm Fitter Potency. Great Dex. We're not doing that again. Storm Fitter Potency. Band of First Breath. Goodbye. No GA on that. Knife, Armor, Vortex, Resilient. Not rolled actually. That's if I really want. We equip that thing, we have like all the armor. But I think we're fine with just instants and skulls and stuff. Yeah. It's a kind of big item though. I'll save it. Okay, what else?
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
34,000 off the side. Nice. Feels good, man. 160k, okay. This thing doesn't actually have anything. You can do the Paragon later. Yeah, I think that's fine like this actually. So let's just find a Capeleke, because this one is, well, it's 34%, and also a GA on a stat that doesn't work, and 2 Masterworks on a stat that doesn't work. Very cool. I mean, for the other builds, it still works. So you still want the chance for Cold Skills to hit twice for anything that's not Quill. It's just Quill that's completely bugged. But okay. What is this? Prudent Heart. Debilitating Raw cooldown, Hurricane Size. This was actually something I had for the Tornado Druid. Goodbye. I'm just like sorting out stuff right now for my mules because I still need more slots. I have no mule now for Sorc. Actually, I think I do have a Sorc mule. Okay, Sorc mule is there. But I probably want to make one for the Necro. Although I only play 2 builds on the Necro. So maybe you're fine. If you only have like 2 builds per class, you have one of the builds equipped and then it's like, you know, 8 items for the other build or something like that. It's actually not that bad. You can get away without mules. Like, I'm just kind of consolidating my setups a little bit and deleting, you know, stuff I'm not going to touch again for the rest of the season. Like, you know, I just deleted my Stinger, my Crush. I'm going to delete the Twisting Blade now and so on. Spiritborn is not the best class, in fact. We thought that would happen, but it didn't. Is the Evade still worth playing? Yeah, it's still like one of the best farming builds in the entire game. Largely beaten by Lightning Spear, Sorc. And not much else, to be honest. A big Gamba? A big Gamba of what? Is TB Rogue worth playing? It's okay. So I have DT, Roa, and they use none of these builds, right? And this also uses none of the builds. Items here. And then that's Varshan. Varshan is gonna get deleted. Clear. That doesn't work anymore. Umbercrux, goodbye. Okay, okay. 2 GA, by the way. I mean, both builds actually run unique boots. Here we have a Jens, here we have a Beastfall. Will I do any other rogue builds? Nah.
What will it be?
Okay. So let's grab the rogue mule and put the stuff on. The Roa stuff, I suppose. Spiritborn is not that. Just a Varshan build. Yeah, the Varshan build is gone, guys. So I think everything that is like masterworked anyway. And the rest of the is gonna delete, right? If like random rings. Kinda wanna keep the penitent around just in case. I always feel like I'm kind of close to maybe using penitent.
What will it be? You can win.
You know, for Druid? Nope. Yeah, they just deleted that build even, if you're talking about the Varshan build. You should check out the Quiver Volley build I have. I actually recently updated Quiver Volley on max roll. There's also a link in the description on YouTube. Oh man, we have so much stuff here. All these pole arms. Actually, I should check if there's like some sellable aspects, like here, for example. Yeah, well, there's actually a perfectly redirected force. That is certainly sellable. Sepas on deck. Nah. Pretty basic. I think I have these things lying around. That is pretty good though. Maybe we're saving for the Necro. I think it's kind of too good to give up. It's also pretty good. Anyone wants this amulet for free? on hardcore. And a glove maybe. Where do you find the Spiritborn builds on Maxwell? Here's build guides, Spiritborn, and you can see the names. You can just type wudijo. I think you can even search. Can you search wudijo? We have like a search somewhere. Actually, not sure where because I never use it. Can you do this? Yeah, you can do that actually. Okay, I've got some more space. So we have the Barb and the Sorc Mule. Barb, I will probably definitely keep around for now. There's some more stuff I need to do on the Barb. And the Sorc as well, because I actually have to build the Sorc still. No, Donix, I know. You have to do pit 90s, they can't kill Belial. If you do pit 90s, you should be able to basically one-shot Belial, so I'm not sure. He's a 0.5 Kaepernicker. What do you have for Kaepernicker? Just that one, actually. Okay. He's maximum resource, which is what you want to hit. We have almost 200k outside. We got a double on the maximum resource. We have 0.4. 0.5. So how much of an upgrade is that, roughly? Let me see. This is 17 resource. And that's 0.5, so I wonder. 0.5. Say I have 200 resource times 30. Wait. Oh, shit. Okay, 470 basically at that. Times 0.34. Plus 100. So I have 260 damage. And if the new weapon... Actually a 37% damage upgrade. Roughly. Okay. I'll keep this one in round, just in case, but... Because if they fix it, I guess I would prefer this over this. Okay. Anything else? Lightning Storm. I'm just going to delete that thing. I mean, I have all these like dexterity items. I don't want to make more builds now on the rogue and on the Spiritborn. So I think everything that has dexterity is going to lead now. Which is a lot, actually. I'm not sure if we like the dot stat. Do we like the dot stat on like blight or something? Probably not, but maybe good for getting started. Malice, Shadow Clone. Not gonna delete that though. Okay.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? What's left, you ask?
Are we at 200k yet? Almost. 191, okay. Just keep salvaging your items, guys. You get so much auto side. Look at that. Okay. So I think we're good here. There's a bunch of things you have to move over here, but otherwise I think this is looking fine. I basically have like an entire tab here for the Necro later. And then we'll see. That's just around legendaries. I think I have to go on the rogue one more time. Yeah, I'm just like deleting a lot of my actual items, like the items I played. 18 Paragons. I think a few designs might be somewhat outdated. Like this. I'm not sure if I just needed like an amulet that could be better, for example. I don't think I need that much armor roll on it, for example, in the life. On the other hand, I'm not sure if we're gonna do much more Death Trap right now. Probably just like Moroa. Distant Temper. Yeah, this would have to be upgraded for sure. Also, did I lead a Scoundrel's Letters? Yeah. Other DR is fine. I wonder if some rogues are gonna notice they're gonna be squishier now because this damage reduction from enemies affected by trap skills apparently just worked always for everything. And now you will not be able to affect everything with traps, like pit shadow bosses, for example, and environmental effects and so on. Cannot be affected by traps. But I guess the build is so tanky that you won't feel it. So put this on a Spiritborn. Is there a Multi-Rune? Boulder. I actually have to make these boots here for Boulder. They're just a straight upgrade over the one I have. I just deleted the Vashan variant Ace. That's it. I mean, I updated Crush and Quill already slightly. There was like some tweaks on I did on the skill trees because of the Prodigy's tempo buff. You can do a little bit of magic there with like min-maxing the cooldowns and stuff. But outside of that, I mean, nothing really changes on the Spiritborn. Everything's just a bit better now. Just the Vashan build doesn't exist anymore. It took me 7 seconds to update. Okay, so I think let's go to Boulder real quick. Make the boots, so I don't forget that. Yeah, it's literally the same boots, right? Movement, Boulder, Life. Okay. Kind of funny. So I need Hurricane duration. Do we need Hurricane duration? We actually don't need Hurricane duration. But do we care about anything else? And Hurricane duration makes it more comfy. Hurricane size would apply the damage reduction. Yeah, I don't think we care. Let's do duration. Is there anything else for utility? Crowd control duration? No. Fortify generation. So like the armor size spreads them out more. Yeah, I mostly just press it on the boss anyway. So I guess the size helps me to actually hit the boss in the first place. Otherwise I basically just spam Bulwark. Okay, here we go. Storm, Shifter. That's life. First try Boulder. That's a +6 instead of a +4. 330 base life. Movement speed that we don't care about. Okay.
Use it well.
Nice. We put us here, so we don't get confused with other stuff. For now, Druid is gonna be chilling here.
Here you are.
Yeah, I mean, I have enough cooldown. I have one duration and one size. It's all kind of minor, I feel, the utility temperance. But more cooldown and more duration for Hurricane means you have to press it less often. And you just sometimes, you know, forget about it and, and you know, like your bolters fly off. So okay, I think this is actually looking kind of fine here. Is it Necro time, guys? Dude, move. What? Why does it not... What the fuck? Can't put Necro to the top, apparently. Okay. So the Necro, the Sorc. Yeah, I think this is kind of set up now. We have 3 slots left as well, and we can kill these characters still. This is like some non-shadow clone, no snapshot, season 6. That's so nice. And I think this is actually Death Trap from last season, I think. Yeah, Doombringer. This is Death Trap. And this is Blood Wave. Oh well. Spiritborn is now not the strongest class. It could have been, but they deleted the build. There's no mobility skill on the Necro. That's unfortunate, actually. Okay, is this thing empty? Pretty much. Let's throw stuff in here. Do I have a Doomy? We do. And do we care about cooldowns? Do we care about damage? We probably don't care about damage when I have this thing equipped, so in that case, maybe we care about cooldowns. Must have the shroud on some characters still. Where is the shroud? And the Stardust. Looks like it's here. He decided to try to scale a dot druid and invest in dot on gear and see how it goes. Dude, we found someone who really likes pain. XP boost event, Pork. Okay, so we got a bunch of items equipped.
Fair bit of magic in.
Yeah. Focus as well. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have a focus, I guess, and not like a big 2 in it. I had a grandfather at some point that I salvaged. But okay.
Until next time.
It's still 74 DPS. Okay, good character, guys. 5k life, level 47. You have legendary Necromancer motion, by the way. Appropriate movement speed. 10 movement speeds. You're gonna hit that cap, right? Let's imprint some stuff first. Not sure what we got already. What are we even doing? How do we start Blight? I got the amulet. And where does it drop? I think it's Grimoire, right? We're just gonna go to T1 or T2. Get the Ebon Piercer and start blasting, I guess. 13 to Reaper's Pursuit. Oh my god. Okay. Great Feast. Oof. Damned. Cadaverous. Conceded. Do they really want me to spam Corpse Explosion? No. Okay, so... Sacrificial is fine. Cursed Aura is fine. Hardened Bones. Blight. Pull. Inexorable Reaper. Login. Dude, I'm so glad I convinced Macro of the power of this aspect. I remember we had a long discussion about this aspect. And he's actually using it these days. Do you have it? No. Well, maybe. Ooh. 6.7 second cooldown though. I'm gonna put it on the neck, it's fine. So like this, it's a bit less. I mean, you have to cooldown Shaco. So this will work. Something vulnerability, maybe just do a slaughter. Slaughter it is. After taking damage from a close enemy. Nice, they actually buffed it. Any hardened bones? Wait a minute. You can put layered wards on a Necro. What the fuck? I do have a 17 hardened bones. Holy shit. Okay, we might need some damage. We can do Creeping Death. Nice. Do we have the aura? No. So maybe don't do damned because we don't actually have any curses right now. Dude, what? Redirected force is on a Necro? What? Interesting. How can we scale block chance on this class? Dude, they made all these Spiritborn aspects for a Necro now. That's actually wild. Shield. Yeah, the problem with shields is just that shields cannot have weapon tempers and they can't have offensive aspects. So they're just dead on arrival. Like, at the very least, I need one of them, probably both, in order for us to consider using a shield. I could concede that somewhere, I guess. I know. That looks very nice.
I had the feeling you would want something sweet.
I said keep me updated.
Why you look at me like that? Like my panna cotta?
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Yes. You want some panna cotta?
No, they don't want any
chocolate
panna cotta.
And sprinkle
They
down.
really don't want any panna cotta.
Why? Because it's European.
There's plenty of Europeans here.
You like it?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Mugsy wants some. Yo, Senil. Thanks, man. Appreciate 50 mouse. What a depressing patch. Dude, is everyone who is playing Spiritborn, is everyone just playing it because of the Vasham build and now it's gone? And now everyone is depressed? Because literally everything else on Spiritborn got buffed. Pretty much.
What? What died?
Yeah, they killed the Vasham build.
Yeah.
Yeah. And everyone is in despair mode now.
Why?
And saying, oh my god, my Spiritborn. But, you know, they buffed everything else.
How does it look? The
I don't think it's that
everything
bad.
else part.
Hmm?
The everything else part. How does it look?
Yeah, okay, I mean, Spiritborn is not the strongest and stuff, but, you know, there's plenty of decent builds. You know, you can blast for like, you know, pit 70, 80, speed farming, no problem.
Have you tried anything else?
Yeah, I've played like 6 different builds on Spiritborn.
I mean, after the patch.
Yeah, I tried a human tornado. That was not it. Human druid.
Don't be depressed, guys. You can have some panna cotta. If Woody doesn't keep it.
Panacotta definitely helps to raise the mood right now.
Mm.
I'm making a Necro. So we have full emo mode right now.
Well, I didn't expect you to like it so much.
That's very good.
It doesn't even have sugar.
Mm-hmm.
You're making a Necro finally. What are we gonna play first?
I'm going to do Blight and Bone Spear.
Mm.
I'm starting with Blight.
That's the most meta thing from Necro, no?
Pretty much. I mean, there's also Blood Wave that's still very powerful. Bone Spirit is also very powerful. Yeah, Blight is like apparently a pretty decent farming build. So I want to try that. I've never played Blight. And I've played Bone Spear, but I was like 1.5 years ago and it worked very differently.
What is this yellow things you have equipped there?
Yellow ring and a yellow focus. Yeah, I'm trying to...
Just buying yellows and...
Yeah, I just started this character. I'm level 47 and I just use caches. I'm just trying to find some aspects to put on my gear so I can...
Oh, wait, does it rain live? Bone Spear. Someone's asking.
Yes.
Okay, that would be interesting.
And then, yeah, you spend life, but you also get it back from I don't know what, but...
Yeah, I'm going shopping tomorrow and buy this.
Only Spiritborn Viable 44. Yeah, 44 stuff. That should definitely work. It's a pretty okay build. I'm not exactly sure where I would rank it on the tier list. We don't really rank Andaria Spiritborn on the tier list.
Did you say you just started?
Yeah.
47.
Yeah, from caches. This is why I have no gear equipped. I just got to 47 with caches. If I had to guess right now, I think Andaria Spiritborn is like somewhere in B tier. Probably. It's probably like a bit behind like the typical Quill stuff. The main problem that Andaria Spiritborn has is that it doesn't have great boss damage. But it actually has probably higher AoE damage than Quill and Crushing Hand and stuff. You know, just like the higher tier pit bosses are kind of tanky. But you know, there's always a solution. Just fish or Spirit Caller. Or Drown Sea Hag or something. Okay, what else can we do here? Power and Reaper. Is there like an offensive aspect that actually goes with Blight? Bone Prisoners now Dark Skill, spawns a pool of Blight. I don't know. Dude, I should probably play Blood Surge for as long as it lasts. Do we have Surge aspect? 1 out of 21, guys. Holy again. I'm just gonna do that. Dark Dance, conceded. Sure. Fuck it. So. It's going to do a little bit of Blood Surge to get started. Wait, this now works for everything. What? Just casually 120% increased damage, cause why not? Who had that idea? Thank you, Paris. Any change to Quill Volley build? Well, the Bashan variant is gone. And I did update the Quill Volley last night actually already, with a few tweaks on the skill tree. But nothing major. Okay, what's my crit chance? 65. There's to Grigor. How do you fortify? Does this thing fortify us? Okay. So we just fortify basically. Can't do this. Can't do this. What's my movement speed? 175. Is that working in town? It is. Sounds like we need more speed. Also, we need to do something here. Oh well. What's my soul rift cooldown? 21. It lasts 8. You could actually get that down, but this actually gives me resources, right? Gain 2 essence and a barrier. Every 0.25 seconds. It's kind of OP actually. Ultimate cooldown. There's only ultimate cooldown, right? Nah, let's just do this. A search size. And it's bricked.
Anything breaks, the forge is hot.
Being special here. There's also a chance for minion attacks to fortify you. Drain vitality, necrotic carapace. Which one is necrotic? Is that the armor? No, spiked armor. Drain vitality is a fortify. Necrotic paralyze. Okay, this is this here. Yeah, okay, whatever. So.
No witchcraft here, only honest magics. That's a good omen.
Will only build an amulet says plus resilient temper, it's just gone. It's a defensive temper if you're trying to do that. Maybe you don't have the recipe yet? Or maybe you have some other temper. Minus blessing affects the Paragon XP, but most of the Paragon farming is done in a pit. And in a pit, 2/3 of the XP is not affected by the Minus blessing buff, because it comes from the completion reward. So it's roughly like a 10% increase for Paragon farming, at least for a pit farming. Okay, so we got everything right. Conceded, Blood, Inexorable Reaper, Dark Dance, Slaughter. Okay, also resists. Resists are really good. Let's put some sockets. Ding, ding. Any int? Do this. Do this. This. I mean, sure. We can put some buck, jar, and some lum rune. What is good for lum? Igni lum, maybe? Okay. Any incense? Maybe there's some incense can craft already. TB Vashan is gone, guys. Craft elixirs. We have plenty there. Actually, let's take this. Let me take that. And I think we're good, actually. We even have enough armor to go to Torment 2 right away. And basically enough rest. Almost. And I have nothing in my skill slot 2 here. I mean, aren't we supposed to have something? Decrap. We just go curse. I don't know. We pull the loot to us. Wait, I don't have Sever on the bar. We need Sever actually. Okay, there we go. Alright, I think we're good. Let's get our guy. source for leveling build. Chain Lightning and Incinerate are the two best, I would say. Okay, we got a guy. And honorary guy. Wait. Okay. You have to do the quest line actually. Let's do the quest line. Yeah, guys, if you played the Varshan build, forget it, man. Delete your stuff and play Quill or play Evade or Crushing Hand or something like that. Varshan build doesn't work anymore on the Spiritborn. Or in any class, really.
I need the aid.
When Puncher and Dario build back. Good times. Yeah, and Dario Rogue is pretty down bad. New patch delete build. I mean, you can find my Spiritborn builds on Maxwell. I also made a video about Curve like a few days ago, actually. On my YouTube, you can check that. Yeah, right, I can do an exclamation hook. Build. I don't have any of those builds that I'm currently playing, so... But I mean, okay, we're gonna keep the Deep Crack there, because that's probably what I will be logging in at some point. Stone Burst, people might be asking about that, since I just played that. And then I'm gonna put a Necro there. And, let's put this over here. Where's my live stream thing? This is gone. This is gone. Let's put it here as well. And okay. I guess I'll be added if we can put this in a build command. Druid. What damage milliseconds am I running on exit lag? It does help. I would say it puts my latency down like 10, 15, maybe 20 ms most of the time. My typical latency when I play Diablo 4 is somewhere in the range of like 90 to 100 actually. I have pretty bad latency in this game for some reason. And most of the time when I check with extra lag on, it's like 60, 70 actually. Now it's 80, which is still better than my average. Yeah, TB Rogue is alright. Can definitely play it. I mean, it's not anywhere close to like Death Trap right now, but nothing is really.
Is the source of this demon infestation.
Especially with touch only Vashan. Well, technically they did not actually touch the Vashan power, they touched the Flash Overpower. But they used to trigger the Vashan power. So they just made it so that it can't infinitely trigger basically. And this basically kills the build. Hey boiler. Yeah, I was not impressed by the tornado stuff. I was mostly like not only if I did feel weak, but mostly it feels so clunky because my only all powers are from Xan. And there's no like, you know, earth or like bear overpowers or something. So it's you're playing the Vashamado Thrash and unique weapon. Yeah, I know Condes was going to try something with that. I'm not sure how far I went with it actually. But Thrash and Jaguar Horn and stuff is definitely a candidate. But I didn't never tried it. Because I believed Krill would be just better basically. But yeah, it would definitely make Thrash kind of an interesting setup as well. Because Thrash is really weak. At least Quill is strong by itself, but Thrash is just like, you know, it's like really down bad. So does it fix Kabaleka to hit twice instead of cast twice, so it works now? Wait, are you saying it is fixed? Ah, so there's no extra quills, but you get 2 numbers? Wish Thrash didn't suck. Oh, interesting. He confirmed. But you did check that, right? And it didn't work before. Maybe they snuck in like a little patch there, actually. That's nice. Okay, so that is actually... It's actually a good buff to Quill then. So you're gonna push Quill again? I don't know where to put my points. No weapon cast twice and cover like a... Wait, the temper is also different. Is that what you're saying? Like the Quill temper? Yo, Sir Loki Odin. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, the Kapaleka, whatever it says, basically Kapaleka's effect is it does the same as the tempers for each of the skills. So whatever the temper does, the Kapaleka does. That's basically how Kapaleka works. It's just like a bit scuffed in the tooltip. To Jarun and Inexorable Reaper. So nice, man. I'm gonna be flying on Necro. I don't have a pet actually. Spiritborn is fine. There's Bloodstars right now, yeah. I'm just using this to get to 60 and get an Ember Piercer, and then we're gonna do Blight. I love playing Bloodstars, but I've done it like 5 times. So I'm gonna try to do some farming of Blight and see that. So Dronix, but he did confirm that it didn't work before the patch, right? Because I saw also the testing, and I've done some testing, and it looked like there was like just nothing working with Kapaleka, and now they actually fixed it. I'm just asking because I used a weapon with the chance to cast twice Kekeleke, and you know, I wonder how much I go up now, basically. Yeah, I forgot a pet. But yeah, like a middle of Helltide. On the other hand, we have 6,000 life, I guess, so you can equip a pet real quick. Aspirational Burge. Okay, I really have to get rid of that Shackle. Transmog as well. Holy. Do just an Necro Reaper and then Bug Jar. It's actually gonna be really nice, you can just fly. How does the barrier work? It's just like a hit, right? This should work really well with Blight, right? Do the small Blight projectiles have like a hit from the Ebon Piercer? If they do, then it's gonna be nuts, right? You're gonna have a Giga Barrier. If you don't go for Soul Rift anyway. Do we go for Soul Rift? It looks like we do, actually. No Curse. Corpse Tendrils. Corpse Explosion. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, actually. Let's see if we can change that a little bit. How's Border Druid? Very good, actually. I can do 90-second pits with that, like 70s. I made a video on it, actually. It's very nice. Do we need any mythical quill builds? No, not really. Shroud is very decent, but you know, for the start, the normal chest will do. And then later, there's like the push version with Starter Skies, which works a little bit differently than the standard, but it goes up another like 5 pits or so. Yeah, Quill Volley is number 1 build on Spiritborn. Do we have a Hellborn? Yeah, we killed him already. Wait, someone's doing Maiden. Yeah, I'm just doing Blood Search until level 60 basically, and until I have an Ever Piercer. I was gonna go farm some Grimoire right away, get an Ever Piercer, and then go Blight. You have boss mods lying around, so that'll be easy. Actually, I don't think I've really tried killing bosses in T1. I don't even know how many items they drop. 1, 2... Three on T1, really? Wait, that's actually really good. I didn't know that's that much. Two plus one general pool. Nah, it's only one item that's guaranteed on a boss. The first item is guaranteed on a boss, and then everything is 50-50. Yeah, we're doing strongholds now. Just opening the chest here.
Masonry stained with residual magics. The aftermath of an arcane storm.
Story quest again, I think I do. Yeah, it's from like last season's, there was like an event. But that's probably just a bug. Yeah, I have to go on the Spiritborn real quick and verify this Cabernet stuff. Let's do it real quick. I could go straight to T1. Yeah, I can probably go straight to T3 basically, but well, I can't, so I think it would be nice if it would allow us to go into the pit on alts. Okay, kick it, lick it. There we go. Let's check this out. So maybe Kakaleka is fixed. What's better? 16 feathers hitting twice or 8 feathers hitting 4 times? That's basically the same. I guess they're... I'm not sure what you're exactly comparing. Yeah, I miss capstones as well, man. Do we have resource gen here? Yeah, okay. Maybe I should turn on some numbers. Dornix are here? It's kinda hilarious because I masterworked this thing. First try, I think, or like I did one reset and then got the resource, you know. But you might not need it after all. Maybe it's still an upgrade, I'm not sure. Maybe it is an upgrade, or maybe I should actually masterwork the core on this thing and just use that. What's on my list? There's an DM on Twitch. Try this with a normal weapon. Like if Capellecke hit twice actually works now, then we're probably gonna move Cure into S tier. Because people are gonna push higher with it now. It might be close at least.
Until next time.
What will it be?
I mean, here you can clearly see, right, how they come out again. The second wave, right? And here you see I get 2 hits. 2 hits, 2 hits, 1 hit, 2 hits, 2 hits, 1 hit. Yeah, so it is working actually. It just doesn't have the animation. It's just like 2 in 1. The current build, this is evade. The speed farming variant of evade, if you're looking at the evade guide, yeah. Less damage with the storm feathers, like this. It's very fast. It's good. I'm gonna add a comment on the YouTube video real quick. Okay. Just made like a comment on my YouTube video about the patch summary. Since it's kind of a big deal. So, kill volley is actually looking really good then. Guys. Kill volley login. Go. Ding ding. He waits Spiritborn in C tier. Yeah, that's because you're looking at the like pit build tier list basically. It doesn't push very high, but it's like probably the second best build in the game when it comes to farming. So it's very good for that. I want to do strongholds, right? So let's go there. Wait, here. Yeah, Capaleka is actually fixed, Conix. I just checked it. Tronix came to my chat. Tronix was the guy who was pushing a lot of Spiritborn already. And then I checked it, yeah. And basically, you don't see the projectiles, but they hit twice. And apparently that was not the case before. I just DM'd him to confirm if he has actually tested that, because I only tested the visual part. I didn't test the numbers. But you see 2 hits. So if that is fixed, then Quill Volley will probably go to S tier. But I did not actually confirm myself if that was not already the case. You like leaping fast? Yeah, then yeah, we got a build for you. But yeah, since Dorinx was pushing, like he probably has tested this before. I'm not sure who found it out. I saw some video from someone, then I bug reported the Quileka stuff. Actually, I can check that video. Maybe they had numbers there. Thanks, Chris or Prime. Does the boss fight work properly now? I haven't confirmed it yet, but the tooltip is updated, at least. It says he did first increased damage for 2 seconds. I would expect it to work. Everyone worth using for leveling endgame? Yes. Kill volley especially. Evade is a very good farming build once you have set it up. But it should probably... I mean, you can start with Evade, to be honest. Especially if you already have Paragons and some Twink gear and so on. You can definitely start with Evade and just go to T3, T4 really fast and then blast. Otherwise, I'd probably like progress with Quill. And Quill is just the strongest build on Spiritborn.
What goes on here?
Yes, Vashon Spiritborn doesn't exist anymore, guys. It's gone. Ava writes, poison trap buff looks promising. Holy. Are we logging in on poison trap, guys? And Belial Power should work, but I haven't tested it. Interesting. Saber is a core skill, but also my mobility skill. So it procs the quick wild power. Interestingly, where I arrive, which is kinda nice. Made a tattoo 20 years ago as a Twitch drop. That sounds like pretty surreal, actually. What happened to RNG?
Bandits. I should be careful. I could use someone like you on my crew. I don't run bandits. Then die! It was done.
You need steelwork? That got most.
I haven't heard of anything of room crafting. Maybe a too low level. If you're on like a low level character. Room crafting tab is disabled. Weird, okay. I can check it out. Is there Jonah here? Let's see. No. Yeah, I don't see the mythics. But maybe this is like level 60, but all the stuff here is there. I have Greek's power and forgot the rest. So, I don't know. So the crits.
Wind's grown too cutting. Even for these parts. These goatmen's are nothing but death. Kajra's storm is ended.
Yeah. Can't do third blade on boss this season. It was never on bosses, it's from hordes. But now you can get it from bosses much easier. Because all bosses drop all uniques, including Infernal Horde uniques. So all the Infernal Horde stuff is actually way easier to get now. There's just no specific boss for it. Yeah, thanks, but level 56, it's fine.
Blessed are you who will die in the Mother's name.
Give this stranger the holiest of welcomes.
These effigies reek of corruption. I must destroy them.
Thank you, Donkey. Yeah, this is Blood Surge. Looking for the build.
Go. Run. Bells again. But who is left to ring them?
Exile, refinement tributes is the fastest in Fortress side, especially in T4 in like a party. But they don't have infinite of those, and once you're out, you have to go on Eminences or Hordes, which are pretty close. 3 out of 3, 3 out of 3. Let's go here.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? Hammer sod it. Overgrown vermin.
Signs of a bloody struggle. What happened here? Whatever killed this hunter wanted him to suffer.
Impressive. Unfortunately. Wilds cannot be tamed.
Your evil is done.
Dude, I know where to put the points. I have nothing to put. This, I guess. Takes a broken glove cosmetic for Barb. What is a broken glove cosmetic? How high can you do pit with Quill? 105, 106 probably. We're gonna see from Quill now. Luck and 6, sell for 400M. What? Yellow runes? Nightmares, the new Opticide farm? Yeah, only if I don't have tributes. And if you have a fast build. It's usually a fast build, Nightmare Dungeons is better. Slow build, Infernal Hordes is better. But Refinement Tribute beats it both by maybe double. That sounds funny, Florian. Among Us. Even with the buff, it's pushing 5 less since the patch. Yeah, because the build that pushed like 112 on Spiritborn doesn't exist anymore. So we're back to Quill Volley. But Quill Volley is stronger. Quite a lot stronger, actually. Turns out. And everything on Spiritborn is basically stronger now, so...
This whole place is a
Hatred burns eternal.
What goes on here? A memory.
Yes, Nick. Probably gonna make like a Spiritborn roundup video or something. Keep getting so many questions. I made a little patch summary now. I probably need something more specific.
Everything is ruined. It's all ash.
It's useless. Their anger will feed me for ages.
Yeah, see me.
Fire in my blood, my skin. Your efforts are futile. You will join them in eternal misery.
We need dot Barb. I do have rent Barb. That's not very good. I guess could argue that Earthquake feels kind of like a dot.
We are forsaken, forgotten. Their rage,
The smoke.
the flames. You who is touched by hatred. I will feed on your
I'm playing Blood Surge, but I'm not really following a guide right now. That's just like twinked out. Going for Blight soon. I go to Torment 1, kill Grimoire a few times, get the Eminate, and then we go Blight. So that's the strat right now.
The mistakes of my past will be paid in your blood, grave robber. Let our brothers rest.
Yeah, I also never played Blight, so I want to try it. Apparently it's pretty good right now. Necromancer log in. Yeah, Necromancer has actually cleared 100, I heard. Before the patch. And they got like a little buff now as well. Should be like 101, 102. They're also close to S tier territory actually. Turns out they popped off quite a lot. And what have I played already, Kali? The minion still got like a ×5 buff. Well, yes, but actually no. And first of all, that sword is not actually used in minion build. In fact, it's not used for anything, it's just like a trash item. But let's say it wasn't, it wouldn't be a minion build, it would be a popcorn skeleton, you know, kind of explode your minions build, right? Which is not actually minions. But outside of that, and lots of mechanical issues that build has, this buff didn't actually accomplish anything. Like that build that is basically not existent is now around 10% stronger. That's what the buff did. You played LS Sorc. Well, if you want something kind of similar in power, then you should probably play Death Trap Rogue. It's also very fun. I had a lot of fun on Boulder Druid actually lately. That's pretty good too. Yes, never can. Oh, that's beautiful. So I just tasked Chronix to go through our max roll tier lists and delete all the Vashan build entries. Beautiful.
Do you
Barb or Sorc for hardcore. Well, Barb if you want to be immortal, and Sorc if you want to be OP. Takeaways that the patch didn't really change anything meaningful with the buffs. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was supposed to do any major adjustments anyway. Like, the one thing that was definitely, you know, something people were looking forward to was the whirlwind stuff, which is just not it, I guess. Everything else was just kind of a minor build buffs and so on. And okay, the Vashan is deleted. We thought Vashan would be giga OP, at least for a while. But then it just fixed it in this patch. Yeah, perfect, last round. I'll move Quill Volley. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it should move Quill to number 1 in A, at least. Actually, wait a second. I need to grab that video again that I bug reported. And then do a quick maths. Because I tried to DM Gronix, who told me about the fix. And it's likely that he tested it before, but I want to get confirmation that he tested it before the patch. There's only 1 in A. Yeah, I'm talking about the overall. Like, if the double hit Kabaleka did not work at all before the patch and now it works, then we're talking about a around 4 pit tier buff to Quill. It was 102, so it'll be 106, which is pretty comfortable in S. Like, okay, let me see. Okay, so this video was actually made by Dronix, who told us about the fix earlier. And he has numbers on. Okay, let's see. So first of all, we see that there's no cast twice. There's only one wave and never any other projectiles. But what we're also looking at is, are we ever gonna see 2 numbers from 1 feather? There's 1. There's 2, but it looks like 2 of them hit. So I can't really tell. There's 1. For some reason the return doesn't show up at all. Does he have only normal numbers on? Maybe he has only normal numbers on. This looks like it's just one feather hitting. Oh wait, one of them is the Jaguar. Is that a Jaguar Hall? There's a Jaguar Hall actually here. You see the red thing? You see two numbers. So this was pre-patch. So it was working actually. Like we clearly see the two numbers. So in that case we don't move equal to S. It was working. Here again. Yeah, it's clearly just one feather, right? The others are all missing. And then two again. This was the Jaguar. Here's two. Oh, that's actually what we just saw. I went back. There's also two. Okay, so it was actually not bugged. Yeah, he shows it's 85%, so he had the same thing as me actually. Now he's showing the cast twice. And cast twice. You see here there's like a second wave of feathers. So instead of the two numbers appearing at the same time. Well, let's see actually, because here we can't have the two hits, right? So there's... Oh my god, he has screen shading on. There's one number. And now it's like one coming, one going. Two numbers. One number. What are these other numbers here at the end? So here it looks like two feathers hit at the same moment though, in the same frame. It's kind of sus. $30.9 million, huh? Okay. So, false alarm. The Capulaca was working, just not the way we expected. At the very least, it's working right now, but it's the same as it was before the patch. Which means that Capulaca didn't get an unexpected buff. Which means we don't move Queer Volley into S tier. Lots of aspects to remove that could test cleanly, yeah, but it was okay. We saw plenty of examples of 2 hits at once. How's Boulder Druid? Pretty good actually. I played it a bunch the last few days. It's actually surprisingly fast. Okay, let's see the Paragon here. Can we take that? Well, they probably have Corpse Eater, which I really don't want to do. Flesh Eater. Can I avoid that? Wither is fine. Blood begets blood, huh? How the hell would you get those? Wait, can you just get them now? Blood skills. How the hell do we get blood orbs? Affliction. Oof. Hey, there's no embalmer. There's no transfusion. The vines. Oh. True. Okay. I guess it kind of works. Dude, is that really... Are these actually the Paragon boards, man? Why did I make a Necro? No. Yes. No. Fuck. They made a crit damage. Oh my god. So there's actually no other board. Holy man. Okay, so... Dude, can I just get enough cooldown so I can just run no cooldown temper? Let me just take the Vashan ring. I mean, okay, we can now reproc this, right? Maybe I'm only gonna use it on boss and otherwise we just don't care. How about that? We don't even consume a corpse when we do corpse tendrils, right? Does it count? I know it leaves the corpse on the ground for some reason. Minion Necro is pretty strong, yeah. Here's Igni Om. And Ahu Quax. Okay. Buck and Sek. And Igni Jar. That sounds more like it. So we have one Paragon board that barely works. And we have another one that even more barely works. I love Necromancer actually. And that's it. Okay. Very cool. Belial's Ivy, holy. Okay. That's gonna pop in a classic Urivar. Because nothing else matters here. Does he have to execute? No. It's actually no unique. Besides the Piercer, and the rest is mythic. Huh. Attack speed and life. And it's only a 45% damage buff. We lose 7 essence per second. Dude, I'm gonna pop in the fucking Vashan ring, fuck it. I don't care. We just spam Blight. Sacrificial, damned. Put in a Zek rune if you have to. 35 seconds. You kinda have to go Zek rune now. Unless you really proc a lot of the Decrepify. I'm not sure how fast it procs, but I suppose the small blights all have like a hit. Like hit should actually be kinda crazy in that build, I imagine, if that works. But I think it only lasts 10.9. Soul Rift duration. Corpse tendril size. Blight size. Does the blight size work for the small? Alright. It's not that hard to build actually. Make the Paragon real quick. You got it to take for 2 trillion. Mashan build was not a bug, by the way. That was actually working as intended. It was just too laggy, so they nuked it. Use Blast Trapper with Barrage, so 2000 hits per second on single target. Blast Trapper aspect. I mean, for AoE I can see that worked pretty well. But it sounds kinda sus. With Umbra, Interesting strat actually. Sounds like that could be a thing. I didn't think about Blast Trapper, I gotta say. Thanks, Poop Puck, by the way. What's up? We don't really have to update Necromancer Paragon boards, man. Every time I make a Necromancer, I'm like, you know, excited about some build, and then I hit max level and I start making Paragons, and I just want to uninstall. Like, every single time. Because all these Paragon boards are just awful, man. It just doesn't feel good to click these things, and I don't want to use them. Why are they so shit? The Necro is actually disparaged, man. I guess we don't need an Aurus. Dude, fucking blood begets blood, man. That's apparently a Paragon board I need to use on this build. And you know how I generate blood orbs? From corpse tendrils, 35% chance every 8 seconds. So on average I get like 1 blood orb per half minute. This buff lasts 5 seconds. It needs to be stacked 5 times. Very cool. Bliat. Okay. So I have a few points left over. Maximum shadow resistance. Maximum poison resistance. Dude, blood orb healing, man. Beautiful. Blood damage. Oh my god. At least there's some life, and here's some life. And now I have a lot of... So we have Abyssal, which is a rare buffing glyph. We have Sacrificer, which is a magic buffing glyph. Then we have Eliminator, which is a normal buffing glyph. Then we have Scourge for some actual stacking. Then you have Gravekeeper, which is another rare buffing glyph. So you basically don't spend Paragon points now. There's like nothing to spend points on. I guess we do get the fucking Poison Rest. And the fucking Shadow Rest. But what the hell does Shadow damage in this game? Damage to corrupted enemies. Melted Heart can be used to become immortal, but that's about it. It's not really an item that goes into any build because monsters are not really threatening to us. I actually have everything besides this and this. Maybe we do delete this here. Just take more random int nodes. Okay, where are the magic buffing glyphs? I think the first board. Oh, that's also rare. Second board, here. How's my weather? Up to 2000 intelligence. And one more point. Okay, I added it to the YouTube description as well. This is the build here. Zendaya Visage version of Core to get to T4. Yeah, T4 is not going to be a big problem for that. It actually has very good AoE damage, it's just boss damage is not very good. But yeah, it's an okay build. Alright, well... I guess we just load up Torment 2 and see what happens or something. Actually, you do have the rest.
I can cure what ails me. Live well.
What if we go Shred Druid? I don't like it that much. But I think it's relatively strong right now. Or at least like, okay. Season 9 download messes with your files. Wait, who's downloading Season 9 here? Okay, seems like we're just blasting through this. Very good. I mean, I have like a blood storage build of a Blight Paragon board right now. Just noticed. Very good. Going on, guys? Oh. Wait, does Iron Maiden look different now? I don't remember it looking like this. Why am I tripping? I think I'm tripping. Territorial here has vulnerable damage. Ah, wait a minute, Gravekeeper. Don't we use that? Yes, but I can't activate it. I recommend Rogue Blend Sugar. You heard Spiritborn got nerfed? Well, that is partially true and untrue. So what happened is they deleted the best build, but they buffed everything else.
Fair bitter. Not much, is it? It seems your prayers have been answered.
We don't actually use bone shards anymore with Bone Spear, right?
It seems your prayers have been answered. It seems your prayers. Very nice. It seems your prayers have been answered.
What did I get by minutes? I don't care about crit actually. Or lucky hit. Or any foci really. So let's just use that. And these are my rings. Got pants. Can we get pants? Or 34?
It seems your prayers have been answered.
Need something forged?
You wanna save that for Sorc? Probably not. We have Fist of Fate on the Sorc build, but who knows?
Let's go salvage.
I have many fine pieces, rare and beautiful. May the light keep you.
Do you want like any kind of stacking something? No, no, no. Not really, I guess. Can actually get 100% chance for Emerge to form Blood Orbs. Maybe I should actually use that. Also blight size. I'm going for blight very soon, right? So let's try to hit that. So restoration doesn't hurt. Damage while fortified is a thing. Which is less than this right now.
Fortune that is.
Oh, fuck it. Ran out of flowers. Really? Yeah, I think you get it from bosses, just from bosses. Don't click flowers, man. Why did you run out of flowers?
It is done. Don't ruin all that work.
Okay. Step 1. Remove that. Okay, what else? Blah. How's the Necro looking in a dress? I don't know about that. The Deceiver set would actually look really good here. I think the gloves are really cool, actually. I wonder if I can color this. And it kind of works out. Let's do the full Malthael set and the Deceiver glove. Also Deceiver boots, but this doesn't really fit. I think that's okay. Weapons we fix later. Yeah, Spiritborn is okay. Not easy. Yeah, soft canoe relying on incense to cap your ass. That's also what I do, to be honest. Since like these days you just have infinite incense. Well, apparently not you, but it seems like most other people. I don't know, since the last season, or even season 6, like you just have so much herbs. Like I never run out, or even close to it. Thank you, Shanna. Yeah, I think we are good to go. Let's do Grigor. It's Grigor, right? Boss mode. Do we care about a high roll of the aspect? Grigor and Urivar. But this also has Path of Shagur that we really need, right? So we definitely should go Grigor. Yeah, they run Path of Shagur actually. So unique effect number 1 priority. Fuck. Cast twice, Reaper. Alright. Is Bone Prison cooldown that low? Everyone is not moving up the S, but it's close. Bone Prison Goodness we said we are curse, yeah, but are we like reliably getting that, like, you know, every, I don't know, 2 seconds or something? Maybe I should do this on T2. But I modify boss power as a multiplier. Yeah, it should be. I haven't tested a Belial power, but it should work as it says. 30% multi when you go in stealth. Amulet. That's a terrible roll on the FX. Let's try again. It's actually crazy to get 3 uniques on T1. It's actually very easy to get uniques very early. Try to see like how much health he actually has, roughly. $10 million, maybe? Save that for later. Maybe I can check if the Maxwell boys tested something. With the Belial power. Dude, one amulet. What's going on? Great. I really need that as well. Zoom button. Oh, Sanguivore. Freshly buffed. Hey, they added just like a 60 multi on the Bone Spear helm. Just like that. It's just like Perdition now. And the ranks, and the cast twice. Okay then. And the Echo. Of course, reasons. Why I'm not farming Sparks? Because Sparks can't give me the item that I need for this build to function. Which is an Ebon Piercer. I have everything that Sparks can buy. Why would I farm Sparks? I even have this. Sacrilegious Soul. Like bugs. Yeah, they can be relatively disgusting sometimes. Depends on the type of bug. Now doing Blight. Waiting for an Ebon Piercer that is maybe not min roll. No, I do not do lay. But I know about the Spark exploit. Nine sparks, fine. Okay, only one emerald is actually kind of sad. This was almost 2 stacks of mats. Good luck with your sparks. Okay. 1 gloom, 2 implied. That's a high roll on the affix, so only taking that. Let's get out of here. Yeah, everyone is dooming about Spiritborn, but it's actually decent. I played Spiritborn for a bunch of days and played like 5-6 builds. It was pretty fun. Yeah, it's a cool thing. Let's make a skill tree. Do a refund all. Let's refund all and go from there. Probably didn't need to though. Most of the stuff is the same. Macro has a RAM point in 7 that he doesn't need actually. Kind of want to do this approach. Do we not want to go for the stun? We already stunned them here, I guess. My deflection is purple, but it's kind of red here in our planner. Interesting. I have a few points left over for some tech slots. What to do? First, is there anything here? It slows. Vulnerable, sever. Spawns a corpse. I don't think we'll need that with all the lucky hits we have, right? It's fine. About this actually. Okay. Bliderino. Res. Shadow. Vuln. Okay. So we did find the ring. I'm kind of tempted to run it. Maybe 1.5 seconds. How long does it last? 6 So it'll be slight downtime anyway, but not much. Maybe. And then at the end, and a sacrificial and a cursed aura. Which we don't have. I guess we dropped the blood mist. We put that. Two out of 21. We have a better Reaper. Fuck. Dude, it's 8 out of 21, but that's 10 seconds. Holy shit. Okay. Why did they not go for core skin or for blight ranks on the glove? That's nice. Soul restoration. Soul restoration.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Ugh. 5% chance for blight to cast twice. Incredible.
More there than I thought. Here's a good one.
Beautiful.
Solid bits here. Here's a good one. My hammer saying
What do we even put here? More life. This thing gave me 4k life, man. What? What? Okay. Okay, 35 away. So if we go to 3 now, which I guess we will, you'll need a bit more res. And, okay, diamonds will fix that.
I forge more than horseshoes starting from nothing.
Totally forgot to scroll all this time. We don't have any. And my modes. Halt.
Wait. Don't go any further. Halt.
quantity indeed.
Alright. So Blade should be kind of online now. Wait, how did that happen? It's open in tournament 3. I don't have glyphs yet and stuff. Let's do a tournament 3 anyway. See what happens. My USS should be fine. This needs to go in. This. Don't do blood mist for now. Do corpse tendrils. Corpse explosion. Crap. So yeah, okay, no blood mist. But it should be fine. I don't know how much damage it will do. Don't play should be easy though. Okay. Course clear damage doesn't affect Evan Piercer. Thank you. It does for like Blizzard and all that stuff, so I thought they made all that stuff work now, but apparently not. So we still invest points, but we don't go for core skill ranks. Kind of weird as well. I wonder like what's the distribution between Blight and the neck. I guess most of it is the neck, probably. Else you could just find a normal neck, right? It looks kind of funny actually. I just realized I've never seen this animation. It's very slow, like the projectiles. Thanks Sorc for the prime by the way, earlier. Okay, so the Decrepify cooldown is insane. I guess once you have Cursed Aura, we're gonna be fine here. I wonder if we can just go to Torment 4 right away. It might be a bit too much right now. We should get some glyphs. Yeah, dude, ain't nobody got time for that. Like, I'm gonna keep the fucking Shan ring here. Like, there's no way I'm gonna press 5 corpse explosions every 6 seconds. I barely wanna press 5 blights in 6 seconds. Torrent matters for rewards in Undercity, at least most of them. Depends what you're after. I guess we gotta go close and shotgun. Okay. Okay, we got Amplify. Do we run that? No. For a Mythic it does not matter actually, you can run T1. Tournament 3. It's still have 45. At that point I can level out close to legendary already. Gauss does seem to work. It's doing slightly more damage than expected. I mean, Gauss wasn't not functioning. It was just like not really good because Whirlwind was bad and Whirlwind could only ever get good with like something like, you know, Dust Devils and Earthquakes. Seems like not much has changed about that. Like, has anyone been doing some whirlwind stuff? Like, what kind of pets can you do with that? I wonder if I can get away without the numb rune. I probably can, actually. This is Blight, yes. Feels kind of fun so far. It's basically like a dot multi-shot. With some shotgunning effect. Okay, once I have 5 glyphs equipped, I think I'm gonna be in T4 with a few glyph levels. I have Doombringer for no reason. Because a corpse tendril does not actually count as consuming a corpse of flesh either. So you have to have pulse explosion on the bar or raise minions. We really need to update Necro Paragon at some point. It's actually wild. Okay, Legate on this build is insane, I gotta say. Ugh, it's so hard to click on a portal because I've left click Corpse Explosion. I think they put something else there. You can't loot, man, because it keeps exploding. Aspect of Void is very strong, we place Corpse Minerals. Yeah, but it can't really fit it, because later we're gonna run Perdition, Shroud. We have only one slot for defense or utility, and this is gonna become the Cursed Aura. Oh, there's this, but then you have to give up Inexorable Reaper. And I really don't want to give that up. Unless I go with Jar Rune, then maybe. But it's pretty OP. Let's do some of 40s. 40s is okay here. What if I swap Corpse Explosion and Corpse Tendrils? Seems cool because you have 4 mythics. 3, right? 4 actually. I mean, okay, Doom should not be there. Just some leveling still. I wonder how much the Blight take ramps up here. I know on like Azura, for example, the unique effect actually get ramps really hard from 750 to 800. Like it's like literally times 10. when you get like a GA versus just like a 750. I don't think it's that much on the blight thing here because it's a unique effect and not the stat. But I wonder how much the item power ramp is here. But yeah, good luck getting like a high roll on this thing. It's such a large range. Like this needs to be like at least 80 or 90% perfection on the roll on an ancestral. I want to change my runes. Yeah, Neosec will do for now, but this is probably not needed. If you don't really give unsolvable to Necros, at least it's good to give them something like impairment reduction, like the rogues have. That'll be kinda nice. Did I ever change my boss powers? I don't think so. Are you farming gold bosses and then sell uniques to the vendor? Round has been enabled. Pork. Yeah, so maybe they fix it in a patch, and then the enable or disable was probably like a separate thing. Like, you know, like a switch, right? Because they can like just enable or disable items at any point. So the guy was still on lunch break until now. You get the boss powers from the bosses that they're named after. Okay, I guess we just keep leveling these. Yo, Devo, thanks, what's up? This is Blight, yes. Okay, so what can I do? How about I just throw the jar in here? Speed this up a bit. Why is it season 8 only around 60 days? I'm pretty sure it's gonna be longer and they just didn't update it yet. Because they extended the previous season by like 3 weeks and the time was probably programmed in already. Feels nice with the jar. Resources are still okay. Spiritborn lost its best build, but everything else got better, I guess. Sacrificial, that's actually what you want. If one class is slightly bad, it's dead. Yeah, it's true, man. D4 community is very meta-oriented, actually. Surprisingly much, to be honest. Considering, you know, how little people actually like look at YouTube videos and streams and stuff, but still everyone is playing the meta builds, right? Crazy. Look around. What else do I want to do? Don't remember, we go again. Crushing Hands is better than yesterday. In fact, I updated a guide last night, you should check it. At least if you're working towards the pit push variant, it's a bit different now. And also, I did some slight tweaks on the skill tree. Moving a few points around and stuff because of the patch. And Crushing Hand should feel something like 15% stronger right now. Did Blight get buffed? No actually, but it's pretty good right now. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Blight has been really good since the season start. How long is the Little Blessing? They didn't say anything about it, just randomly turned it on. So I guess a week or two. How long does it usually go? I think 1 week, usually. You mentioned Little Blessing on the forum after the fact. Like the patch just went live, random Little Blessing appears. Oh, by the way guys, we've turned it on. Will Blight be able to compete? I think Blight caps out somewhere in the 90s. So it's not like, you know, top build, but apparently it's very nice for farming and it feels really smooth, so I'm gonna go with that for now. kind of weird that they turned on like Blizzard and Lightning Spear rank scaling for their effects, but not for Blight. Why not? Very strange. It's the Affliction, yeah. There's not many aspect slots here. Also, you could play the Shadowblade stuff, I guess. Could be like a solution early on if you don't have like a Starless Skies ring or so. I can play the Shadowblade stuff. Very strong aspect. No build will become S tier now that the patch is released. Everything that was S tier is still S tier. Nothing else really moves. I mean, technically, you know, Spiritborn is like getting a bit of an edge compared to other classes and so on, but nothing where we would like move a build from one tier to the next, you know. Like the differences between the max roll tiers, like S, A, B and so on, it's like somewhere in the range of like times 10, you know, each time. So at 15% buff is not really cutting it, unless it was really close. You know, like Will Volley, for example, it was like really close to maybe going to S tier, but we kept it in A now. And yeah, we'll discuss it again, but realistically it's probably gonna stay in A, maybe like top of A, you know. Bringing up fast reputation boost for season quests. The fastest is just farm Belial, I guess. But if that's not an option because you don't have infinite Belial mats, then Hordes is kinda good, or just like more typical boss farm, I guess. Amulet and ring. Wow. More gear, but I can do 100. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think there's like a huge movement on the tier list that we're gonna do. Like we deleted the the Vashan builds, so there was Vashan Necro and Vashan Spiritborn. These have been deleted now. I don't think we had anything else with the other classes in terms of Vashan stuff, and nothing else seems to move, so I think the tier list will basically stay as it is. Then maybe within tiers you're gonna like move a few builds like a little bit up or down or something. But nothing really noticeable. I do have proc consuming a corpse when I do corpse tendrils. I need to check that. I guess it does work, right? Yeah, Boulder is staying where it is. Like, nothing on Druid really moves, I think. As I said, you know, basically nothing on Telos really moves at all, anyway. Spiritborn got like the biggest benefit of this patch. Minus the Marchand build getting removed. And then everything else is just kind of like whatever. It seems like even the Vermin buffs seem to be kind of whatever. That we expected to be pretty large, actually. And yeah, that's about it, I guess. The boost of Spiritborn is all the key passes are better besides Auction's Resonance. Yeah, so not every build on Spiritborn is better, but almost all builds are better. By roughly half to 150. Like 10, like 15 to 20% buff for most of the Spiritborn builds. Plus the Kappadeka builds, they are actually just gonna heal more smooth now with the cooldowns. So that's also like a quality of life upgrade there. They buffed all the key passives. Like leveling and early progression on Spiritborn is gonna be so nuts now with those buffs. Kinda makes me look forward to the next season start. Probably gonna do a Spiritborn season start again. And just fly. Yeah, we're close, but Quill will stay in A, I think. Thanks, Bledo. I need to change my boss powers. You know, the numbers. Light is very nice so far. I'm trying to make it more comfy. Because I'm not in the mood to press close skills every 5 seconds. So I'm looking for some alternatives here. So I'm running Sacrilegious Soul Ring currently. The class should be S tier and items become extremely rare and expensive. I mean, the season's meta is extremely balanced actually, right? Like, all the classes have very powerful builds. Lightning Spear is just like bugged in some ways that makes it a bit more powerful than the rest. And all the others are almost the same. Minus Spiritborn being a little bit behind. But not by such a noticeable margin. this, we don't do this. Shit. I had a lot of useless stuff here, man. Wait. So here's attack speed, that's not bad. Cinerate. Can do Urivar, as always. Do we care about freezing stuff? Oh, what's on freezing? Shadow damage to crowd controlled and increase to elites and bosses. Wait. You don't need to stun or freeze anymore. Okay then. Sure. How fast do we fortify? How much movement speed do we have? 200 apparently. Still 200. Wait, what? Where's all that coming from? There's like 35. 57. I don't know where the rest is coming from. Reapers. True. For each darkness skill, you gain 18% movement speed. Oh my god. What the fuck, dude? We actually don't need to put any movement speed on our boots. We just have it, right? It's just... What? Oh my god, dude. Okay. Wait, does this count as mobility skill now? Can we put mobility cooldown reduction? Yeah, we can, right? That's kind of cool. Does this activate in town? Now we do it on dial, actually. Okay, so now we actually have +4 useful powers instead of 4 useless powers. That's kind of nice. GA Reaper and Evan. I don't see that happening. But also, I mean, it literally does nothing besides more buff. 18% damage per each skill. It's kind of wild. Doesn't do anything for the speed though, but the speed is not active in town. Okay. What do I do with all these points? We don't need that. Ugh. I guess we can do this, yeah.
I forge more than horseshoes and nail. My hammer sings on your return.
$50? Looks like I'm enjoying this season much more than last. Yeah, the season's way better than last season, I think. I'd even say that's probably the best season they've had, to be honest. Like the meta and all like, you know, the progression. It feels a lot better than basically ever. course, there's plenty of work to do, but it's a good season for sure. Okay, I guess for Torment 4, we do have the armor. How's the rest? 8 overcut. Okay, we don't have the rest yet. Armor is okay if I put some more points in the armor. So we don't have to roll any armor in our gear. I have it neither on the pants nor on the boots. We also don't need movement on our boots, so I guess we do. I don't know what we're gonna do. Int life, and then don't need essence. We don't need more movement speed. Don't need any of the skill ranks, I think. Each season I should add 100 to 200 new aspects. Remove the rest. Holy. Okay then. It seems really good on this actually. Compared to like AoE. Spiritborn buff's not good enough to get to S tier. Yeah, it's close for Quill. But I think we're not putting it in S. Gold explosion serves and more damage than I calculated. Maybe there's some double dipping going on. Or is that something I didn't account for? Does Whirlwind scale of the real damage done or the base damage of Whirlwind? I remember there used to be like this like charge up effect of cores and then it would go kaboom when you release it. And that was based on the real damage done, right? And this is why it was so broken. This was just like hard double dip on everything. Yo, if I find the rest of the glyphs, we're just gonna be chilling in Torment 4 with this character, guys. Wolf Capital is actually fixed. I added a comment on the YouTube video as well. So the World of Capital is working. By highest pit clear, Spiritborn is the weakest, yeah. But by many other metrics, Spiritborn is pretty far up, I'd say. Scourge, we need that. Nice. First glyph at legendary. 40 out of 40. Anything buffed. Let's do Gravekeeper next. This is on anyway. This is on. This is on. Okay. The double damage is working on the Kapaleke. Hardcore is so dead right now. Hardcore's always dead. But yeah, I mean, especially this season, people have been ripping a lot. Because of the torment buffs and the boss buffs and so on. I did one boss rota for like half an hour, and half the party died. And then I just kept farming every solo. It was fun though. And that was only easy bosses. I need like Zir and... what? Zir, Duriel, Shan, I think, or something. And Sorcerer doesn't run smooth anymore. What exactly is the problem with the Sorc? Yeah, before Power, they told me I was in a party with 3 others, a Rogue, P250, and all 4 died on T4 Zir. Nice. Missing Andron, there's only 10 DR here, but it's 15 on a Druid. CDR is weird, you now have more CD on your skills and resets are far less. And resets with like ice blades or what? Maybe change something on your setup, Nerster? I can actually move to Zagrun completely. I'm gonna try like Vortex. So I just get like insta pulled in. I'm gonna try Vortex Rune, man. Sounds kinda nice. Who cares about corpse tendrils, man? Which multiplier is best for scaling thorns? I mean, all kinds of generic multipliers basically. I mean, there's a few like thorns aspects, and then the razor blade. So those are must have, and then just like generic damage, like perdition helm and stuff like that. Kind of interesting how Soul Rift, even though I extend it, it still drops all my barrier at the time when it would normally run out, it seems. Or what? Is that how it works? It's kind of scuffed. When I recast it. Why is my barrier going up and down like this so much? Thanks, Venomous. Physical, better than bone or close. Whatever has the highest value, unless you have some, you know, let's say rogue key passive like close quarters combat, where you get like some extra benefit from one or the other. Gravekeeper has damaged 2 healthy enemies. But it also has 18 multi. Okay. The order doesn't matter, dart fall, because all damage reduction effects are multiplicative. So it doesn't matter in which order you calculate them.
See some skill unique.
Hello. 1 sec. BRB. Oh, we're back. Did I miss anything? The fixed TP enchant showing its actual CD now. And what was wrong with that? Maybe zone. What was login, guys? Hello, WD. You reroll from Barb to Rogue is so cheap to build. Yeah, DevTab just gets online really easily with a few uniques, and that's, you know, you're going. On Barb, yeah, you have like the heavy hitter tempers and stuff. They're a pretty big deal. Feels sluggish. Any other Sorcs out there that have like some issue with their teleports? Here's a guy. A Sorc, actually. What's that? Charge bolts? Okay, it's a 90 spear. Oh, he's a Barb with the Berserk skin.
Hello.
That's kind of cool. Whirlwind. Yeah, on T3. I didn't unlock T4 yet, actually. Doesn't really matter. I think you get like more mythic tributes on T4 and stuff. As long as you're in Torment, I think you're good. But it's hard to say, really. You know, sample size is very small. Was that health potion effect? Maybe 30 souls consumed refills 1 healing potion. Wow. Oh, nice. A lot of people, yeah.
Greetings. Don't go any further.
Death Trap Rogue. Cam. Making fried chicken at 2 AM. Well, I just had some skewers. Pork, though. But I'll take chicken too. Wait, did we just find a... You just found a legendary rune from this? Interesting. Okay, let's get our legendaries to... glyph to legendary, I guess. And then we... But I wanted to try a different rune though, right? Neozek. I want to try Cry. What else is there? There's Quax. It's definitely playable. Let's try Cry to speed this up a bit. I mean, there's also Watt. So we can get... Actually, wait a minute. If I have the cooldown version of Decrepify, and this one has the Execute, will I get both? I guess so, right? You get both. Then we could actually go Heart and Bones aspects instead of the aura, which is kind of nice. Do we have the aura? No. But Sham Power is already deleted, basically. It's gone. Dead. What we're going to do when I finish with all classes, we're gonna play PoE and wait for the PTR. I mean, we still have like probably at least a week, or like 2 weeks of blasting, I guess, that I can do here. Maybe I'll finish the Paragon 300. PoE PTR does not exist. About 34 PTR. Actually, we're gonna have the free at some point as well, I expect. The 30th actually should be the free time, so in 15 days. Don't play any Spiritborn. I might log in on Spiritborn again. I prepared like a bunch of builds earlier and deleted some of the builds I'm planning to not revisit for the rest of the season. So I cleaned up some of my mules and my stash and so on. But I kept my evade stuff and my quill stuff. So if I feel like it, maybe gonna push like 100 on quill at least or something. That would be nice. And maybe some more other stuff. Evade, very good for farming. Maybe it's gonna load up evade and just like do like a day of evading again. I wonder what happens when I just take the amulet off. In terms of DPS. Can my blight actually clear something on its own? I have to try that later. Oh. Huge temper. And the Paragon. Think you're gonna get more bankstones before the add-on? No. I don't think so at all. Like, I hope that they're eventually gonna do something like, you know, there's like a dedicated, you know, here's like all the runes. And, you know, like, you know, they can do something on boss materials, potions, like, you know, all these, like, weird, like, collectible things. Like, they should all just, like, have their own slots, right? Somewhere. That would be ideal, I think. They have, like, this inventory here, but it's just, like, you know, it's always scuffed, basically. They, like, make this feel good. My Rouge build. I didn't make a real guide this season, but I did play some Death Trap and some Rain of Arrows. And we have maximum guides for these, and I made a video on Death Trap actually, from like a week ago. Death Trap real quick as well. Yeah. Don't we have? The quill, I guess. Kinda nice, you get like stunned and CC, you don't care because Sorc just keeps giving a barrier while you're AFK. seems good, man. Oteros meint ja, Bashan wird es going, guys. Very sus, right? Hand sanitizer. That's the greatness of Autowalk. Okay, second glyph, almost legendary. Okay, bosses will be best. Well, I'm talking about the quill. Well, the pit push variant is the way to do bosses. And to make it a bit easier, you can remove Vortex and put in counter attack. Then you can have 100% dodge against almost all attacks. So you're just like immortal basically. For Death Trap. For Death Trap I wouldn't bother with the pit push setup. Just play the mythic version, you're just gonna one-shot all the bosses anyway. I think the vulnerable application is too slow sometimes. But we don't really have like extra synergies for vulnerable, right? Is there like anything that we have in our build that makes vulnerable more than 20%? Maybe a little bit of additive somewhere. Okay, this is pretty minor. What about here? Vulnerable, targeted, or corrupted enemies are afflicted. Yeah, we don't have any like extra scaling here or something like that. So vulnerable is just a 20 multi basically, right? And a little bit of additive. So I guess it's not that bad when it doesn't always apply to everything at once. How far can you go? Apparently close to 100. But I mainly made this because I want to like farm up some bone spear stuff later as well. So I want to mostly play this for farming and then bone spear for some pushing, I think. Let's level the Abyssal Glyph. Because apparently bone spear is really bad for farming, I heard. And it also seems like, you know, with the bone prison you have to do and whatever, that it's gonna be kind of clunky. We got a inexorable. Oh my god, this is actually a nice upgrade. A very good upgrade, yeah. Boom. Literally half the cooldown, man. Less than half. Okay. We don't need that movement speed, so can we retemper this? We have 2 tempers. Mobility cooldown. Evade cooldown. Well, anything is better than movement speed, I guess. Let's just go 55. Torment 4. We're missing some rest though. I guess I might have to put like 1 rest roll in my gear or something like that. I think we need like essence per second, right? How much essence do we gain per second from this? 2 essence and a barrier. It's 8 essence per second. And 3 from bosses, 6 per second from bosses. And my blight costs 10. We don't have much attack speed right now. I guess later we won't run Sacrilegious Soul necessarily. So a bit of essence per second on the boost doesn't hurt. You don't need anything else on the boost anyway. It's just like life int essence. And then on the pants you can put an armor or a rest roll. And that will just solve everything basically. I'm also still missing int. I think we need to get 3k int, right? No, after 2000 int, okay. Current chance 69%, current bonus 306. %, chance to deal 306% bonus damage. Kinda strange. Okay. Yeah, quality of life is not great on the scroll. Cleft Shaft, should the gloves be greater than HP, Dex, or OP? You should not have Overpower roll at all in your gloves. You should not have, like, you can temper Overpower, if there's nothing better. But you definitely don't roll Overpower or any damage increases anywhere, basically, on your gear. So it's basically Dex versus Life, and for Overpower builds, you basically just go for the Life anyway, because it's plus minus the same as the Dex, plus it makes you more tanky. But if you have very low Dex maybe, then a Dex roll wouldn't hurt. Pit is way faster than anything for Paragon. Although Hordes is catching up a little bit because of the Mother's Blessing buff. The Mother's Blessing buff is like fully effective in Hordes, but only like roughly a third in Pit. But Pit is still quite ahead. Pit is like roughly double the XP of Hordes. And then after that comes a lot of nothing in terms of XP. So Hordes is kind of okay to farm some Paragons, but I really want to do it in a Pit. The most effective Forgotten Soul farm, that's bosses. Yeah, you can only just do more bosses. That's like the most for red crystals, for all the mats basically, yeah. Souls too. And we're hoping that they change some stuff. Like, I feel like bosses should have a purpose in their unique drops, but like nothing else. Like it feels really bad when you just have all the gear you want and you have to go back to bosses just to get more mats. I think that's just kind of stupid. So something needs to happen there, I think. XP barely scales up in the pit. As long as you can go fast, you don't care much how high you go. 60 versus 80, okay, you'll notice it a bit, but not the end of the world. It's like 1% XP per level. Should have never nerfed Legion events, yeah. Like, they weren't even that crazy by today's standards. Like, even if they hadn't nerfed Legion events, I think most people wouldn't do them anyway, even if they run shorter mats. Kinda weird, like I haven't done a Legion event in like a year. And the only thing that matters for XP farm is speed, basically. Make the fastest build you can and one-shot everything, and then you do whatever pit tier you can do with that. And if that's 60, then it's 60, and that's totally fine. Like you can load up, evade Spiritborn, and farm tier 60, literally, and you're gonna be, you know, farming Paragons faster than, you know, 99% of other builds in the game, even though you can only do 60. It's basically just Lightning Spear that beats it, or something. I have done a Legion match, true, that was by accident in a Hunter in the Stronghold. I remember now. Because I think I did a Stronghold and somehow the Legion event spawned there or something, right? And I was like, what the hell? And I was curious about it because I had literally never seen it. Yeah. Evade Spiritborn on 70. Yeah, I can probably get to 70 even with evade. Like, if there was a race, 1 to 300, I think Evade Spiritborn would win that. Like, if you start season fresh now, with no gear. I'm pretty sure that Evade would win that. Yeah, because, you know, Lightning Spear is also fast and all. But Lightning Spear, without, like, you know, a Shaco and all that stuff, like, you can't, like, if you do, like, a race to 300, you can't just, like, take 12 hours and farm bosses and hope to get a Shaco or some shit. Like, you have to blast the fucking pit. And you're not gonna get the stuff that the Lightning Spear needs. So, you know, evade, you just load it up and start blasting, and that's it. You get a Sunbird somewhere, and you know, you need to hit your like evade cooldown thresholds, and that's like the only thing you need, basically. And the Sunbird doesn't even need like great rolls or something, it literally just needs to be like an ancestral. You can gamble for it if you want. Out of a normal one. Evade Spirit is insane for leveling, hit 60 before anyone in a friend list and season start. Did you actually make evade work before 60, like the real like evade spam stuff? With like the season power and stuff? The other aspects from previous season? What do you mean, Kras? Being dance on knives into Death Trap would be close. Nah, Death Trap. It's hard to go that fast with Death Trap. You can go like much higher, and that makes up for it a little bit. And you're also gonna progress into Torment 4 more easily as a rogue. But I think like in like a Paragon 1 to 300 race, that would not really matter enough. Spiritborn gets there at nearly the same speed, I think, and then you just farm faster, basically. Like, you don't do 60-second runs as Death Trap. It's more like in the 90 seconds range, I would say. Even if you try with like Jar Rune or something. But evade, like, you know, most runs are just 60 seconds flat. Once in a while I cast it manually out of Thunderspike. Interesting. Yeah, to season power, I guess you can make it work quite early, especially if I can weave in a bit of like Thunderspikes. Would be interesting to try, but I'm not really leveling anything. It is a GA Blood Surge Glove. What am I gonna do with that?
Much thanks, friend. Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Any aura mods? No. My god, we're not getting anything. Well, I should probably... Bone Spear, huh? Lucky hit. Lightning res. Oh man.
All finished, are you? I forge more than horseshoes and nails. What do you need?
We should unlock Torment 4 so we can gamble and stuff there and use our stuff. We have a lot of pale marks. So is there any res we can grab? All res, all res. Shadow, all res. Okay, let's grab these. So how's that looking? Okay, close enough. I want to get that last point bank though. I'm willing to take out one there. Or one here. Does the blight size apply to the little blight projectiles? I have a bit too much on the side, dude. Mm-hmm. Just hardcore things, danger. Can't use the other side. And I also established a lot of stuff. I established like, 8 different builds or something earlier. So it was like 100k and I'm 200k. Enough for one orange. Insane. Okay. Yeah, I mean... Ding ding, we get that back. This plus are rare nodes. Wait, is this legendary? It is. Okay. So I just didn't have that. Scourge. Okay. I mean, at some point I'm gonna unequip Doombringer, which is also gonna lose us some res. Almost 5% res, actually. Damn. Also, it has ultimate damage. Very good socket. This Necrobit is Blight. There is a guide. and in not playing it because it was buffed. In fact, it wasn't buffed. Should we change anything for hardcore on the Death Trap build? I'm not sure if it has Dark Shrouds, but you can easily include Dark Shroud either from, probably just like from putting it on the bar. I think that's what I did. I just ran Dark Shroud on the bar, and I think the Maxwell build didn't have that. Other than that, I mean, it's a very tanky build by default because overpower, life stacking, and so on. Once you have a Doombringer, you're basically unkillable. Yes, the more life you have, the more damage you do with overpower. Which is the main reason why overpower builds are so ridiculously strong in like the last 3 seasons. Because what Blizzard did is they changed how much life we have, but they did not change the formula for overpower damage. And well, this resulted in overpower builds just having like 10 times more damage than before, basically. Because our base life is 400 now instead of 8000. Like it used to be before the expansion. And every 100% of your life is 100% damage for overpower. And then when you fortify that, it's actually 200. So you want to stack life, you want to have all the fortify. And like a build like Death Trap where I have like 50,000 life, 50,000 fortify, is like 25,000% increased damage from overpower. Versus the typical, 2k, 3k that builds have from, their lives and, whatever additive stats. So, yeah. So yeah, is this good for T4? We're gonna get there. I have not tried to, farm T4 just yet. But I'm pretty sure at some point it's gonna one-shot everything with, like, one pick or something. And then we're fine. I mean, this is still a very scuffed build right now. I'm just unlocking T4 right now. Yeah, max life Doombringer is pretty good. Good luck with that. Things are Rendrack, by the way. Apparently can snapshot limiters rage, expected edge masters on weapons. Yeah, this has been done since forever. But Agors will not work with edge masters because that only applies to skills, not to items. Anything at limiters works though. I think expected has the same thing, like it only works for skills. No. Torment 4 unlocked. Let's try to get some aspects. How do you offer switch from weapon offhand to a two-handed weapon? You don't lose anything per se by going one-hand offhand to two-hand. Two-handed weapons are balanced to be the same power as one-hand offhand, basically. And then it just comes down to which aspect can you put there versus which aspects can you put on one-hand offhand, and how does the math work out that way? Or do you need certain stats from the offhand? Like there's cooldown that you can get on offhand, there's crit that you can get on offhand. So there might be some considerations there. But crit is not a problem these days because we have Hatred's Embrace. Cooldown is not really a problem once you're decked out because you have a Shaco. And this leaves us with the Splintering Energy aspect, which is doing 100% of the damage in that build. And doubling that is pretty good. So this is why.
Hello, shining beauty. Vasily's ghost. I had that in my bag.
What do we actually want here? And like Bone Spear. I guess we go like Bone Spear ranks. Attack speed and no crit. I guess you don't need crit. I kinda wanna keep this though in case I'm gonna do some shenanigans on Sorc and stuff, right?
Greetings. How shall I get my hammer sings on your return?
Hello. Hello, shining beauty.
See some steel you need? I've been starting from nothing.
Okay, it's gamble time. Legendary tributes pretty much only drop from like whispers and verbals.
Don't think Subo likes me.
I don't think Subo likes anyone. But don't fret. He's wary of anything new.
So we have 4.4k. Utility aspects. I should actually check if I got the aura. Oh. No. So let's get some utility caches.
That carry the one.
Two-handed axe. Yes.
Did I count it out right? I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Did I count it out right? Add that, carry the one. I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. I like seeing what Papa's friends collect. Add that, carry the one. I count it out right? I'm getting ahead.
Thanks, Nightfall. Got 4 mid hearts today. Oh my god. We're like the turbo farming the sparks of the patch or what? Oh no. Old school farming bosses, okay. Wow. Dude, I'm using these utility caches, I can't get the fucking aura. That's insane. Oops. I wonder if they have stealth buff drop rates a little bit or something. I would be surprised. You know, we already get like all the extra sparks now and whatever. Oh. Found it.
Glad that's done.
I actually want to invest into Iron Maiden. Not really, right? Like all of this doesn't matter. Actually, no GAs in these. Oh, even GA amulet. Yo.
Did I count it out right?
Maybe I should buy the resource caches because I can get rings and amulets. Next time. Can we get any cool upgrade? We did get something. That's weird, we don't have any armor issues because of this. Huh. Kinda helpful. We're gonna Yom and the Vex room now.
Well, hello, shining beauty. Oh, too bad, friend.
Yes, attack speed, life, Vuln. I don't even want to roll up the Vuln. It's the only one of attack speed I have. But I could also take something like this here on his life. Do you have damage shot fortified? No. So you have to wait anyway until we get the right recipes. Alright, we keep blasting. What does max have? 8 Grand Skulls? Yeah, needs to be fixed at some point. Riff was working on all the calculations, actually. We're implementing all the calculations for damage and attack speed and these kind of things right now. For some reason there's multiple skulls, I don't know why. You know, did Domestically get a Vex? That's a good point. I feel like the rune crafting Gamba is kinda shit. There's like no boss that drops a certain rune more often than another or something like that. There's no, okay, convert this rune into that rune or anything. Look at the Necro Symphony. It's fine. At some point, the pain will slowly subside and you'll forget. Is build updating if anything hits? Build is actually deleted. So no. Overpowers have been running on other classes for the past few seasons, but no one said anything. Nah, I mean, we told the devs already, like, before the expansion launched. Like, guys, you gotta fix this shit. Now. And here we are, it's season 8. We keep blasting. Third legendary. Well, I only need 1 amulet, right? If I only do 1 other build, I need 1 amulet, but there's like Sorc amulets I can keep an eye out for, I guess. So I have my curse on the bar for no reason, actually. Wait a minute, the cursed aura, does that curse disappear when I run away from them, or does it stay? Does it work? Last 4 seconds outside of the aura. Okay, and they spread it as well. What the hell? And that's... So I guess now we can put Blood Mist on the bar. Cause why not? Oh, we can't. Next time, guys, there's always gonna be another expansion where they can fix Overpower, for sure. Or maybe they're gonna take the stat squish really to heart. Gonna lower the base life from 400 to 40. And don't change the Overpower formula again. Overpower builds will be 100 times better than everything, not just 10. One base life. Could you imagine at some point they're gonna introduce Chaos Inoculation into this game? That's your base life to 1. And then you play with Overpower. How about that? Built-in Jackal Shell. Dude, if you had like private leagues like in PoE, imagine you could do like a built-in Jackal Shell for everyone. And it kills you. You have to always keep fighting and keep getting more health potions. I mean, Siphoning Strikes is pretty OP, to be fair. Kind of funny how these days we actually don't care about taking Siphoning Strikes anymore though, because every build is preparation and just spams away energy and then it gets second wind. And instead of just trying to heal up, you just get a barrier for your entire life pool every like half second. So you went from OP Siphoning Strikes to something even more OP than that. Kind of interesting how that works. This is Blight. They say fix OP, what did I have in mind? Well, back before the expansion, our base life was 8,000. And typical builds had just around what we have now. Maybe a bit more, maybe double the life or something like that. But now our base life is 400, which is 20 times lower than 8,000. But we reach kind of comparable total life values in the end game. For every 100 base life you have, you get 100% damage with Overpower. So TLDR is Overpower just gives like 10 times the damage now compared to pure expansion. For no reason but they changed base life because they did a stat squish. So they did a stat squish that changed, how Overpower works, but then they didn't adjust the Overpower formula. And they just need to do that. They just have to lower the numbers on the Overpower if they want to keep this whole mechanic of more life equals more damage. I mean, the idea behind that as a fantasy is kind of cool and stuff, sure. But, it was just like a random side effect that they never fixed. Because the stat squish had nothing to do with making Overpower builds good or something like that. The stat squish was entirely just to, well, squish the stats, right? There was no other reason behind that. So Overpower builds were okay, in general. But now, everything is just Overpower as a result. Because Overpower just gives you 10 times the benefit it did back in the day. And he just never fixed it. And this is why we have this ridiculous power creep since the expansion. Because suddenly everyone goes for overpowers and all the builds do like 10 times the damage. But all the builds that cannot overpower, all the minion builds, the dot builds, Andariel, Rogue, like all these builds are just fucking dead in the water because they cannot overpower. And if you see this, like season after season, everything is fucking overpower. If you don't overpower, you do no damage. And all the builds that cannot overpower are just well behind. Unless they get like, lots of power creeps, like power creep buffs. So if they would fix the overpower formula, they would instantly fix almost all of the balancing problems that we have in the game. Because all the top builds are overpower builds, with the exception of Earthquake stuff. Which is actually, I think, just bugged and doing too much damage. Plus, overtuned with some stuff like Heavy Hitter and so on. But I think the Tech Rune especially is like not the right number compared to what it should be, I think, or something. Maybe that's fixed now, I'm not sure. But either way, most of the stuff would actually be very evened out if they fix the overpower formula to be in line with what it used to be before the expansion. And it would also remove those situations that made me almost rage quit my Druid. Well, actually it did make me rage quit my Druid earlier. Whereas trying to make a tornado build, the only way to overpower with that is a Xan rune, which triggers every 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds. And the other 90% of the time I do literally 0 damage because I don't overpower. And that is without building into overpower. I didn't particularly stack life. I didn't have any overpower glyph or any other overpower specific bonus. It's just that Xan rune is on, you do damage. Xan rune is off, you do no damage. And that's it. And this is just fucking abysmal design. That's what it is. Yeah, this is way worse than Vulnerable. Because Vulnerable, at least, you knew what you got. You use a thing and you have Vulnerable. And okay, maybe you had to wait for a cooldown, but at least, it happened when you wanted it to happen most of the time. But with something like the Xan rune or all the other overpower triggers, all of them are usually either some weird timer or some RNG or something. Or I don't know, I played Double Swing Barb and it's just okay, I have Crown of Lucion, I have Unbridled Fury, my double swing costs 100 Fury, I have Banished Talisman, every 3 swings I trigger Banished Talisman and get an overpower. And the other 2 swings just do literally nothing. I swing, I insta one-shot everything. I swing, I insta one-shot everything. It's just fucking stupid. But that's the only way to do it. For builds that cannot overpower on every single hit, like Mighty Throw or, I don't know, Death Trap, I guess it's pretty close to basically overpowering every hit. For everything that doesn't overpower on every single hit, it just feels awful. Because the gap is way too large between overpowering and not overpowering. To the point where the non-overpower hits don't exist. They literally don't exist. PV2 private league race die tomorrow. Are you in? I'm not in. We have blasting to do, and also actually Friday to Sunday I will be away in Germany. But I'm definitely gonna load up Hard Crisis F probably in 1-2 weeks from now or so. Time. Boulder Druid overpowers a lot. Yes. Boulder, it's like consistent enough to not feel awful. But even there you have like this weird, okay, sometimes you have 2 boulders at overpower, sometimes you have 1, sometimes you have 3. Sometimes all of them because of the Sun Rune. Like, you know, it's like kind of okay, and if it doesn't really hurt the gameplay that much, but the gameplay could still be way better if, you know, overpower just wasn't that what it is. Dude, the fucking Sorc's overpower these days. Imagine overpower is a 3% chance. Yeah, if you have a 3% chance overpower, then okay, sometimes you get a big hit. And you know, the other 97% of the time you actually do damage. That's the thing, you know, this is how overpower should work. And then, okay, there's gonna be like Barbs and Druids that have a few things where, you know, you have builds that build into overpower. And then, you know, sometimes to do a big hit, but that sometimes is a bit more often than 3%. And that's fine. You know, as long as the big hit is not, you know, 30 times the damage of a normal hit. You know, it's fine if it's 3 times, you know?
It is done.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
Just got some. I think some dev is trolling me or something. Oh my god. Inside of a shaman is so nice, finding something not reliant on our power. I don't really mind that we have our overpower builds, but I mind when it becomes just shitty gameplay, right? And all this, what I just explained with like, you know, the boulders that don't overpower, you know, sometimes you kill the boss in like a third of the time because you have like 3 or 4 rotating overpower boulders, and sometimes it, you know, it takes like way longer. And you know, the double swing, you know, I want to run from pack to pack and one shot all of this shit. But I can't because I have to do 2 swings that don't kill anything. Then I one shot all the shit. So I always have to do like swing, swing, kill shit. Swing, swing, kill. And this is just terrible, you know, gameplay. And then you have Polarize where you don't even know when your fucking overpowers happen. You know, they just happen sometimes and that's it. Like, who knows? right? You just like pull, 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 boom, entire pack at one shot. Then you go to the next pack, boom, one shot. You go to the next pack, boom, boom, boom. You know, 3 overpowers in a row. And then you go do the next pack, it's like pull, pull, nothing, nothing, nothing. 5 times. And then boom. Like, oh my god. Like, I like Polarize a lot. But that is also just fucking obnoxious, man. Yeah, Spiritborn also plays Overpower with the builds I can, especially the Capitalic builds, they go Overpower. And for those it's actually, you know, relatively consistent, because you proc the Xan rune basically every second. So with Poc. You do Poc Xan, you proc Xan like every second. So it's, you know, half your hits are Overpowered or something. So it's, you don't really feel it that much. So it doesn't really interact with the gameplay, let's say. But yeah, there's like a lot of Overpower builds where like it's just awful gameplay because of that. And the thing is, just like deleting the Xan runes from the game doesn't really solve that problem. Because the stuff that I just described, like, you know, Banish Lord's Talisman still exists, you know, Polarize still exists, and, you know, whatever, right? These builds don't actually run Xan rune even. And they suffer the most from that. Like, most of the Xan rune based setups are actually the more consistent ones in terms of overpowering. That's a forklift. Fix the forwarding Birch Rouge. Just ein Falconer. Das ist Blightbill, excellent. Thanks, Sickline. Would you do Banish Lord's Quill Body on Spiritborn? A lot of people did that in Season 6. But these days you have Xan Rune, click at all powers. So you do Unyielding, Armor Stacking, and Xan. Banish Lord's setups are completely dead on Spiritborn. But back in Season 6, Unyielding versus Banish Lords was just about even. And a lot of people played Banish Lord, it also made it much easier to get a good neck. And before Xan, I guess you could do it. Just a good Banish Lord, as long as you have the Capaleka stuff going and so on. You will get an overpower every third hit. Any open builds viable? Yeah, I'd say, you know, when it comes to like T4 content and T4 bosses, you probably have like, you know, a few dozen that are doing pretty well. Outbuilds on one grandfather. Our grandfather's not terrible, but all the Earthquake builds want heavy hitbar ranks on their tempers and aspects. Aspect power creep was real the last few seasons as well. Grandfather's not such a big thing anymore. And max resource doesn't help you if you don't have anything like Ramadani's or something. Yeah, Rapid is really down bad. Really down bad. We didn't move any of the Spiritborn stuff around the tiers, but it just got a bit better, and yeah, it's a pretty good build. Rushing hand. Played it a bunch this season. I wonder if I can get sub 2. I think I can do sub 2 on Blight. But right now I don't have the damage to actually insta one-shot everything. Yeah, I like crushing him a lot. That's also one of my favorite builds, actually. Have you had any of the new Spiritborn buffs? I haven't played much Spiritborn now, but you know, most of the buffs don't really change builds in a big way. So the only stuff where you can notice a little bit is the Prodigy's tempo builds, because the more skill ranks give you more cooldown resets. And well, I already adjusted the builds on Maxwell for that. I did a few tweaks on the skill tree. Outside of that, I mean, nothing changes really. Just stronger. I mean, all my Spiritborn builds were already like destroying everything in T4 anyway, so doesn't really matter right now for me. I won't feel it. I mean, the pit scales really harshly, tier by tier. You know, almost any buff they could ever do will be barely noticeable in terms of pit pushing tiers. No. You mostly feel these buffs like way earlier in, like, you know, the progression, the leveling, you know, when your gear is scuffed and so on, you know, how easy it is to get a build online, basically. That's the way you will feel those buffs. But, you know, for like a maxed out character, getting like a 1 tier buff or not, or something like that, I mean, you don't notice that. Because it's just about the pit anyway at that point, right? When you're like doing pit 80, pit 90, pit 100, you're so far away from any form of, you know, difficult content otherwise. Like, you one-shot everything in Torment 4, including all the bosses, you know, this... A lot of Spiritborn builds can do that already. They didn't need the buff for that. So... you will notice it on the way, basically. But not for you know, one of my characters, for example. I wouldn't notice the buffs. Now, Spiritborn got better on almost all of its builds. It just lost the Vashan builds, that's it. Yeah, Nox Resonance and nothing got buffed, unfortunately, so the poison builds didn't get anything. So that means Stinger, Toxic Skin. Do we have anything else? Yeah, those two didn't get a buff. But everything else did get a buff. But I've been pretty insistent on buffing especially a single target of poison builds on Spiritborn. So maybe they're gonna hear that and do something next season. Like I've been giving some suggestions to maybe, you know, help fix single target problems on a lot of the Spiritborn builds. Because basically just Quill that is like feeling really good on single target, and then all the other builds, even the non-poison builds, they're all kind of like eh. Because, you know, Scourge gives you a big multi that doesn't work on the boss. And, you know, you have stuff like Revealing in a lot of builds. You have like Noxious Resonance that just doesn't have any boss damage. And so on, so there's a bunch of stuff they could do there. Yes, Darmathian. That's what I just talked about. I don't understand what I do, since the performance is full of crashes and memory leaks. I also get memory leaks here and there, but sometimes I restart them okay. I just guess I got lucky. Crushing Hand will be fine. Like a really decked out Crushing Hand, you will kill Belial in like 5 to 10 seconds on T4. Or maybe less. Well, if 5 seconds T4 Belial is trash in your eyes, then yes, I can't help you. Don't play Spiritborn, I guess. Or like, you know, it's not even close to the best single target build, by the way. Crushing Hand here, talking. You can also play Quill and do it in like 1 second if you want. Lysk. What it is. I don't know, Jackie, what you can do about the crashes, maybe try reinstall. I'll check forums or price support, maybe they can help you. No PX MTS. Getting closer to 2 million, 2-minute mark here. Nazic eye surgery. Wait, what am I gonna do with that? Eye surgery completed. Glasses are actually just to conceal my identity, guys. No one will know that I'm truly wudijo. Wear them. Everybody is working very well. Our sham build doesn't work anymore though. I'm gonna go on the quill for a few rounds. Right, here's. Pretty far off the Necro now. Tom and Paul ready, have our glyphs going. I still need to fix a lot of items though. I have Doombringer equipped in a shackle. Like, what am I gonna do with that? Okay. Okay, let's see.
Fashion this into something exquisite.
Oh, Ben, thank you. Actually, we don't need anything else on it. Let's see how bad that Spiritborn really is, guys. Reach boss power instead of Ashan. There is no boss power to fix that build. That build is gone. You have to play the real Quill Volley now. Pascal. There's a link in the description for it. Who has paid 150 Spiritborn? And that was in December.
The stars made manifest.
With 11 Paragon points.
The wonders of Sanctuary at your fingertips. How may I help you? Bright aura. Brighter soul.
Now this actually works now, right? Oh, that's kind of neat. How's it goes now? It helps a little bit with the buff, but Whirlwind in general is like not really that crazy, it seems. Barriers actually, wait a minute. Necromancer is back. It's just like loaded in there, you saw them at the edge of the screen. Interesting. have actually never used Talisman, I think. Just briefly for some testing in Season 6, but I always stuck to unyielding heads. And Talisman is dead on Spiritborn these days.
See some steel, you need.
That is a very outdated concept now. I have to get a jar in here. This is what I was missing. Okay. Let's put like a amethyst or two. And let's do this sub 2 minutes. Second is not a build, or like there's no build for it really. It's a fun twink item. And then when you're in Torment 1 you throw it away. Dude, horrible class, man, the Spiritborn. Holy man. Delete it. Who wants to play this? And Nessican just doesn't really offer any value. Every build already crits, and almost every build also overpowers. So Nessican gives you literally nothing. On top of not having an aspect, not having tempers. Vibe off. Oh, it's not even here. How much can you ask for a 4GA Scarlet Ladder? Not very much, because there's really only one stat that matters on it, which is the damage reduction, and even that not really, so don't think people will really pay much for it. The rings are so nuts, man. Party's tempo feels really nice. Like everything just so resets so fast. I guess I get most of the stuff just back one proc faster basically, which is very cool. Let's do an 80. Yeah. There's a lot of information you can find on Maxwell. If you're looking for the resource menu or the build guides, meta section, the getting started section. Tons of good articles. There's such aura guy. There's like an aura guy somewhere. Yeah, boss is kind of tanky actually. Two and a half minutes, tier 80. Trash class, dude.